What's up, chat? What's up, chatters? Good night. Oh man. Hey, so I'm about to boot up a stream, the YouTube stream. Okay. Man, it's so hot in my room, damn. Sheesh. What's up, X6? How you doing? Yes, you are indeed first. You are indeed first. All right, how's everybody doing today? How is everybody doing? Wait, why is this not deleting? Delete. There we go. Ready for Evo? Oh yeah, Evo is this weekend. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. How's everybody's day going? My day was not the best. That's for sure. Definitely not the best. But we have a stream now, so it should be much better, hopefully. Yeah, I saw the BlazBlue Central. Bro, okay, so I ended stream last night, right? And I played 2x a little bit, and I was talking to Sajim and the rest of them. And I was talking to Sajim. I said, Sajim, are you gonna watch the art showcase? You take one for the team? He was like, I said, they might announce BlazBlue, you never know. He said, I don't know about that. Next thing you know, they actually announced it, which is pretty cool. So I'm not waking up for it. It was at 2 p.m., which is like what, 5 EST? Bro, I knew I wasn't gonna go live exactly at 5 like I usually do, because I've been working on in the morning. Yo, Kyoko, thanks for the 235, dude. Holy shit, thank you, bro. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Yeah, I've been working on the summer subathon stuff. I was gonna get new like art and stuff made, but like I don't know if I want to. I don't think I should, because I like the old art a lot. I might just change the colors. I still like the old art a lot. But yeah, I've been writing some sub goals down for the summer subathon next month. So yeah, definitely excited to do that soon. Some of the sub goals on there are pretty good, I'd say. Nothing crazy. Which art? No, I'm talking about the summer subathon artwork from last subathon. I like the artwork a lot, so I don't want to change it. I'll probably change it next year, but for this year I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use the same artwork again, but I'm probably gonna switch the colors around. Yeah, they showed BlazBlue getting a new character, which is crazy. That is pretty sick. Where's the trailer at? It was at the Arc tour, and also they showed Robokai a teaser. Hold on. I didn't watch the ArcSys thingy because I didn't want to get baited, like, especially after the last one, bro. I'm not getting baited. Let me pause the music. I knew like my expectations would be low, so I was like, I'm gonna just not watch it, bro.
The wheel of fate is turning.
This. Oh, this is a Japanese channel. Oops, might be the wrong one. Oh, that's copyright, isn't it? Probably should not let that play. For is it copyright? It's gotta be, no? Or maybe it's not. It's really old, so I don't think so. Wait, are these, is it English? Oh no, it is. Okay. Might not be on, and I'll leave it. Like, this was the last thing they showed at the ArcSys showcase today. I didn't watch it. I mean, if I was live, I would have watched it, but I was working out. Like, immediately when I wake, I've been waking up. I've been like working on in the morning now. Well, not morning, I guess morning for me. I've been working out as soon as I wake up now, because I don't like working out immediately after stream, because I stream for long periods of time. But yeah, it's a new character is coming for BlazBlue. That's just pretty cool. I don't know if I'll give the character a try, but we'll see. The wheels of fate keep turning. They gotta be working on a new game. I expect them to announce a new game here, but they're not gonna show the character till at Evo. They're gonna show the character at Evo, so I'm assuming they're gonna show the character, and then like that character they're gonna show is probably gonna also be in the next game, if I had to guess. Kind of like what Street Fighter did with Luke in Street Fighter 5. Also they showed Robokai. Where is it? Damn, was this showcase, was this reveal that small that they didn't even give him a, damn, just a teaser. They showed the new season pass with the new Dizzy skin. Where is it? Oh yeah, there's like, there's music playlist now, which is pretty cool. Robokai is sick, yeah. Oh, what the hell? Is my game close? Am I thinking close? Oh, here it is. They showed this. That's his damn chair. Yeah, he got drip. The old black, the all black. Ooh, the all black.
Let's get to eternity.
Look at off-white on. Hold on. The black and white. Yeah, they gotta show him at Evo. Yeah, that's all they really showed. They showed Demon and Baby DLC. Yep. Tap in, tap in. Oh my god, bro. Demon and Baby DLC. Or something like that. They showed something like that. Demon and Baby DLC. Tap in. Damn. Oof, yeah, he'd be screaming like that. Is my YouTube stream fine? Yep, it's fine. There we go. There we go. Wait, what the hell is wrong with this? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we're gonna push for eternity today. So lock in. I definitely demoted last stream, but who cares? We gotta push. We gotta push. He's a bum. Robokai's a bum is crazy. Let me see the stream out. Lay getting a new emote. Oh, I saw that. That's kind of like a nothing burger though, no? It's like a nothing burger emote, low key, no? No, I'm tripping. That's like a nothing burger emote.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Greedy blade player. What'd I do?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Pajama Blaze skin, I got you.
I'll fight to end.
Hold on, let me tweet the stream out before I forget. Pajama Blade, I got you, I got you. There you go. Stream's tweeted. Nice. Got you. Got you with what? GTA 6? Oh, yeah, I saw that. It's like $80, right? GTA 6 is $80. Oh, nah. Where would you put Blade on a tier list? I did a tier list video the other day. I put him, where'd I put him? Wait, you guys can't hear sound on TikTok? Hold on.
Team to win this one.
Wait, why can't you guys hear?
Okay, talk. There you go, Widow.
Well, you guys can't hear on TikTok? What the hell? Why can't you guys hear the game?
I mean, shit.
Is this pre-recorded? Bro, what? Monitor off.
Round 1, go!
Whoa, that's so weird. TikTok cannot hear the game. Whatever, Widow.
Spilling blood to save the world.
Bro, it's the first game on this guy's already on Widow. I don't know why TikTok can't hear. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this for you guys.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Had some time to think when Dracula had me chained.
That's so weird.
Now's not the time for an epiphany, Blade. We're in battle.
We're always in battle. Against vamps, monsters,
About now.
gods.
Hey, bro, let's be for real. You should be mad at that one person, not the entire team.
What's he mad at?
The battle starts in 5.
But why is he mad? What happened?
3, 2,
Someone banned the Cyclops too, covering.
all you need to do is
Our
capture
teammate
the
did, or
I didn't even, yeah, our team.
why? Why did you guys ban his character?
I didn't ban anything.
I didn't ban shit either.
See, you're part of the problem.
Well, how am I part of the problem if I didn't ban his Cyclops? What?
Hey, you didn't counterban.
Why would we select our own teammate's character to begin with? Are you stupid?
I don't fucking know.
Then how am I part of the problem, you idiot?
I'm trolling you.
Like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Like, what is this guy saying? Are you trolling? Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Put me down.
A second.
full-time superhero.
I was born ready.
First stream, it ain't looking good. This match is cooked. You should play other characters. I thought you was a Blade and saw like OTP. No, I play other characters. I have videos on like almost every DPS.
Oh, we got an active team now? Our ability.
Oh wow. We're still fighting.
Yo, Super Ninja, next one 14.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man person behind.
Are you kidding me?
Yo, come and get the Spider-Man.
What? Have you seen Epic Games Launcher? I've seen Epic Games Launcher, yes. Yeah, I missed one M1. I ended up losing, yeah. Because she gets blue life when she's on that thing. So, like, it heals her so much.
Yo, guys, we can't lose this. We have the W Blade on the team, bro.
This shit's over. What's... I don't know why we have a Widow. Like,
Back in the game.
there's no way you only play Cyclops. Like, I don't know. I don't know who banned his character. You fucking trolled, but, like, can we, like, actually, like, win the game?
Yeah, I would like to win too.
Like, I don't know which one of you guys banned his character. Is extremely troll, but whatever.
I didn't even like it.
I was tapped out trolling TikTok.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yes, game's over. This game is over, I fear. Yeah, I'll fix the audio on TikTok in a second. I don't know why you guys can't hear. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, then now you guys can hear.
Hell yeah.
What's up, Nimbus?
Fireball. No, he's gonna walk forward.
Only 60 seconds left. A nice deep freeze.
Where'd you rank? Where would you rank Edge on tier list? Like A? I don't think she's ass, but I think she's B or A. I think she's like B or A. Probably B though. I don't think she's that good. She's okay.
Magneto dead. Close time. He's low. Alright, nice. You know how much easier I've been if we didn't have a widow though?
Yeah, this is low-key a free win, but I mean, yeah, be like that. It's a win trolled.
Vehicle to its destination. So magnificent.
Hey bro, even hopped off DPS for you, bro. Come on.
Slice and dice.
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an
All right, my bad. I was adjusting my stuff. My stuff. All right, yeah, you're dying. Oh my goodness, bro. I have no damage because I'm the one doing damage since I have a widow. Like, so sad.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Blazing CC immune result. Not the startup. During the dash part, he is. At the end of the dash, he isn't.
Probably over. Spider-Man, good Spider-Man. He killed him.
Okay, yeah, like everyone I get low just ults. Like I get Phoenix low, she presses Q. I get Cloaker low, she presses Q. I bet you Luna's gonna press Q if I get her low as well. Like I don't know. I keep getting them one shot, they press Q.
By the eye of Agamotto. Hell yeah.
Spider-Man, I hate the Spider-Man. Someone do something about him.
Hell yeah.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Does Blade's gun automatically reload? Yes. I forgot to talk about that in the guide. Yes, it does. If you have Bloodline mode on, it reloads your gun. Yes. I keep forgetting to talk about that because it's like one of the more niche things, I guess. I guess that's not niche, but I don't know. I just keep forgetting to talk about it. But yes, Blade's Bloodline form does reload his gun. I thought he was full CC immune at startup. No. I wish. How many times I've been like in the past like 3 days, my ult's been canceled. Luna thinks she's like Thanos or some shit. I don't know.
Let's spy some bad guys.
Only 60 seconds left.
I can use this.
A nice freeze.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Don't let anything stand in your way. Double KO.
And that's the worst part about Widow. The character gets AVP so easily, bro. Like, so she's just gonna have an ace the whole game. And she's gonna be like, "What do you mean? I'm doing all the work." Character gets MVP so easily.
Hits the grand finale.
What do you mean? I'm not throwing.
By the eye of Agamotto!
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Let the double!
Widow was just literally fucking smack on my back. Hey, we're going back to SU? Hell no. Nope. Oh, brother, it's a dark day.
The current score is
It's a dark day, I feel.
0. Time to
It is a
switch
dark
things
day, I
up,
fear.
including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Her Lord's sick, so I got a master. Her Lord is sick, but like, unfortunately, the character is not that good right now. The CC change kind of fucked her hard. I got Tiger Lady on the team. The CC change kind of fucked her hard.
Round 2.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Why? I mean, why I quit Roblox? Is that even a question? Is it storming for you still? Nah.
You and the Torch tried your best. Dracula was just too strong.
What if they made Storm a Vanguard? What the hell? That'd be so weird.
The battle starts in 5.
No, I mean her damage boost would have to get removed. Like what? I'd be damned if she's tanky as hell, damage boosting poke players like that. Oh hell no! I already hate fighting Storm with fucking poke comps. I fought that shit yesterday. It was annoying. Like Storm is so annoying with poke comps. Like oh my god. It was like Storm, and then they had like they had a Cyclops and they had a Phoenix. Don't ask me how all that shit was open. Don't ask me how all that shit was open, bro.
Yo, you're lucky in the chopping.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, this is a free win, but we still have a Widow, so it's extremely losable. Like, should we get off the Widow now? Like, I get you want to prove a point. I don't approve of banning teammates' characters, but like, what about the rest of us? I don't know if the rest of us deserve this. This is a free win. I'm out of ults, walk in.
No more, no bolt.
Double KO.
Someone's taking a point. Go stop that guy.
Oh, I love our Spider-Man.
Yes, every time.
I want that Blaze skin. This Blaze skin is sick. Wait, is this skin not available anymore? Can you not buy this skin no more? I've been hearing that. Is you really not buy this? No.
As good
Damn.
I think it's going around.
That's unfortunate.
I tried to save you, Deadpool. I'm sorry.
Some bad guys.
Gotta farm out quickly.
3, 2, 1.
Double KO.
Time for this up.
Probably should have portaled that, but there's only like 2 alive anyway. Never mind. Asshole ran from me. Did he go think for me? Because surely he didn't go for the Spider-Man. That don't work on Spider-Man.
And there's no pool.
I'm about to ult them again. Walk over with me. Alright, that's good value. Nah, I can't get it. I'm dead. Thing shift. I can move.
Back on dead.
Down to 30 seconds.
As Sorcerer Supreme, I oversee other magical adepts. Pentagram of Horror.
Final 10 seconds.
All good. What wrongs with good? Definitely could have placed that portal better, but
KO.
I didn't have time. I should have turned it around, but I didn't have time.
Slice and dice. Jeez.
You know,
As good as new.
Head over here.
main target we did.
There's a DVD in the back.
Walker with the zip wall. Oh, wait, we gotta. Okay, that guy's dead on mine.
Still in the car, we're coming hurt.
Yeah, this thing's obsessed with me. That's crazy.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm 1 HP, I'm dead.
Thank you.
Bro, I couldn't lifesteal. He was running from me. God, that's so annoying. They're running so much. I couldn't even hit nobody.
Think that, think that.
I'll come back. I'm gonna have all.
Can Blade kill through Sandio with ult? Yes. But you have to stack the anti-heal. You gotta go look at my Blade guide. You can, but you have to stack the anti-heal. If you don't stack the anti-heal, she's not dying through it. Unless other people are shooting her.
Think.
I figured out how to do the little spin thing. But it's hard as hell. The little spin thing while dashing, that shit is hard. It's like very like frame perfect.
Gonna be on their safety.
2, 1. He's frozen. Where's mine? I'm dead.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
They have no supports.
I did one.
Against the world.
Thing one.
Hey, I'm on her with you, bro.
This girl won't die. Holy. Nice, she's dead. There's C9, there's C9. Keep off point, keep off point. Get cloak, get cloak, get cloak, get cloak. She's anti. I parried that.
Nice.
They portal.
Lucky.
Yeah, he dead.
Lucky. Oh, you're fine.
Get a strange. Anti-strange. Luna's one if you guys see her.
Got her. One strange.
Cloak's back in. They have no healers. Nice, GG's guys.
GG.
GG.
A little too close of a game, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Told you it was a free one.
Spider-Man.
Like, what? I don't know why this guy sat on Widow. Like, this is a free one. If they're almost losing to Widow, like, what happens if we get off Widow? It's a free one. Your blade is nuts. GG's dude. GG's dude. I gotta fix today's video. Messed up the. Enemy to ban Cyclops is over. Play him? Oh. It doesn't matter, we won anyway, who cares? Yo, Shacky, thanks for the follow. Oh shit, I forgot my chat set to follower only. Because of yesterday. Oh, that was hilarious. Give me a second. Huh.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness
I ain't get all of this ring, bro. Put that nickel every time I'm on hero. To buy overpriced ice cream.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Whoa. Hey, did I ever say happy birthday to you? Pretty sure I did, unless I forgot. I'm pretty sure I did though. Happy belated birthday. But I'm pretty sure I did, but I don't remember. There's been like 3 people's birthdays in the past few days. What did you do for your birthday? Anything cool? Holy shit, Robokai looks sick. Damn. That's posted up. Damn, he looks sick. It's your boy Jay, that's for follow. Your birthday? Yeah, wasn't it your birthday a few days ago? GG's, dude, GG's. That's playing with you too. Yeah, your birthday, yeah. That you, Tiger, yes, you. You did? Oh, okay, I'll just make sure I did. Because there's been like 4 people's birthdays in the past few days, and I don't remember who I said happy birthday to, and I don't remember if I forgot. I'm pretty sure I said happy birthday to everybody else.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
That was within the same week. There's a lot of people's birthdays in June.
Hard to realize, hard to see, hard to realize, hard to see if you ain't open. What you waiting for, man? Your survival of the fittest, you ain't nothing.
James Tough, can't wait to see him in Damon and Baby too. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Bro, he has a revolver katana, bro. Like, do you see that shit, bro? That's a revolver katana, bro. My man about to move crazy.
Get ready.
Bro has a revolver katana, bro. This dude about to do some fuck shit,
Wanna know
bro.
your secret? Your song flow is on my
Oh
playlist.
man.
Slay list?
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps.
1920
Really
maybe
gets my blood pumping.
60 FPS, okay.
Told me that was a killer track, but I didn't take it literally. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is
I can't do it now. I'd have to fix it later.
Got it?
This is our chance to purge some darkness. Let's not waste it.
Gunblade confirmed, basically.
Snack time already.
I'm getting lasered by this thing. Another thing. Football cap. Is this Panu? Oh, fuck. This might be Panu. The football cap. That's got to be Panu. That dude love that skin.
As good as new.
Wow. Oh, it's Jay. No, it's not Panu. I'm about to say. Like, Panu love the football cap. I'm like, bruh. Should have banned that shit. Fucking football cap, bruh. I mean, we should have low-key banned cap this match anyway.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Back in the game. The hunt is on.
Got nobody, unfortunately. That got away with Daredevil and Cap. Damn.
I like the cold.
Let the devil
Your powers are mine!
Why is my spin not happening? You guys see this? Am I game bugging? My character won't spin.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Control C. Stars.
It was so weird. I was slashing like crazy and he blade wouldn't spin. Yo, that shit almost got me killed. Yeah, this is a robbery in the draft phase. I don't know how they got away with Cap and Daredevil, but walk up, walk up, walk up. They're down a whole tank, walk up. Brother, please. This guy kills me, bro. Like, what is the target priority, bro? Oh, he headshot me.
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
Goes to spin tech. I'm not gatekeeping it. It's just hard as fuck to do. I'll do it after this. I'm not gatekeeping. I've showed you guys it before. That shit's just hard. There's nothing to gatekeep. That shit's just hard. You gotta dash right when you spin. You got the lily press shift right when you're spinning. It's like frame perfect damn near.
Damage sustained.
1,000 gods!
Your powers are mine!
I'm ready to play.
Okay.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Yeah, I can't. You have so much anti-dive. I gotta go poke. Can't play blade into this. So much anti-dive. I'm just getting shot at by Bucky like crazy no matter where I'm at. And if I dive in, this Loki just press shift. And my backline's getting cooked by Cap.
To end the darkness that spawned.
Who's ready to...
The Z tier. Z tier.
I'm absolutely going to need more too, darling.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Monster Hunter definitely cooking with them weapons. Monster Hunter is cool. I haven't played in a long time though.
Words repeating in your mind. Someone implanted a code in your brain, didn't they?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the
Hold on.
mission area. Got it?
Faced greater challenges.
As you know, Rebels is.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. I am ready to put on a show.
And there's another Squirtle. Like, holy fuck, bro. Okay, man. Damn, they did an early portal too? Damn, they want to win badly. They did an early portal too, damn.
Bloodstones don't go down quite.
That's crazy. What? He survived? Okay, I don't know how he survived, but okay, we're gonna do something different. We're gonna run triple healer. I have no fucking clue how that guy survived. You got a preview show? Yeah, on Friday. We're gonna watch it. I have no clue how those guys survived, but they want to run triple healers. Shit, I got triple healer too. Hold on. We can run that triple.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Fuck was he cooking? Yeah, they're down one. Walk up, walk up, walk up. They're down two. Get that Loki. Oops. Nah, they're running 3 sustain ults. We can go run 3 too. You kind of have to. They have a cap. We don't have a cap player. We gotta match that shit, bro. We don't have a choice. What's wrong, cat? Can't kill nobody? Now you know how I feel. Can't kill nobody? First time? Yo, why does our Luna not have ult? Gotta keep her ass alive.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, this Luna is missing a lot or something. I don't know how she doesn't have ult. Why does our Luna not have ult? You know how Do you know when to switch characters? How do you know when to switch characters? I mean, you can just read the room. It's just game sense, bro. You'll know. Trust me, you'll know if something's not working. like you don't need a scientist to spell that over. You'll know if something's not working. Like they have so much fucking sustain. Like I cannot.
No winner yet.
Why do we have 4 healers? Son, there's no way you switch to a 4th healer. What? What are we cooking? Why did y'all switch to a 4th healer? What? Did I see that right? Yeah, we lost. That guy switched to a 4th healer. Wait, what? But yeah, you'll know if something isn't working. Like, you can just see you're not getting a lot of value from something. Or you know something's wrong because your whole team is just dying over and over. Like we don't have the sustain to keep up with him. That's why I went triple. But for some reason, this guy went 4th healer. That's kind of crazy though. Yeah, who switched to that 4th healer? Who was that? Oh, yeah, that was Tro. Yeah, we banning cap. We banning cap every game now, bro. That shit's gotta go, bro. We banning cap today. I'm paying attention to ban faces now. We banning cap. That motherfucker gotta go, bro. Enough's enough, bro. I've seen enough. Ban cap. B tier? He's not B tier. Are you brain dead? What rank are you? Like, respectfully, what rank are you? B tier is crazy. What rank are you? Bro said B tier. Okay, we got a cap. I don't got a ban this time.
I'll fight to end the darkness.
My order is sharp.
B tier is crazy. That is extreme downplay. That's like me saying Salak is D tier.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Call me out is crazy, bro. If I can't gatekeep my character, y'all can't either. It's only fair. I don't know why the cat mains try to downplay the character. The character is strong, yes. Like what? The character is strong. Everyone knows it. Like I don't know why we're trying to like gatekeep it. It's because they don't want to get nerfed. They're scared of getting nerfed. It's not even like they listen to content creators anyway about balance anyway. Because if they did, Gambit would have been nerfed ages ago. Gambit would have been gutted. Gambit would have been gutted. So y'all have nothing to be worried about. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna listen to anyone that supports. Like, they don't fucking care about us. Like, I don't know. No, you have nothing to be worried about. Because we've been complaining about Gambit for how long now, and he's still Thanos. Like, oh, speaking of Gambit, this is a Gambit match. Nice.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, so Gambit is open, so just want to get advanced. Like Venom and Cap, like they are fundamentally the same character. I would say they're both the same tier. Gambit kind of doo-doo. Okay. Like, yeah, 70% win rate characters doo-doo. Yeah, my bad. My bad, gang. My bad.
Round one, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Your blades, are they psychic like mine?
No, my daggers are
You still talk to Sage? Yeah, what about him? I haven't talked to him in a while, but what about him?
Be quite useful against some of the demons in
What's up,
my
big Chris? How you doing?
Let's hope they're just as useful here. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Then we team have a Gambit.
Stop them from securing the mission area.
I mean, we're on defense, so we don't need it for now. But on offense, we're gonna need a Gambit. Yeah, we don't need a Gambit for now, but on offense, we're probably gonna need one. Oh my fucking god. Okay, well, his health bar won't move because he has snowflakes, so.
This will do nicely.
I'll patch you up.
What a difference.
Wait, I thought we banned Cyclops. Oh my goodness, bro. They had Dino, Cyclops, Rocket, Loon. Oh, yo, this team is disgusting. What? What is this team? Their entire team is Z tier. What the fuck? Wait, nah, this comp is disgusting. There's no way we let Cyclops open. We let Daredevil open. Dino and Rocket. What the fuck did we ban?
We were scared of Venom.
Son, we banned Venom and Star-Lord over Cyclops? Okay. So we banned like the third and second picks instead of like the first picks. It's so weird, bro. Like, what are these bans?
By the eye of
I'm trying to help up time.
This is real firepower.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm traumatized. Venom and Gambit. Let's do it. Don't need Elo for vibes. Nah, I'm on Cyclops now. I just didn't want to play him. I didn't feel like it, but I have no choice.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time
Yeah,
to stop them.
this match is kind of cooked. Can't lie. We lost from the draft phase. Like, we lost from the draft phase. And Gambit is open too, by the way. It's like basically nothing banned. We're playing a match with no bans. Gambit is open. They're just not playing it. Like, literally, we lost in the draft phase.
I am ready to put on a show.
let the devil die!
Yeah, we lost in draft phase. Like, I don't know. Like, look what's banned. Like, I don't know. Well, they banned Penny and Wolverine. That's wasted bans. We banned Venom. But he's really good. But, like, I wouldn't say, like, you ban him over Dino, though. Because Venom's not going to get to play the game anyway if Dino's open.
Don't give them another inch.
Yeah, we have, like, a fucking master strategist. Fucking master portalist, my bad. Strange on their team. And that dumbass said, just walk out.
The
How?
current score is 0-2.
How? How are we gonna just walk
Time
out?
to switch things up,
Just walk
including
out.
which side you're on.
How, bro? There's 2 exits, and they're both portaled off.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Just walk out. Like, Star-Lord and Phoenix, yeah, I can see that, and Cap, but the rest of these bands just wasted. They have like 5 minutes, don't they? Like, I don't even know how much time they have, but I mean, we didn't even get to stop them once. We didn't win a single team fight.
Round 2, go!
Yeah, so we didn't win a single team fight, but I still believe. Let's lock in. Let's lock walk in, I guess. Like, I don't know. We ain't win a single team fight.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There's nothing banned. Like, Gambit is open, and they're running like a Thanos comp. They got Daredevil. They're probably gonna run Gambit now, probably. But they don't even need it since they're on defense. Why would you swap Pun for Moon Knight? What? Moon Knight's better than Pun. I mean, Pun is better than Moon Knight. Like, we already have a Cyclops. Cyclops literally does Moon Knight stuff better.
The Dunes may have unleashed this madness, but it's up to us to make things right again.
Okay. Like, what? We're like the same character, just Punishes better.
You hear me?
Yeah, I'm kind of low-key convinced my team doesn't actually play this game.
DD's back here, DD's back here.
Weird.
Can we not kill this guy?
This is real firepower!
Set it up, but you did the hard part. This should help me. Thanks for the boost.
Damage sustained.
Rest easy, big fella.
All right, walk up. They're down 2.
Or a dagger.
Rocket on 40 seconds. I mean, yeah, the character Rocket's overtuned right now. We know. Yeah, he gets all way too fast. I don't know why they lowered his ult charge. That was the most brain dead change I've ever seen. It's probably the most brain dead change I've ever seen. Like, I don't know why they made Rocket's ult. It's like literally if you hide the beacon, it's uncontestable. You said what?
Fucking Dino left me to fucking...
W Dino?
We literally could have killed him and the rocket and you fucking lose.
That Luna's 1. Did you see that One Piece thing? The reboot? I didn't watch it, but I saw the trailer came out. What? It's a reboot of One Piece. One Piece is so long that and makes so much money that they're just gonna reboot and remake episodes 1 through whatever the fuck. And just for the free money. That's how much of a money printer One Piece is. Yeah, we can't get a single One Piece fighting game for some dumb reason. What's up, Potty? How you doing?
Get that vehicle moving again.
Punisher is selling, bro. Should have been shooting at Dino all day. Punisher needs to use the damn turret. See the Steam Machine prices? Yeah, those shits are crazy. I ain't playing Punisher, right? I'm still on it. Just not doing anything on it. Okay, One Piece is a pointless thing. It's not pointless. It's just for money. It's just free money. Like, One Piece prints money. So. They realized that, oh shit, people are just eat this shit up. Like if they wanted to make a remake of like OG Pokemon with Ash Ketchum and shit, that'd be a free money. Like it's just IPs that are so big that it doesn't matter what they do, it was just gonna print money. Like if they just remake Pokemon like the original Pokemon with Ash, that shit would just print money. Like it doesn't matter. If they like remake the Mewtwo movie, that shit will print money. Like, doesn't matter, bro. Like that's just how big some of these IPs are. It's just free money. Now some writers wouldn't allow it because they feel like their old stuff is just perfect how it is, but not every writer is like that for a company. That guy was 1 HP, bro. That's not just so much. Oh my god, this team is insufferable, bro. There's no way we win with this. The worst bans ever. Like, this team doesn't know how to ban. I gotta actually pay attention to ban face. I feel like I lose some of these matches. I'm not paying attention to ban face. I have to IG on ban face. That's how you end up fighting a team like this. I don't know how we have like a gentleman's agreement going on and no one's playing Gambit, but whatever. Yo, can we like run Gambit like on offense? That'd be like so free.
Armed and dangerous.
Like, it's just so free for run Gambit on offense. I have a Jeff? Are you dead ass? No team up, Jeff.
Only 60 seconds left.
I feel like myself again.
Wait, you telling me none of you want? I don't play him. Shit, we could switch. Do you play Gambit? I'll play Gambit. Do you play Cyclops? We could switch. You better know how to play Cyclops though. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's too late for right now, but fuck it, just lock in. We can do an OT if we get OT. We are not getting OT, by the way, chat. But here it begins.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
WSG.
Burn that, burn that, burn that. This game is over, bro. Yeah, it's GG's, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Like, we lost some ban face. Like, these are some really bad bans.
Maximum impact.
Final score 2.
That's a low mo.
3.
Yeah, my team died 12 times, 11 times, 10 times, 11 times, 8. Like, I don't know. This is a really bad team. Nothing you can do about that. Team lost in ban face. This guy left the game. Yeah, 36k damage. Yeah. Yeah, you can't let teammates control the ban phase, bro. That was the worst team I've ever had. Hold on, let me let's real quick. Yesterday I wanted to see the blade thing.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle. I'm cutting in.
It's just hard as fuck to do though. That shit's hard. It's just hard. Oh Lord. It's so hard to do.
Next time.
There we go. Yeah, I just did it right there. It's just hard as fuck to do. What it's supposed to look like? You just saw it.
Next time.
It's just hard to do because of like he's sort of spinning so fast that the timing is like. Whoa, I rubanded. I did it, but I rubanded. Can I make them vertical, not horizontal? Oh, that's movement. Fuck, never mind.
Victims.
The pool part is pretty cool.
Open season. That's how it's done.
You can pull with that? I mean, yeah, it's just hard.
Open season.
Oops. You gotta like kind of like circle behind them, kind of, or like get to like their left. It's kind of weird. It's like a kidnap, but it's like just not that easy to do. It's just not like the techs are so niche that it's like not really like worth learning. It's not like the only one that's like I guess really good is like this one, the lifesteal gun, lifesteal bullets. That one's actually worth learning, but like the other shit is like, so I don't showcase them because they're not consistent. They're not practical. They're there. They're just not practical in my opinion. They're cool though if you get it consistently. It's just hard. It's just so hard that like it's not worth it. And it's only like a tiny bit more damage. It's like a tiny bit more damage.
That was too easy.
You know the sword hit behind him? Let's see if this works. There you go, see. Just niche, I don't know.
Here they come.
Yeah, I'm moving them.
Silver bullet. One shot. That's how it's done. One shot. Silver bullet. Silver bullet.
What the?
Hell yeah. One shot.
There we go. Like a tie cancel, yeah.
I was born ready.
I don't know, it's niche. It's just so niche. Like most of his texts are just so niche. It's like, that's why I don't do them. But if you want to learn them, go for it. It's like, I think there's TikToks on it. They're just like, the damage is so minuscule. It's like, it's not really practical, in my opinion. Yeah, feel free. I don't know where the TikTok is all, but I think I saw one. Just so I can find it. Open my TikTok. You're not getting a Mr. Fenty summer skin? Hell no. Why can't I find it? Found it.
Which hero do you think you are?
Yeah, Lullaby posted it. Here it is. Why is it not opening? That's so weird. I bookmarked it. Let me link it. Don't want it.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
This is probably copyright, but I'll let it play. Oops. See, it's like, that's what it looks like. It's just niche. Ow, my hand. I didn't pick someone up. I just like this much. Where's that Iron Man going? What do you do with the team up? You just shot at two people though. So next one. Look at this. He just shot at two people next to it. That team up is good if there's people standing still, but team gets fucked by shields. Exactly. Oh my god, Cyclops is open again. Cyclops is open again. Fuck. Are you gonna play that turn-based pixel Final Fantasy? Which one? What's it called again? Final Fantasy, I know what you're talking about. When does it come out? I don't remember what it's called. It's called Final Fantasy something.
Round one, go!
It appears some time
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Different version of me. Elsa Bloodstone.
Bro, did you guys see the Ichigo for Grand Blue?
I look forward to fighting
Bro.
Always glad to meet a fellow
Oh my god, I keep saying this shit and almost thinking it's fucking Grand Blue versus, bro. But it's the fucking mobile game, bro.
The battle starts in 5.
It's the fucking mobile game, bro.
3.
But who knows? Hey, maybe they show them at Evo. That'd be fucking sick.
mine.
Okay, I kind of have to play Cyclops' characters open.
Mission area. Got it?
Don't want to play this fucking slot character right now.
On support.
Need some help.
They're down 2, I think. Where are they? Nest is down. Alright, we should walk up now. They're down like 2 or something. I destroyed the nest already. Never mind, Spider-Man's back.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, we're gonna need that invis ult soon. Thank you.
A little help, please. Double KO.
This character is so broken.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I even look at that dude, bro. I even look at him, bro. He turned the corner, he still died. Almost one-shot that also. Y'all excited for Evo this weekend, chat? Haven't done Evo watch party in ages. That's some cool shit. Oh. I was gonna dash up, but I think it was gonna reach me, so I didn't. Okay. Dirty combo. They group with Elsa.
The professor didn't train quitters.
Which one? Low key, both of them do. Elsa? I would say Groot though. Groot. All cost 2,800.
That should make a difference.
How low that is?
I am ready to put on a show. They look like they mean business.
Oh no, I died.
A nice deep freeze.
I don't give up quite that easy.
It's like random dummy.
Can we get a second thing to help out our exchange?
I mean, I would love to, but someone has to play Cyclops. This character's too broken to not play.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for the
Get that vehicle moving again.
That guy was solo tanking.
I like the cold. You need to get Mel's essence.
By the eye of Agamotto!
This is real firepower!
Who does this Spider-Man think he is, bro? Like, goddamn, bro. You're not him. Take the mask off.
Wait, DPS ult?
Take that mask off. Put the mask down. Take that mask off, bro.
So it was done.
Take that mask off. Pick up the blade. Take that mask off. Pick up the blade. What's up, Watch? How you doing? I haven't seen who's fighting in Evo. There's a lot of people going. At least pros. Not that much casuals, but. You kind of have to go if you're a pro. Like, prize pool is too good. Exposure and sponsors, like you kind of have to go. The prize pool is the biggest it's ever been this year. The amount of entrance is the lowest it's ever been this year, though. Crazy how that works, huh? Las Vegas. Vegas.
That should make a difference.
That guy's dead. Oh, that guy is dead. Tenacity is not real. Bro said tenacity is not real.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Deleted.
This is real firepower!
There will be no rocket ults. There will be no rocket ults. What the fuck? He said might be the worst Spider-Man I've ever seen. Yo, I'm low-key farming this Spider-Man though. Y'all can't lie. I'm farming the shit out of this kid. This Spider-Man is trying to kill me so many times and he just dies every single time. I'm farming the hell out of this guy. What's up, hero? GTA 6 pre-orders tomorrow? Oh yeah, the GTA 6. What is it? Only gonna be story on launch? People are mad about that? Yeah, y'all must have never played GTA 5. We even have a heist on launch. It shows who played GTA 5 and who didn't, but this isn't a surprise. Like, I'm not surprised. The game is almost never finished on launch. This is like a staple.
I am ready to put on a show.
Shit was too good to be true. Motherfuckers talking about GTA 6, like that's like the game changer. Game of all games. I mean, I love GTA 5 as much as the next guy. I have thousands of hours on GTA 5. But like, that shit is not like... I don't even think GTA 6 is gonna win Game of the Year. I'm not gonna lie. It just went through the fucking ice thing. What? It just went through the ice thing. Did you see that? Son, what? That was cheese, but okay. Yeah, that rocket ult saved his ass, bro. Oh yeah, they're so lucky that rocket at all because this character is so overtuned right now. He gets ult every 2 seconds. We are Carly Kirk. Oh wow, what a name! What a name!
Current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
What do you say? First time, freezing 4th time in a row. That strange just keeps getting frozen. And also grabbing us. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Round 2, go!
Nothing else impactful dropped this year besides Pragmata. How about that? That's not true. That's not true. That's just not true.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Grab the cam. Oh. The old 7 drop. That shit was fire.
Right. Saving the world from cosmic annihilation can be such a blur.
Comes out in October. I could play it.
Battle starts in 5,
Yeah, RE9, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Uncharted at home.
Stop them from securing the mission
Shit, this shit is not Uncharted at home. That game is a banger. You're tripping.
Time has claimed a lot of good soldiers. I won't let
Anyone willing to help?
our enemies are here.
Yeah, if GTA 6 is really the only story on launch, which they said it probably will, I don't think it's gonna win Game of the Year unless the story is like crazy good. Oh, I didn't get hit with Spider-Man.
Power beyond sight.
Oops, wrong button. This Spider-Man don't want to move on me. I've been baking him. He went straight past me. He was trying to go stop the TP. I don't know. Bro does not want to fight me no more. I've been baking his ass this match. By Game of the Year? Probably go to Tokon or Avatar. Or it could be Invincible. I don't fucking know. Nah, my guess is probably that's probably gonna go to Tokon.
That should make a difference.
That was my ult, bro. Oh, he's a cheeser.
If the battle's not done, neither am I. Force boost!
Did he try to spawn kill me?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Wow, 4 in a row.
You put this one on yourself. An unseen assist. Right on target.
5. That's amazing.
I attacked the foe. Hunt them.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Sometimes I feel like I'm better with hit scan than I am with dive. I probably am, but dive is too fun. But just because hit scan is so easy.
A nice deep freeze.
This shit is free if you have good aim.
Heal me up, please.
Get her own group must have rolled.
Double KO. That's 3.
They use Girdle
Contingency plans
and
needed.
Elsa. They're gonna have Spider-Man.
Them in their tracks.
Play this game because I can't aim. Can't aim, bro. What you doing? This shit free. This shit free. You better boot her them aim trainers.
Thanks for the boost.
You can ult first, Ninja.
Holy shit, that guy's ult again, bro. What is that character, bro? Oh, actually, though, like, what?
I am ready to put on a show.
team has a bunch of characters that get ult so fast.
A nice deep freeze. Better stop that vehicle. Another fearsome foe. Now let's see them.
So exhausting. That guy's 11-11. He's gonna actually win this Nightcrawler. His team is just better than ours. Don't stall or Punisher and you can't aim. I don't know. Star-Lord is so broken, bro. Like I don't know. Like this game feels like easy mode when I play Star-Lord, bro. That character is so broken. But he's so easy. I just deadass got bored of him.
Down to 30 seconds.
So I like Psylocke.
You can ult first, Invis.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Thanks for the boost.
Final 10 seconds. I am ready to put on a show. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Flank clops? The flank clops? What y'all know about the flank clops?
So yo, Invis, you're one of the best supports I've ever played
GG's,
with.
guys.
2, 1.
The flank clops? A lot of clops are on the flank.
Another epic victory.
Why the clops flanking this shit? Bad 23 finals. Son, this character is slop. Yo, Jonathan, thanks for roses. I don't know what that do though. Thanks. We bust everyone do it. This character is busted. I mean, everyone is playing Cyclops though. Did I have 45k damage? Play quick, play real quick. Oh, I didn't get my express juice. Not that talking to Lee. Oh. I know gun chowder. I haven't talked to that guy in ages.
You'll need a top-notch team.
Not
to
like
win
that,
this
but
one.
used to.
My order is sharp.
Kind of want to play Iron Man.
Is sharper. My order is sharp. My mind is my order is sharp. My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
I love the beach on Rivals. It's just big, tall women everywhere. Whoa. Calm down. Yo, BK, thanks for the follow. I just followed on it. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Enemies can become
Bo's almost he loves the island. Bo said he loves the island.
For the future of
Who else loved the island? Never mind.
Up so much. You kill Yeti crackers, smile. Not a lot to smile about, Ben. Not when the world seems to hate and fear us.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to
Almost
do is
tapped.
the mission area. Got it?
Oh my goodness, bro. I'm drunk watching this? Why are you drunk? Isn't it like a... What is today? Like Wednesday or something? It's not even nighttime yet, is it? I guess it's 9, but... I dashed this dash and I'm dead. It's 5 p.m. somewhere.
Farewell.
Step aside. Doctor Strange is gone? How?
Farewell.
You're fried, I indeed. Cameraman, so I get a closer look. Yo, you're actually so far gone. Just vanished. I got headshotted. Okay. Wow. Bro, Mark me trying to one-shot me. Son, that guy doesn't die? That guy didn't die, wow. Fucking, they didn't nerf the damage of my ult, bro.
Farewell.
A solo ult? Oh, she just survives because they nerfed the damage of my ult. So sad. That would have been a good pick because that would have been 2 people down. I just went 40 and 3 on Blade today. He's too good.
Step aside.
Holy shit, y'all got the whole Avengers chasing me, bro. This shit is sad. Yeah, this shit is sad, bro. Oh, 1 here. Now we got 2. My team's just horrible, though.
Farewell.
Step aside. Anyone willing to help? Here they come now. Out of sight.
By the eye of Agamotto!
My man's getting patty caked by this invis like crazy. Or pocket by this invis like crazy. It don't matter how many shots I hit on this guy, he's just always getting healed.
I'm out of sight.
This dude went Widow in a quick play. Hey, what is he trying to prove? Does he think this is right?
You're mine. Only 60 seconds.
That's strange, but I ult my team, bro. Oh, my team up. I actually don't beat this guy. I don't have my team up.
Unleash the Vishanti's power! On your toes, here they come.
Oh my god, every time I kill anyone, Invis just shows up, bro. Every time I kill someone, Invis shows up with her self shield, bro. This shit is ridiculous. Can't kill nobody, bro. Alright, pop that support ult. Alright, I got into this. That's what she gets. This game is over. Yeah, this was a pointless ass quick play. I'm gonna go back to ranked. Man looks so bored. Bored? I'm not bored. You're bored. You're the bored one commenting. Yeah, I don't know what these dudes was doing in this quick play. You just trolling. I would have never stood there. I should have low key left the game. That would have been gone. I should have left the game low key because I don't know what the hell they was cooking up. They was cooking something up.
Rest until I return to my world once more.
Nice on units. How much units is that? I gotta go buy something, don't I? The beach seat, bro. Calm down, bro. It's just the beach, bro. Relax. Lunar Central. This is one guy being freaky. He about to get timed out. He needs to calm his ass down. What was I gonna do? What should I buy with these? How long do they last? 15 days? 15 days. I don't fucking know what I want in here, bro. Ooh, level 13. I ain't been to the beach in a year or two. I mean, the beach is fun, it's cool, but like, jeez, bro, relax. I don't know what I want to buy with these 1,500 because I gotta spend them before they expire. What about colorway? How about the oh wait, that's with the freaking thingies. God dang it. I don't know. The widow skin tomorrow? Is that gonna even be in the shop? You want me to use it on a widow skin? That garbage ass character. You want to use it on a widow skin, bro? Let me pull up the thing for that. All this just for this character to be trash. Christ. Okay. What? That's it? They don't have nothing to show because this character is garbage and she has like nothing in her kit. Might be the worst character showcase for a skin I've ever seen. That's it. That's it. Are we so serious? Be dead ass. Be for real. I'm fucking crying, bro. She does a kick and a pull, that's it. She only pressed one skill, she didn't even shoot. No alt effects, no nothing. I'm in tears, bro. Oh my lordy, bro. That is embarrassing, bro. That is embarrassing. No, she has to get a rework. Like, I swear, she's gonna get a rework eventually. There's no way they leave her like this. She's gonna get a rework of some sort. There's just no way. They didn't show shit in that showcase. That's probably the worst showcase for a skin I've ever seen. It was awkwardly short too. Like, what? It was 20 seconds. Like, what? Even the Daredevil one was longer. Like, what? They did no fade transition, no nothing. They just cut straight to the to the artwork. No fade, no nothing, no transition, just instantly. Yeah, they do not fuck with this character, bro. Literally, like, here, damn, take this shit, bro.
I'll fight to end.
They do not fuck with Widow, not at all.
Now,
They don't fuck with Widow, bro.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
That was so awkward.
Rocket, rocket, rocket.
She can still throw my games, but hey, man, like, I don't know. Let's pick her up. Hey, we got Ban Rocket. I'm sick of losing this dumbass character, bro. I'm banning Rocket now, bro. I told my friend to run thing, so I guaranteed hit my ultimate, and we just be climbing the ranks on Blade. You do a thing. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, he did get me. I was about to say, you do a thing, or you can do it from group. Fuck off, Fakati, Phil. What the? He's wearing pajamas, bro.
Pick your hero or villain.
Don't both
I'm
skins
not
drop
judging.
tomorrow? There. Oh nah. What'd you call him? Hey yo, they painted Mantis. Human Torch Celestial 1. I'm good off that. How the fuck did this get in my email?
Day and night.
I have a sponsor I gotta do, I forgot. I'll do it
30
later.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Another trailer to watch. Do it after this.
I've got huge gaps in my intel when it comes to cocoa. Care to fill the gaps with us? Information is a valuable commodity.
Somebody come around, y'all lose composure.
Oh man. Some knowledge is even more
The hunt is on.
Now.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Posture check. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, low key was already sitting up. My back is like fucked right now. Just so sore.
Back in the game. I had you covered this time.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Mission area is yours.
I love it.
Slice and dice.
So you being good?
Oh, I don't want her to pull me. Or grab me, whatever it's called.
Already forgotten.
My bad. You have too low mode. Well, I'm on live for 2 hours. I'm gonna raid Raylene today. If she's still alive when I end. It's her birthday. The Adam Goat. The Adam Goat. And she raided me the other day. I didn't raid her back yet.
Captured more than half of the mission area.
Buddy behind.
Choice, kid.
How long am I gonna be live for? Like 7 hours or 8. I think she's doing a 12-hour though, so I can just raid her after that.
Ready to put on a show.
Oh, I didn't want to.
Slice and dice.
You missed on my screen. Yo, that hitbox is crazy, bro.
Time.
How can you dodge it? If you dodge it on your screen, it still hits you. What is that, man? Did you see that? Yeah, bro. That's the shit I'm talking about, bro. How are you supposed to dodge it if you dodge it on your screen and it still hits you? So I don't get it, bro. Okay, like just ulted so I can kill him. Okay, like how many times is she gonna do this? You're gonna give your life for that? Okay. I'm still taking your girl.
No winner yet.
Where'd he go?
Going to overtime.
That shit is disgusting. Yeah, it's because of the desync,
I
yeah.
haven't missed a freeze.
That shit is disgusting, man. Like, you would dodge it on your screen and it still will freeze you. It's like, bro, how am I supposed to dodge it then? If the hitbox ain't true.
Day and night. No monsters getting the best of me.
Yo, girl, wait. That's not what I meant. What the?
Oh shit, Infernasu. What's
up?
good, bro?
What's up? How you doing?
Before you attack, get ready.
You evil. Damn, power down and watch. That's crazy. Why are you making it sound like that?
You heard?
I said, what's up, dude?
The playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps.
You probably can't hear me. Yeah, your mic probably messed up. If you can't hear me. I'm gonna just type it.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
That's my mic ain't connected.
2, 1.
Nah, my mic is connected personally.
Mission area. Got it?
Your mic cooked? Nah, it's all good, bro. What's up, dude? My live, yeah. Whoa.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Slice and dice. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I had nothing for that. Just used it.
Takes cold steel.
I missed the health pack.
Capture the mission area.
I ain't never seen Iron Fist peel. That's rare. We're switched up on the day ones. What you talking about?
Someone to the left.
Shit, that's not what you meant. Nah, that's not what I meant.
Back in the game.
I am ready to put on a show.
1,000 gods.
Okay, bro. How many support ups I gotta go through? It's a lot of girls. Goddamn.
Their team's capture progress has passed the
All of
halfway
them.
point.
It's crazy, bro.
Hell yeah.
I feel like blade ultimates get bigger the longer you hold it. That'd be smart. You would think that. I mean, it technically does. It just gets longer. It doesn't get bigger. You would think that, but it doesn't. It's gonna fade again. Yo, is my damage just that low? I cannot kill these supports, bro? I'm about to just target the tanks then, I guess. I keep trying to kill the supports, but they got like a crazy ass peel. Like Iron Fist is peeling, Magneto's peel. I'm about to just target the tanks then. I gotta go through fades. I gotta go through bubbles. I gotta go through support ults. I gotta go through Luna Freeze. Like, holy shit. Got that done. I'm coming for them tanks done.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
I'm TPing.
It's a lot of shit I gotta go through. Hold on, we need a healer. Oh shit, I'm close to ult. Oh, what? Shredding anyone below 300? It wouldn't make any sense if it's shredding anyone below 300. If it's percent damage, what?
Damn, it's rough out here.
All good lock in.
Fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
All good lock in. I don't have a switch.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
David Beckham. Who was David Beckham? I don't know these artists anymore, bruh. All I know is Marvel Rivals, bruh.
Guess what I can do?
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Let's do it.
Could I please just pay to win this one? I have the funds.
Of course.
The hunt is always place.
Look who's here.
That was too close. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Okay.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Looks like the mission area.
Try gold.
Yo, can we get a White Fox? Luna, can we just run that Luna White Fox for the backline? That'd be like really good for anti-dive. I'm gonna switch to no more after I die though. I mean after I ult. We should run that team out.
Taste cold steel. 1,000!
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, she died because the anti-dive stack. Oh, that's not good.
No.
Okay. Oh, somebody switched to no more. Okay, what was the point then?
The stakes just got raised.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. My team is getting
Come on, boys. We can do it.
fucked. My team is getting fucked.
Walk. We gotta walk.
Who do we have? Strange. I'm about to pull on that dress.
I have made my
I'm about to put on that dress.
Capture
Holy
plaza.
shit. We're getting fried.
Chaos control. That's good. Unless you freeze.
I got pulled from behind.
Keep that up, name.
I switched to a different character. I was still getting frozen. Like, bro, what?
Come to me no more. Come to me. Oh, okay.
Four, three.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
That team is just better, I fear.
GG's.
Yeah, no, we need to run anti-dive way sooner. Singing like you're gonna get cracked is crazy. What the hell? What the fuck did she just say? That's what you do? What's up, Kyle's Code? Appreciate that, man. How you been? That was you? No, yo, you are so goon brained that like I don't know if like you will ever be saved. I don't know if you will ever be saved. You are so goon brained. You are extremely goon brained. Don't project onto me. Yeah, you need help. You need help. I don't know if I can find help for you though. You need help. That's for sure. Cause
Victory is in my sight.
I don't know, man. You might just be cooked.
Now, who am I gonna banish for
Yo,
this match?
can we ban Black Cat and
Yeah, we
Cyclops,
lost.
please?
Yeah, we lost.
Well, at least
Why would you ban Black Cat in season 8.5?
My cat got gutted to the ground.
She got gutted. What? No, bro. Oh my god, we're wasting bans. Okay.
It's not a waste. They main that character. I'm telling you, it's fine, bro. What about Loki? You guys want to ban Loki?
Bro, even if someone mains Black Cat,
No, wait, I want to give it.
why don't you hover the
Ban
character?
Loki. Yeah, that's fucked up.
You wanted to
And we
get.
got a rogue? Why are we banning Gambit, bro? This is crazy. Nah.
You didn't hover the character. How were we supposed to know you were gonna play Gambit?
No. I said that I wanted a Gambit because I'm playing Rogue.
Oh, but what if no one here plays Gambit?
I can play Gambit and my duo can swap the fucking.
I can play Rogue.
Okay, well I wouldn't have known you had a duo, so.
I'm gonna keep it on number 6.
Like I'm playing with people that assume that we know everything about them. Like I don't know. Like how was I supposed to know that? Like I don't know.
Bro, I can play Gambit.
But you gotta say that like
You gotta say that ahead of time. How do we know? We just met. Like I don't.
Just met. Wait, is this a Loki from last game?
Like how the fuck am I supposed to know you're gonna play Gambit? You didn't even hover Gambit.
No.
How am I supposed to know you're gonna play Gambit?
What was the other team, Luna?
Like how? Like how, bro? Like
You're playing like Wolf.
I can read minds, I suppose. Like I don't know.
The torch.
Like,
You played like Mystery Heroes last game. I remember your name. I was the rogue.
I don't know, bro.
Who are you talking to?
Blado got a shorter range than
I'm talking
1,000
to our
cuts.
Luna.
For 10 seconds, gets 10 stacks on the sword, 3 times
Yeah,
the
we're on a
dashes.
big
What the
winner,
fuck?
winner chicken dinner, so if we lose, it's your guys'
5
fault.
times walking speed. What the hell are you riding?
Can I play Joe?
What?
Let's lose on purpose.
Can you mute her? I'm not gonna mute him. If they start clogging comms on mute, but
Playing Jeff
I'm not
or
just gonna
not
mute her.
Jeff. Let's go.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area. This isn't my first
Big Magic, Deadpool, Mag.
Mag is 1. He's low.
Like I have in my hands. She's that nice.
Someone's yappy today, my god. Everything's gonna work out just fine.
Magic low. Oh, chill out.
Let's kill this Deadpool that's instant. Literally 1 health. What? No one shot at him.
what is this guy coming over here? You don't go play main?
If we bring the DPS Jeff out.
Come kill this Mac. Come kill this Mac. This Mac can
Super
die.
low. Look at me, guys. Oh, I'm grabbed. You want me to TP? Okay, I'm gonna TP.
Maybe start by not going 10 yards into their spawn.
Out of sight.
I love dying because of the scanner, bro. Holy shit. You like dive in this map is so ass, bro. Like they can just see me through walls because of the stupid scanner. And Rocket gets ult faster than everybody in the damn lobby, so we just lose. Like my supports are at 60 and 70. This guy's at 100 already because they decided to buff Rocket for some dumb other reason. Sup?
Bro, like AVA.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Like I don't know why they buff Rocket. That shit is so dumb. I mean I understand why they wanted to, because Rocket's really good in the triple, so they wanted that. But like, what if people aren't running triple? Now he's just blatantly broken as fuck.
I'll check for Midnight ult. Midnight went. I got him.
Come back.
Fuck. I mean, we got Rocket.
Cloak bubble broken. What? No patty cake, just straight cloak bubble is all she needs. That's crazy.
Oh, you have to know.
Bro, what are you doing, bro? What? You have no one. Oh.
That's my trick.
They just fucking ulted. And like, what are you doing?
Roll his ass, roll his ass. Shit is cheeks. In a hyper sustain game, we're nerfing the damage overall. Like, I don't get that. That was the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Why the fuck is this? That rocket's at 90%? What? Damn, this guy gets way too fast.
Getting hurt too easily.
I'd just like to point out this is not my fault right now. There's one fuck tank with me.
Yeah, we need a rocket. That character is so broke right now. He gets up way too fast. We need to match that.
Okay.
We need to match that if possible. Yeah, switch characters. I'm gonna rocket Star Lord. There's combo ults.
Yo, he died.
There's no rocket revive.
Yeah, there's Deadpool right here in here. Watch. Look.
I'm looking. He's one. I'm looking at Cloak.
Bro, we can't have three. We cannot have three supports if you guys are gonna.
He's gonna swap. Cloak is one.
No, I know, but like, why am I dying? If there's three supports, no one else is getting shot at.
I'll put my heels down main, brother. I don't know.
He heals base that.
Number one. Hold on.
That was not one, but alright.
Dude, I used all my utility and I almost got away from it.
That is not good.
Break it. I'm shooting at it. It's dead. So is mine though.
Yo, back up.
I'm just holding the.
And I thought he was on main. He's still at revive back.
Holy shit, this team is so annoying to kill, bro.
Oh, I broke it. Nice, good job. That's a low, nice. It's on you, come in. Out of my sight, Starlight.
How did he
Walk
get...
down.
I think I need to back up.
Come back, I'm following.
I'm gonna have a fatty ult. Wait, they may not be able to. They're not gonna CC actually.
The moon haunts you.
Oh, I'm dead. No. No, what the fuck is... Oh, wait, nice. You still got.
All right, nice. How would you want them to rework his ult? Come on, rockets?
Switch things up.
We're talking about blades. We're talking about blade. I mean, it just needs to be. What the fuck? You talking about blades? All you gotta do is just make it like bigger. Like it needs to. I mean, you can make it cost more. Sure, I don't really care about that, but it needs to be bigger. And also, my opinion, the answer should be 100%. But whatever, it needs to be bigger. I'm not a Luna fell off the mountain.
Gotta figure out what that is.
I'm not supposed to know.
Someone's gotta guard the
Can
galaxy.
you drop beacon, please?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm absolutely going to.
I'm about
Can you drop
to.
the beacon? Beacon? Beacon?
He said that shit like 3 times. He dropped beacon. He dropped beacon.
I need the right gear to do the job.
Look at Genesis with a cutscene might be viable.
Another motorcycle to crash.
Slow effect will work wonders on Blade ult. Yeah, you can make it slow a little bit too.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Reality is collapsing, and you lot are fighting each other. Are you gone?
A nice deep freeze.
Thanks for the love.
My beacon got deleted for some reason.
Oh wait, we have. I gotta break mine. Breaking mine.
No!
Alright, mines are broken right side.
I'm bro heals all meant for you.
Here, we can walk left. Let's walk left. Break the nest.
You out of my sight, Wolverine?
Nest broken. Nest broken.
Alright.
Hey, look here. Look here, look here, look here.
Bucky.
No, the map.
Emma, Luna.
I'm gonna break it. I'm looking at it. I looked at it. He's one. Nice, good up. I'm throwing heals.
Mag.
Nice one. He's one. Oh, nice. I'm throwing heals.
Just push it to the spawn. Don't let it be.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna be. Well, we're on 1 point. I think we'll get it. It's distracting. Nice.
What did that beacon do, Rock?
That guy almost died.
Where that beacon at, huh?
Great question. I'm gonna replace it right now.
It was so low.
Freeze.
No, not Emma! Oh my god.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, good kill.
That's my work.
I'm just throwing heals down. Hope on me. I'm gonna run away. I'm running away from Hope.
Got healers.
Throwing heals on me, you guys. Oh, good shit.
Freeze.
Bucky right here. He's by himself. Bucky one. Yeah, Bucky, kill Bucky! Thank you.
Someone get back here right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with her.
Alright, fun. They got a mag.
Luna, get on the clock. There you go. Thanks. Freeze.
Yes.
Oh, it's big.
Oh, we got Luna. Nice. Good shit. Get she's wet.
Oh my god.
Nice, guys.
We're cooking with gas.
That's it. Let's get a point. Good point. A little bit. It's magic. Careful. Magic.
Throw some heals up the middle.
Horribly played. Oh, so sorry. Magic one. We killed magic.
Throw some heals up the middle.
I'm doing it.
Where's my beacon at, bro? I ain't got a jump pack all day, bro.
Alright. Oh, hold on. Maybe 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Oh, I need 3 seconds.
Who pulled me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Infernasu.
Nah, this can't be the beacon.
No, we're good.
Whoever took me out, you just got your good.
Shit, so humble.
Where's that at?
I'm throwing heals down, ladies. On point. It's Emma Frost. Emma Frost. Oh shit, good job. I'm throwing heals on main for you. Don't worry. I got you. Oh shit. Alright, pushing point, Emma. I'm pushing point.
Sonic music going crazy right now. It's an odd placement.
What is that one that Infer?
I got revived in like 10.
I don't know what's wrong with
Where's
it.
the beacon, bro?
It's 10, bro. It got broke. Okay, beacon is down in the little room. I'm throwing heals on main. For you guys. Oh, they get out of rest. Alright, we have to rest. You're not down main.
Wait, how'd she get up?
I got ult down. This is for you guys. This is for you. Kill them. This is for you. Oh shit. Good shit. Working a point. Oh my god, get Emma. I'm on a point. She's the only one on point. Emma on point.
We're here.
On point. I'm throwing heals. I revived.
I keep trying to focus rocket. This guy goes out so fast.
Throwing heals on the main. Threw a revive down. Robbie? Oh, ladies, we got this. Revive down. They're down.
Ladies.
Oh, Emma, be careful. Oh, shit, you're crazy.
There's a fucking heals down there.
Hey, bitch is low. Thank you.
GG's.
The cops are crazy.
Love you, Infernasu.
GG's. Oh. I think Cyclops is getting a nerf next season. 1 gajillion%. One gajillion% Cyclops is getting nerfed. If Cyclops doesn't get nerfed next season, I am like, I don't even know what to say, bro. Like, I wouldn't even know what to say. Cause that motherfucker is so broken, bro. That motherfucker too broken. Told you it was a rank up game. You were actually right. Going back to Cobblemon. I'm gonna age up and go back and go play Cobblemon. I'm gonna age up and go play Cobblemon again, bro. What, the Dino? No, the Dino's fine now, I think. This poke meta anyway, the Dino, you're not even seeing that much of him. You're not even seeing that much of him since his poke meta. However, that Cyclops needs to get nerfed. I like age up. Wait, how old are you? I don't know. Guess. 55. 55. And for why you banned me on Twitch? I banned you? I haven't banned someone in months. What did you do? What's your username? One of my mods probably banned you. What's your username?
Victory. Those who oppose.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Oops.
Victory is in my sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
$23. Hard 30. Hard 30. What is a hard 30? What does that mean? Not guessing. If not sharing that info, you can keep it. My age is public. You can literally look it up in 2 seconds. Mm-hmm. 55. I like how multiple people said 55. These are some trolls. Multiple people said 55. Really? You can literally Google my age in 2 seconds. Try it and see what happens. You can Google my age in literally 2 seconds. Alright, playing Blade, bro.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I think it's my favorite Blade skin. The skin is just so sick. The World Cutter MVP as well. That shit is hard.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
This skin is cool too, but Polarity Edge is too hard. This skin is just too hard, bro. You got the waves on too. I feel like I see every Blade streamer use a different skin. I feel like this one's my favorite one. I know Avenue likes the Moon Blade one. That other guy likes the Sleepy one. Which one does Chris use a lot? I don't know which one Chris uses a lot. I think he uses Sleepy Blade. I love this one. This is my favorite skin. Every Blade mate uses different skins every time. But has a different favorite skin.
Getting hard to tell day from night anymore. Fortunately, you're one of the few of us equipped to handle.
Blade skin's better than all of them. The Phoenix, Blade waves. What is this, symbiote? Bro uses symbiote gel to fucking brush his hair. He uses symbiote gel. That's crazy. Let me find out if Phoenix no ball. Yo, would you guys use symbiote gel for your hair? If they made some wave gel, symbiote wave gel, would y'all use it? I never had waves, so like I can't answer that. Yes? Hell no. Yo, video thanks for I mean the stream streak. If I kept my hair perfect, I would have called my hair. What about the dino? Oh wait, I read that earlier. Rock is also easy to break. Yeah, but if you hide it, if the rocket is smart, they hide it in good spots, it's not easy to break. You can hide it in spots where like you can't even push up and go destroy it. While you're trying to do that, you're just gonna die. But when Iron Man, I'm crying. I got ulted by that guy too. I was hella dead.
I was born ready.
Keep moving it forward. Get that vehicle moving again.
Can I? Why are we standing up there still? I don't know why the whole team's still standing up there. Can we like get down? I'm walking them down. Let's go. Is that guy trolling?
That's some fancy armor. Too bad it's scratched. Silver bullet. Hell yeah. That's good as new.
Oh shit. The ult ran out. Why did Black Cat fight in a tank? I couldn't answer that, bro. Day one blade man. Let me tear everyone up.
This feels empty. Somehow dangerous. Here they come.
Oh yeah, I gotta tell Claude to add me to the book. I keep forgetting to talk to him.
Let's start healing soon.
Gotcha!
The hunt is on.
Heal for 1 HP.
That's not good. Oh my god, I can't even kill this girl. She just runs away. Oh fuck no. I don't even know where that was. He did in a branch. This guy's a rat.
Again!
But he's doing that shit on Loki clones. He's not even like that.
Yo, what the heck?
He's not even like that. He's a fraud.
This place is worth a good look.
Want to get their safe spider?
I'm gonna see people there are low. You gotta kill them now. So they rush it. You don't have anyone.
I've had ult for so long. Their supports are playing fucking light years away, so I can't even like go back there and ult them. Let me take a step into the ult room real quick.
Oh my god, bro.
That's max stacks, bro. That's 72, bro. Quit blowing me. No, man. Oh, Rocket is so broken, bro. Oh my god, that's so silly. Like, I kill this guy, he just gets rezzed by Rocket. Like, why would you buff this brain dead ass character that takes 0 skill? It's like the most autopilot character in the game, and he gets a buff. You buff the character that takes like negative brain power. Like, I don't get it. What is happening in this room? What in the fuck am I looking at?
Okay, I'm doing fine, don't worry.
While me and Colt are like 1v5ing, we're literally all fighting on point. So you can't just kill him.
Oh yeah, tenacity don't kick in, bro. That's just a nerf.
Oh, they're all in my room, bro.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
What? He ulted nothing.
Again!
Oh no, he did. God, bro. Yeah, you got revived. I killed the support. Dude got revived and just came up to me and just killed me. Like, okay. Very fun. Got Black Cat going crazy though.
Burn it. Everyone look at it.
That's the same workout, it's just you. Look, their Iron Man is just free. You guys should just go on him.
He's just annoying when I died. You just hold down one button. Or so still is.
Yeah.
What's Garner about? That's his res move. Is Gambit ult really that broken? Yes, it enables the most toxic shit in the game. Where's this fuck ass res beacon at, bro? That black cat going stupid, I can't lie. Might just be the black cat of all time.
Oh, I'm dead, help.
You only have Loki for heal. I'm pushing.
Maximum pulse!
Whoa, who ulted? What the heck? Bro, that thing was strange.
Pretty strange, right?
Pretty strange ult. Then absolutely everybody.
What? 15? Can we kill this guy?
Third one.
Get your heal bot ass out of here, bro. Get your ass back in that spawn.
By the way.
Get your ass back.
You can try to die so I can swap the screen.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I did.
I'm opening a portal.
Damn.
The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I got there.
Oh, my ears.
All the difference.
Immediately. Being immediately. That's just crazy.
Yeah. It's not even for the BP, bro. It's for Rogue.
Nah, he's getting muted. Nah, bro. Nah, that guy's getting muted. I don't care what he has to say. That guy's mic is horrendous, bro.
No, honestly, just don't go thing.
It's just no way, bro. No.
Just let me know when they're diving and I can
That's gonna give somebody in here a headache. That's gonna give somebody in here a headache, bro. I'm not doing that shit.
I can have this on water.
Story of my life.
Oh man.
Black Cat's damage is literally insane.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Dude, I 1v1 Thors all the time. Black Cat's damage is literally nothing to joke about. I promise I get peeled there.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be.
Come on then, if you think you're hard enough.
Should be better on offense than on defense. Kidnapping people.
Make sure you protect Penny Nest.
Kidnap people. That Glotrox. Joker in game chat. Wait,
I'm trying to
what?
watch out for anyone taking an offense. You die.
Fresh from the Walmart clearance, the fun microphone. The Walmart clearance was crazy, bro. I think my PlayStation 4, my PS5 controller might be better.
It's probably gonna start with that break. Alright, well,
I'm using the Glotrox, bro. What the hell are you thinking of? Yo, freaky yeah. Yo, freaky yeah. You look like when he was younger. I wasn't evil. I was just an asshole. Okay, maybe I was a little evil, but don't worry about that. Bears this shit out. Bro, that guy gets ult so fast, bro. Like, how is that even allowed? keep messing with my shotgun. Whoops.
Anything? Yeah, some swap. After you die.
Damn, I am missing my shotgun like crazy this match.
Nice, nice.
Thanks.
What's the rank wins like? The last game was chaotic, but we still won. I don't know what the KD is today.
Yes, she
I don't
never
think it's
gets
positive though.
Because everybody.
Like
Because everyone was doing so good on her, the bar to get ace is very so much. Like, Jimmy just have to carry every game to get ace.
Yo, can we just try that building?
Someone clip this!
You have your ace. You see how easily it can be taken away from me?
Yo, destroy this building.
Every fight.
If they come down this hallway, I'm gonna ult them. Destroy the building. Make it full.
Are you awesome?
How the fuck you make that shit full? Oh, there we go. I got Rocket and I got the Elsa. W. W. That is game. Bro is so obsessed with Ace.
Well, she clearly deserved it. She clearly deserved it.
Bro is too obsessed with Ace. Not that deep.
I'm not playing Venom.
If I'm cute with people, I'm only obsessed with Aces. I'm cute with people. That shit is mine. If I'm cute with someone, that shit's mine. If I'm alone, I don't give a fuck. That's how I get down. He got 28 finals, no Ace. Okay, I would be pissed. Okay, never mind. He's valid. Never mind. Never mind. He got 28 finals and no Ace. I'd be heated. Bro got robbed. Look at my damn solo steel blocks when we start climbing, bro. I'd be stupid pissed, bro. What? Never mind, bro. That much and no Ace? Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. RB's above you. What's up, Mike up to? Oh, why is his profile hidden? This dude Mike, bro. Is he streaming? Let me see. What he up to? Bro, Arby's. Oh, he's on MRC.
I'm just saying everything on the support side. Yeah.
That's why his profile's in. He's scrimming.
I honestly just say look to match, and then just say like, if
Arby's.
you want to initiate early, and then say
Woo!
like if you have your res up. Or
Shit look like mine.
Just say like, oh, I have res in 15, or like.
Mr. Hollywood.
You want to watch all
Who Mr. Hollywood? Arby's above you? Mr. Arby's?
Like when I have res up, I'll just say like, I have res up. Just play aggressive. It's kind of hard for me to track that on this support.
Mr. Arby's? I'm playing copyright music.
Yeah, no, you're chilling, bro. I mean, it's scrims at the end of the day, bro.
Someone's gotta stop Doom. I mean, Doom. There's only two.
If you want to hear music, come to the purple app.
All our teammates just left the server, so.
They're not responding to me, bro. I don't know.
Arby's. We have the meats. We have the meats. Yeah, what type of slogan is that? We have the meats. That's a ridiculous slogan, bro. Who made that shit? Who thought that shit was okay? We have the meats. What's Mark up to? Cooking with Cap? Yeah, that's a ban. You cooking with the Z tier? We have the meats. That shit is sick work, bro. The evil Preview show. What the hell was Vicious? Wasn't he literally in my stream
Specifically, what they
yesterday?
need to do against that character
He's there
by
already?
himself is actually kind of wild to see.
When we were
I don't-
playing
I don't think I've
Cuphead,
ever really
he was
seen a
in the
character
stream
that's
yesterday
had
night.
that much of
He
an
said he's
impact
flying on tomorrow. I didn't think
and
he'd
started fighting
be
people
there
alone
already.
in
Damn.
a very long time.
I think he fills a gap in the roster that people were waiting to be filled. I think in terms of it's again.
Damn,
it's a
Evo
unique
really is.
playstyle. No one else in the game really does what he's
I was
doing.
about to say tomorrow.
And also,
Wait, why is this today, not tomorrow?
They're younger players. They are no strangers to just.
Oh, Side Games booth. Yeah, it's the same venue. The venue looked exactly how I remember it. If he was weird, I'm not going to Evo this year. Because I've been going for the last like 2 to 3 years or something like that.
To compete with it almost straight away. And at this weekend, there might be players who have kind of been sitting on some of that secret.
Oh, they got the arcade thingies back. Yeah. What does Evo host? It's fighting games. Biggest fighting game tournament of the year. You breaking the streak? Oh, Vegas is expensive, bro. Fuck that. Vegas is so expensive, man. Invisible. Can I get a hi? What's up, Alex? How you doing? Cut your locks off? Yeah, go bold. Go bold, bro. Lock in. I thought you had motion. Wait, what? What does it matter if you get flown out to Evo or not? That shit is still expensive. The food, bro? The food and stuff is expensive, dude. Yeah, this queue's long as hell. Oh, there you go. We? No, don't say we. Your live is... Oh my god, my live just got restricted. Gotta restart the TikTok. Your recommendation because it contains unoriginal or reproduced content. Okay, yeah. Alright, buddy.
I'll fight to
TikTok
end
trip
the
again.
darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, gotta restart the TikTok stream. Favorite healer main streamer? Healer main streamer is crazy. There we go. Start the stream back up. Buff Gambito? Yeah, you're a criminal. You are a criminal. You need to be locked up. Bro said Buff Gambito. Yeah, you need to be locked up. You are a criminal.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Just beat it. They just announced new DLC for DOA 6. Oh, that's random. Minato? Who the hell is us? Who the fuck is Minato? I don't know who this is, but here. No, this is for DOA 6. It's a fighting game. I'm not playing this game. I play 7. I'll try out 7. Oh, she's moving. Launch trailer.
I feel a storm coming.
Oh shit, the match started.
The battle starts in 5,
Do you think all the buffs Blade got, he's A tier now? No. Hell no, he's not A tier. Oh. I did a tier list video. I don't think he's A tier. He's at most B. At most, if you know what you're doing. But if you're just a normal Blade player, you don't even know what the hell you're doing, that's C. If you actually play Blade, I'd say B. But like, if you don't play Blade, he's not even a hard character though. Okay, that is not good. Yeah. My team is getting torn up by that guy. Yeah, why would you guys go? We have no healers, and you guys still ran in on that guy. How do you feel about? Give me a second. I'll read down in a second. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, this match is fried, I fear. Thanks for the raid. How would you feel once the new characters, they reworks? Yeah, they need to do that. They do need to do that. They need to stop dropping characters for a little bit and just rework some characters and a new good balance patch. Like, I don't know, better patch notes. There's characters that are literally unplayable. Like, I don't know. How's the stream, Tara? You can't hold? Not at all, bro.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Yeah, this team is fried. This team is fried, I fear.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
It's time to do the right
I'm playing Psylocke, fuck that.
Demons, and villains.
Did he get off of thing? Okay, I guess. So many Gunnar emotes. Excuse me. Excuse me.
This will do nicely.
Yeah, this match is over. My tanks, I don't think they actually play tank. They can't deal with a simple BP.
I'm judge, jury, executioner!
And break the dock.
Out of sight. Here they come now.
He stopped them in their tracks.
That's better.
The ocean itself.
Wow, I look at chat for 2 seconds. I'm getting grabbed. Yeah, this character. I never thought I'd see the day Rocket be overtuned. You know, the devs are obsessed with making the most brain dead characters overtuned. Because why on earth is Rocket broken right now? Character takes like 0 skill, bro. Like I don't know why you'd make Rocket broken. Shit makes me want to go play Overwatch. So at least like characters in that game take skill. Like why does Rocket even exist? Wait, it's so weird because like Scarlet Witch is not allowed to be broken because she's very, very, very easy. It would destroy low level of play. But then you have a character like Rocket.
Judge, jury, executioner.
So I don't get it. But you have a character like Rockets for supports. So like, is it only applied to the DPS category? Like low key, that's kind of cheese though, no? Yeah, this match is fried.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which
Does your
sound
family
you're on.
know about? Wait, what did I just read?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My Odachi is sharp. My
Wait.
mind is sharper.
How much of a gooner you are? That is true. Does your family know? They don't because I'm not a gooner? Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Now, why you just lie for?
My Odachi is sharp. My Odachi is sharp. My mind.
Round 2,
I
go!
will not rest until I return to my world once more.
Lying. Yeah, why is he lying for? Learn from you? I appreciate that, dude. I'm glad I could teach you something a little bit.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Ah, so you have decided to join me in the fight against the surface world after all. I knew you would make the right choice.
This is but a temporary alliance. However, should you choose to join your mutant brethren on Krakoa,
I think I'm gonna switch accounts. I want to practice something.
3, 2, 1.
I want to practice a certain playstyle with
All you
Psylocke.
need to do is capture the mission area.
I think today's a ranked day.
The Vishanti sent me to the Ancient One. It was my destiny.
Need some ranged firepower. Someone stand my back.
Oh my goodness, bro. I should have dashed out of melee'd when I did that.
Farewell.
Decision making today is so poor. It's so fucking poor.
Out of sight. You're mine. I require help.
This character just does not die, bro. He can just keep healing himself infinitely. This character is basically immortal, bro. It's like one of the hardest characters to kill in the game.
You're mine. Our foe is here. Anyone willing to help?
Oh my god, bro.
Out of sight.
Why do you design a character like this? And he actually can just beat me 1v1. He just keeps healing himself. Like I can't do shit about it. Like why do I lose that matchup? It's so stupid. Panicking a bit. Of course I gotta fucking panic. He's literally healing a shitload. That was a Punisher back there. What's up, Aquasty? How does he live? Because he's healing himself constantly, and he's on top of freaking penny mines. That also heals him. Like, this shit is cancer. Hey, I wonder why people play Daredevil. Like, what the fuck? Why would I bother with a character like this that takes so much skill when I can just play like... What the fuck? That guy got deleted. He's just constantly bubbling himself, and then like when he shoots bubbles at me, it knocks me upwards. It makes my aim fucking whiff. When it's already extremely hard to hit his ass. Of course I'm fucking panicking. Like, what? Alright, they killed that character alone. Man, this guy's got a gun, bro. Oh my lordy. He's just beaming me and I'm actually losing. Hey, he just chasing me and I die. He's gonna chase? Yep. Yep, like why would I play solo? I can just do Star-Lord and just one-clip his ass for free. I don't gotta worry about a combo or nothing. It's actually so like annoying. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, bro.
Got something that needs to be blasted?
This character's infinitely better for diving.
Tremble before fast!
Keep pushing forward. Wait, I know how to think my soul weak.
Our enemies are near.
Teleporter ready.
What a nest up. Brother.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I just use counter.
I'm dead. Yeah, that guy shouldn't have used that. You getting so mad? I'm not getting mad. It's just frustrating trying to kill this character. Because he's very broken right now. Rocket included. I'm not Jeff. Rocket is. Jeff is like his only expertise is running away. Like anyone would get frustrated from that. Like what's it's called being human. If you get Cap buffed, okay, I'm gonna make Blade S tier. Buffed? How are you struggling on Cap? It doesn't matter what. Can I not? Yeah, they have so much anti-dive. Oh, she died. That dude left the game. I'm crying. You're taking this Jeff situation way better than I would. Yeah, I mean, the character is very hard to dive. I'm doing my job trying to get his attention, which I am getting his attention. It's just extremely hard to kill that guy. And also, Rocket is also healing the fuck out of him as well.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah, there's Penny and there's a thing, bro. I'm not fucking playing. I could play poke there. I don't fucking want to play poke. Gambit C tier at best. Okay, y'all are rage baiting. So y'all are rage baiting. I see. They'll say Gambit C tier. Oof.
Should be easy.
Oh, that's a take. C tier is a take. Why are we getting rickrolled?
Which hero do you think
That guy's
you
name
are
is
today?
Zaza's Teeth. Holy shit.
My order is sharp. My
What
mind
the
is
fuck
sharp.
did I just read?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Why's my YouTube black? It's like they changed the. Oh, never mind.
Yay, I beat you!
Marie Rose. What the hell? Damn, shade transitions go crazy in DOA. I forgot. Who the hell is that? What the hell? How am I gonna lose this match? We're banning Magic instead of Gambit. Okay. Thank you.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Let's go. Throwing is crazy. I swap.
Are you throwing or are you gonna give it a go? I'm down to try to give it a go.
My order
Wait, why is he
is
If you're
throwing?
nice with Widow.
My mind is sharper.
No, he's not actually throwing.
They tried to ban his Magic. It didn't land on Magic. I banned Gambit, so why is he throwing still? I mean, I guess. Okay. Okay. Like I don't know.
Stay strong.
We escape
I want to
the
try match with Frame Gen
little
off.
one. We shall face this new threat side by side as well. If only all your
What's my tank main? I can play tank. I can play like all of them. If I were to pick, I'm picking Dino or Emma.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit, tank is kind of boring.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
It's like an Avengers game.
Sayonara.
I don't know more. Oh, they're running into more hella. I'm like, what? I don't see a squid anywhere. It's a dead squid. This weak ass team up is still in the game.
I need time to heal.
They've made it halfway. Stop them. There's still a chance to stop them.
Group no heals, group no heals.
What the
Menor
fuck?
right side, nice.
Mantis was back there as well. Not Mantis.
I'll be healed. I'll be blocking.
You like that, Tro?
I do like that.
Friggin' what is his damn name? Hella.
You stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, they're running hella no more. I gotta switch. It's so hard for me to even walk up.
Try to hold a little space here.
Well,
Group no heals, group no heals. think ours is better. Ours is better.
Oh my fuck. Okay, man. That's the group.
Farewell.
What a fun match. Helena Moore. Yippee.
They got it. We really need something for these walls.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to Punisher after I ult. Learning DPS.
That or just play the bodyguard on the back line for the magic. That way they can keep healing me.
I gotta do a squid. Okay. Like,
Doctor, if you need to play DPS, bro, they got 3 DPS too. We can, if you prefer it. I don't mind soul thinking.
Squid while ulting. Wow.
Cool. Thanks.
Nice. Very fun. I do a squid.
Oh, I should have walked in. I thought we were.
Holy hell, we're getting blasted.
There's still a chance to stop them. Time to shine.
Fine, just regroup.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, we're reposition. Oh, I have the pull.
TP down, TP down.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Smoke screen.
Bro, we need to regroup, bro. We're too staggered. We're way too staggered, bro. Everybody regroup. Everybody regroup. Reset.
Nah, his name is Learning DPS, but he's running Helena Moore. That's so hilarious.
Almost made it up, but he fucking flew up.
There's something about that that's just funny to me.
He's here. You're looking for ult?
He already is.
Just one.
Magic goes to behind.
I need to heal. Thank you. Menor, no heals, no bubble.
Magic's still behind.
Please keep calming that no more behind. And I'll look at him. Magic behind. Magic behind. Careful. We have one support. Oh, half.
4 seconds.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I'm looking for all here.
I'm with you. No, come back. Come on.
I'm not.
That's a Mantis skin? Yeah, that's from last summer thingy.
We are undefeatable.
Yep.
No more magic.
We're back on our back.
It's even. 4-4. We win this. They're down here.
Now I'm
Okay.
I tried to block it for you. Plug, I'm sorry.
One of you summoned now.
Sarah, come back.
Battlefield ready again.
Roll half. I got your shield, sir. I got your shield.
Oh my god, I hate Helena Moore, bro. Oh, this maximum slot. The special grade slot.
Luna one. Blocking it.
Damn, we just died in the spawn room.
Don't give them another inch, or else.
Can we get another support ult?
They ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, this guy's watched all through.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up.
Jeffy Jefferson.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I don't think we're gonna get another split ult. We might just have to run triple if we're not gonna get another split ult.
Yo, can we get anything but Jeff? Please?
I was not even gonna click Jeff, and I don't know why you insta-locked him.
Okay, this works. Tank pool still at S. I think he's A or B. I don't remember where I put him. I don't think he's bad. It's just a lot of people aren't playing him that much anymore. Cause the one's on
I mean, I think it's winnable.
They're all on cap or fucking.
Yeah, bro, this is winnable, boys.
Venom.
We have 2 support ults, bros.
They're all on cap or Venom.
You guys are not good, bro. I promise you.
You kids should stay out of this.
It's our world too.
My Phoenix is around.
Might gonna be on corner on the right.
Do you have a rocket? We have a Hella, so I can assure that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Win this. The future is pretty clear. Next stop,
Just super cut off here. Super cut off here.
Dead.
Magic bind.
Dead.
Only one.
Fuck am I dying to, bro? Like dying to an unkillable squid is so annoying, yo. It's so silly. You can't stop it.
You don't have tank, bro. Just back up here.
I'm here. Max super cut off.
Some magic in our back line again.
Look at my.
I got him cut here.
Good.
Magic in her back. Walk. Can I get a heal?
We got all the.
Winnable. Walk. Everyone walk.
Beasts must be escorted to the world tree.
Spider-Man over here.
You're gonna portal? No, they don't make it.
I'm a counter. Oh, we don't need it.
It's fine. They don't make it.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
My goodness.
Go back on group. Back.
Did he just jump over me? I'm not crazy, right? Did he just jump over me? That sucks.
Chicken back.
Coming out of this portal. Walk up. I volt here. Don't need.
No.
Play point.
I'm pulling her out.
We pull.
Nice.
No more.
Nice.
3 on.
Nice. 3 on.
It's your birthday? Happy birthday, dude.
One left over here. I think it's magic. Yep. It's huge.
She grew. I'm not with you.
It's fine.
It's fine. We get it. We have fun.
Sheesh. That was too close.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Use the rocks to jump over. Oh, he jumped over me. He used my head as like a Goomba and just Goomba stomped me.
For my ult, because I'm not fucking gonna fat finger it.
Pull one in and just ult them so I can maybe fly this portal or something.
Toby Maguire got bit by a spider, but me. Go.
Fuck, there you go. Damn, I had a shot. Oh, I had to reload.
Let me know if you need.
Hashtag no more blade buffs.
Trying to get in a better spot. Can we break these walls, please?
Gotta walk off here.
That guy's dead.
Phoenix was one. Gru, look at Gru.
Nice.
I mean, I guess.
We win. Nice. Nice, guys.
The current score is 3-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I am the Phoenix. Behold my cosmic might.
Oh lordy. Oh, I didn't buy that new skin, did I?
I should alt. Fucking block alts and just ruins it for me.
The skin ain't bad.
I am the Phoenix.
I don't like the hair on this skin.
Behold, I am the Phoenix.
The skin is nice.
Behold, I am the
I don't think there's any skin better than our Ice Phoenix, and it's gonna take a while for them to drop a skin better than that one.
cosmic judgment every now and then.
You must have the playlist muted while you play. Hmm?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Weak ass Phoenix ult? What do you mean? I got them. I hit like 4 people. I got them all at half. My team just killed the rest of them. I destroyed the Loki clones too. Oh, it's about the enemies. Oh yeah. I she tried at least.
Something may have gotten lost in translation.
I didn't see burn 2 ults since the last round.
The battle starts.
Can we break this this platform as soon as we can?
3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Did they get back on Hella no more? Yo, these guys are shameless.
1.5 back there. Luna 1 back there. Hella half.
Neymar behind.
Only 60 seconds left.
Good shit, Turo. Walk a little. Listen to Invis.
Look at my.
Invis is 1, Turo. No hop.
Moore's flanking again. Oh lordy, bro. You have to shoot the more squids, but the more squids, like, squids are way far away from him. If you shoot the squids, he's just gonna shoot you.
I'll try to save you.
Ultimate crutch team out. Yeah,
Trying to heal up here. Put Snowflake on myself.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm gonna have to TP.
It's fine.
You better stop that vehicle. There's still a chance to stop them.
So you got a touch.
Oh, you guys need to touch.
Okay, insta dud.
Get it down, jump, please. Magus super cut off here.
The final 10 seconds.
Magno heals.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my
Magno heals and he's debacked.
You got the shit in me.
Going to overtime.
Holy fuck.
This is why I try and ban them more every single game.
This fucking team up is so dumb. I'm dying to squids the moment I enter the portal, bro. Like, oh my god. What a fucking character, bro.
That's how I like it.
They're on triple healer? Jesus Christ. Crutch of Doom. Oh, Friday was fucking Magneto.
1.5 on that little corner over there to the right. Can't help you. I can't help you.
That's what I unleash. Back for another tour.
Flash or half.
I'm ulting big ult.
Oh my god, yes! Hella one, hella one! I'm blocking it, Shooter right now, we lose!
Shooting with my clusters, I can't.
Oh my lordy. Unlucky. Damn, she rammed me. He like rammed me.
TP, we're gonna
that was pretty funny.
I pulled him. Why you push back?
They hit a checkpoint.
That shit was passionate. He fucking rammed me. I never seen. Oh no. We were getting rolled.
Regroup. Don't stagger.
Support's the best tanks. Confirmed. I shot the shit out of that Luna, but she didn't die. It's because she had her shift on, so she's healing while I'm shooting her. And she has better lifesteal than Blade. So dead ass too.
Clap up there. I'm gonna clap. Clapping.
I can't even use my old Magneto.
Can we heal tank? Can we heal tank?
Everyone died.
Beat this team? I mean, it's a slot team up. It's just hell in the more. I don't know how this shit is still in the game.
It's one of those nights, bro.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Nine to squids. Why does Luna flanking? Wow.
Down.
Double KO. The current score is 3-2-6.
Got a boy been here for 3 seasons now? Yep. And it's still unfun to fight. I'm fighting 2 champion Hela and Nemours.
Top-notch team to win this.
Very fun.
I'm not a hero. I'm the
Very fun. Yeah, I can't dive it because I mean it's Hela Nemours. You gotta dive them, but like you can't dive it because it's anti-dive. The counter to them is dive, but the team up is anti-dive, so it's like, wow, you really did a good one with this one.
Until I fall.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save yourselves.
Sorry, soldier. Smoke screen.
30 seconds before you attack.
Bro, the GTA 6, that shit was 146 days. This shit's at 146 days.
It's been a while since
Oh, they want to start their shit.
Unless I get blasted into another timeline.
If you get a crack at Doom, make it count.
So the dive is just die, basically. You have to dive to kill Hela, and you have to dive to kill Nemours. Maybe not more of Nemours, you can shoot him from afar, but Hela, you kind of have to dive to kill her. But the team is anti-dive, so it's like, oh. This game is so poke-oriented. You have a way more positive mindset playing poke compared to dive in this game. That's just the way it is, sadly. It's $80. What's $80? Oh, GTA 6, yes. GTA 6 is $80. The completed or ultimate edition is 100 or something like that. It's like 100. Boycott GTA 6. It's not PC first. Isn't it launching all No, wait, no. PS5 is getting it first, right?
That's 3.
Oh, we don't know yet? It's console first. Yeah, it's console first. I don't even know if it's Xbox is getting it. They're probably gonna do some shit where like you get to play 72 hours early if you go on PS5 though. I wouldn't be surprised they did that. Just to piss Xbox off. Console only. It'll come to PC eventually. It's not gonna just sit on all Rockstar games come to PC eventually. It's gonna be there for a while. This shit does no damage. Be the lowest damage skill in the game, I think. It might be. How long would this take to kill something with? 2 years? Yeah, it usually takes like a year or two. PlayStation did the same thing with Final Fantasy games. It's just expected, low key.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It's like low key expected at this point. Make a change.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, it's on Steam already? Yeah, they better send me the game because I'm not paying for it. At least I don't think I'm paying for it. Let me see. Oh, it is on Steam. This shit just arrived. And that shit says mostly negative already, damn. It just arrived today. I guess they shadow dropped it. The last round edition. June 24, 2026. Yeah, that's today. No rollback, no nothing. Let me see this shit. It's actually the exact same game. Wait, hold on. Let me pick my character. I'll play him in this match.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure,
Okay, let's see through this.
more dazzling the diamond.
This is actually the exact same game. DOA 5OR gave 2 characters and 2 returning stages. These are previously released DLC characters. No DLC costumes, no stages. That shit got nothing in it, damn. So the gameplay in Punisher 6 Final. Did I have 6? I didn't look at it. I think you should at least try deterrent a few times to hold angles. Yeah, probably. I mean, I couldn't even stand still to hold any turret or hold any angle because Namor was flanking. Even if I wanted to turn, I would have got destroyed by Namor flanking. Namor was literally flanking. Like, even if I wanted to hold an angle, I couldn't.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Like, I feel like if I turned it, that would have been a death wish. Like, there's a dive Namor. Like, you saw him sneaking up on us over and over. So if I turned it, I just died to that guy. But I don't know. It's easier to judge things in hindsight as opposed to being in the moment.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, look away for 2 seconds. I'm just gonna fucking throw some squids down. Just backshot me with tridents.
Please. I've been training for this since I was a teenager. Got my eye on some welcome guests.
It was a bad game for me. That's all I could do. Is that rocket? How the fuck is this guy back? Oh my god, there's a champion rocket on this one. God. Those is like stormtroopers today, I fear. You have all already? I'm at 50. Is that not mad? I'm at 50 and this guy has ult. Yo, kill this cringe bag. He gets all that fast, bro. My supports were at like 70 and he's at like 100. What is dude now? Yo, Rocket is so tuned out. The game just started. Team selling you, bro. Still, bro. Like I don't even care about that. Rocket already has ult. Why would they lower that guy's ult cost? I don't get that. What?
All with you, Emma.
Like there's other, like I feel like they keep trying to balance shit around triple healer that it's like ruining normal comps. That's why they buffed him probably, because of triple healer. They want something to fight triple healer because Rocket's really good in the triple healer, but like it's ruining normal comps. Trying to balance both. It's so annoying.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Like just get rid of that shit, bro. Please, for the love of God. Like trying to balance the normal game and triple heal at the same time, just making this game fucking miserable. It's making the game so miserable. What the fuck was he doing? Did you see that?
What do I hit next?
I think that's my main problem with this game. They're trying to like balance triple healer and also balance the main game at the same time. So it's like making shit so funky with the changes and decision making with some of the balance changes. Because why the hell are you buffing Rocket?
Check out this spot.
Yeah, just 43. Isn't it 4,000? No, it's 4,000. Look at the patch notes. It's not 43 anymore. It's 4,000. Go look at the patch notes from season. It should be 7.5 or 8. It should be 7.5 or 8. Or maybe it was 8.5. It's one of them. If you look at the website's outdated. It's 4,000 now, not 4,300. Like even the website's outdated for Blade. Like when I was doing my Blade guide, like there was so much outdated shit on the website I had to like fix.
If King T'Challa wants a statue, we will deliver.
Yeah, why the hell does a main support have the same ult charge as Ultron? They didn't think that through, huh? Their Ultron ult is nowhere near as good as Rocket ult. That's what.
Enemies better beware. Double KO.
I'm back, and now there's Hellfire to pay.
What fighting game we playing today? We're playing Tekken or 2X. If we do play a fighting game.
A little help, please.
I've got eyes on our enemy.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh, so up here. I don't know if we're gonna play fighting. We'll see. I might.
A nice deep freeze. Your vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up.
Wow, that's insane. Oh yeah, she's CC me in this, huh? I keep forgetting. I'm trying to grab her ass.
Don't let him stand in our way.
Try to grab out the tornado. That shit would be sick though, no? It would look cool as fuck. Would it not look cool? Some invincible shit. Vilcher might.
Damn, bro, can you handle me like that?
Oh. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Guess I'll just get this guy.
I am ready to put on a show.
What?
The current score is 3.
Fear Magneto.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Fear Magneto.
The more dazzling the diamond.
Yo, this Jitward Kingsman drama is crazy, bro. You telling me Jitward made a doc? What is this doc, bro? He made a whole Google doc on Kingsman? This is AI. This is an AI doc.
Round 2, go!
It is AI generated.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
What am I looking at, yo? That's an AI generated doc.
When mutants are in
Alrighty.
danger,
Interesting.
the White Queen answers. Usually.
What's the new drama? Okay, so you know the little charge event thingy? The charge thing. Okay, so okay, let me go back to the start. My bad. NetEase is doing an event where with Twitch where like they want people to put like a plugin on their Twitch and then like you fill up like a Cyclops meter thingy or whatever, and to do it your chat has to spam ! charge. And the top 2 people on the leaderboard at the end of it by the 25th get 500 gifted each. Yeah, the people are just accusing each other of cheating. So what everyone's doing is that people are like macroing and getting their chat to just like macro it, but NetEase said macroing isn't allowed, so everyone's just saying it. He said, she said, he cheated, no he cheated, no he cheated, he cheated. Like, it's just that's literally all it is. Everyone's just accusing each other of cheating. But yeah, so basically Jitward's accusing Kingsman of macroing. I mean, Kingsman's accusing Jitward of macroing. He's calling him a cheater, blah blah blah. He deleted the tweet though, so I don't know what's happening there. And people are all like, oh, Kingsman doesn't even need the money anyway, so what the fuck is he so pressed about this? That you literally won millions of tournaments with blah blah blah. You get invited to every tournament, blah blah blah. And Kingsman is like, okay, who cares? It's $500. I mean, it's 500 gifted, which is like what, 1.5k? Any normal person would be mad if they're getting cheated out of 1.5k because apparently his opposition is macroing or cheating. But then Jitward's also saying he's cheating as well. His chat is cheating, macroing as well. So like, I don't fucking know. I'm pretty sure everyone's macroing if I had to guess, because you can't control your chat macroing or not. Like what people are doing is that they're putting their chats in VIP mode and then macroing it like crazy. And then like VIPing a ton of people so they can spam ! charge, and the chat's like unreadable. Am I doing it? Fuck no. I'm not doing it because your chat becomes unreadable if you do it.
Can we like report Luna? They're like talking shit
man.
to my mom on the phone.
You said what?
Luna is talking shit to my in real life on the phone.
You can't
be. Is that your duo?
I'm afraid.
Fuck no. I'd rather kill myself than to be with this dumbass garbage, Luna. Fuck.
Yeah, he's black.
What? Why did you say that?
Wait. Yeah, why did she say that?
I don't
You're not a friendly neighbor.
Yo, your friend is crazy, I must say.
Friend? I'm insulted. I wouldn't be friends with somebody like this.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all got going on, but y'all need help.
Nothing. I don't know this person. They just didn't heal me when I was ulting, and they talked to my mom on the phone.
Why is she racist? What's wrong with your friend?
I don't know. Fun fact, she was on my game like a few days ago, and she was
Do you think it's funny to be racist or something?
Yeah, right? Like, okay.
Yeah, you might just be a loser. I can't lie.
Yeah, see? She's kind of deeper.
Just because you're black.
Yeah, you're a loser. I was right.
Just report.
Nothing like seeing her perform live.
I don't know why you think it's cool to be racist, but you need help.
Right? They need to go to an asylum. Like, they're so fucking racist.
There's a bush syndrome. There's probably something to do with a bush syndrome if I dig us. I think it's just quirky to be racist, I guess. Oh shit, he just destroyed my own thing. Oh man.
Going to overtime.
Just report Luna and avoid them if you don't, if you want to keep your eyes and ears clean from the malicious, wanting to be racist.
You're black.
Final score: 3.
You know what?
Jesus Christ, bro.
Thanks, Mika.
Another
What was he about to say?
big win.
What was he about to say? It's like a racist duo just queuing up. Like what? No, I mean they're doing for sure. They're just tension farming. I don't know. Jesus Christ. How are you fucking doing anymore? Weirdos, yeah. Got a clip for me, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was about to say a hard R. But you guys said the other fish is in this one? The one I haven't gotten yet? Oh, fuck. This one is in the other one? Okay. Are y'all sure it's in this one? Because it's got to be a legendary, no? So I would assume it's in the... Oh, fuck. King's got his Icarus situation. Yeah, that shit's all over Twitter. Everyone's just like... Everyone's just on each other's throats about that shit.
I can't wait to watch.
Look at this. No, let me hear the music.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Play Blade the Smash.
Fight to end.
Oh man, I can't wait to watch my favorite Twitch streamers today on Twitch. Let me see what. Oh, Kingsman262. Let me see what he has, what he's up to. All right, let me see. Oh, god damn.
Chat's locked to VIP mode.
You think he'll read my message? Oh damn, my message is gone. It's all good.
And you wonder why I'm not doing that challenge.
Let me see what.
If you're doing that, you have to just like tell your chat, oh, go to the red app if you want me to read your messages. I'm not doing that.
What has to say.
And you have to find like 20 good men in your chat that will sit there macroing for you. I'm not doing that shit, bro.
He follows me on Twitter.
Like, what do
He's a
I look
pretty cool
like,
guy.
bro? I'm getting you to fucking macro my stream for like, bro.
Let me just watch.
Yeah, it's 500 gifted, but like, bro, I'm not doing that shit, bro. And also, the event is low-key biased. It's cheese because I feel like big streamers would have a higher chance of getting 50 good men or whatever amount of good men. The more men, the better to macro for you. Like, what? How is any small streamer supposed to compete with like a big streamer with thousands of people in their chat macroing for them? And like, obviously, you wouldn't tell them to macro, but people are gonna do it anyway. Like, how am I supposed to know somebody in my chat not macroing or is macroing? You won't know.
Ooh, shit. I don't think he's gonna read my message either.
Yeah, that's the little charge bar. You see that Cyclops thing? That's the thing they want you to do. And there's like a leaderboard on everybody's streams. Hold on. Let me see. Who's number one on the leaderboard? They doing it right now, bro. Goddamn. Follower only. Yeah, I'm not doing that shit, bro. Number 2 right now is Jitword and this guy. Kingsman's number 3. This guy been doing that shit too. Hold on, let me see if I can find this guy's stream. Oh, he's not live right now. Yeah, that shit's unwatchable, bro. How you supposed to interact with the streamer when they like, brother, what? Chat's in uninteractable. Like, what I'm supposed to do? Yo, hi, Jitword. Like, like what? He can't see my message. Like, what is that? So you gonna sit there for streaming for like hours? Because obviously, the longer you stream, the better. He's been live for 10 hours with an unreadable chat. I'm not doing that, bro. I don't care if it's 500 gifted, bro. What's that? 2K or 1.5, bro? Not all money is good money, bro. Like, I'm not doing that shit, bro. 10 hours of straight charge in chat, brother. I'm good.
The battle starts in 5.
Do you respect Luna mains? Sure.
3,
Outside of that freeze hitbox, that freeze hitbox is reduced.
Got it?
And Twitch is still taking a cut of that too, yeah. Like, what? Depends on how much split you have. Are you on 70-30 split? Are you on 60-40? Are you on 50-50? I'm on 60-40. So I'm level 1 partner or whatever. The only people that are like 70-30 on Twitch are like real big streamers, or people with like a crazy little fan base. Because you have to get 300 tier 1 subs to get 70-30 split. I only get like 100 or 200 tier 1 subs a month. 300 is a lot. And you have to have it 3 months in a row. That's a lot. And gifted subs do not count. So I'm on 60-40. I'm not on 70-30. The only people on 70-30 are like really, really big streamers. I think she already loses to Freeze. Nah, you can see what level I'm at. It's at the bottom of my stream, no? It should show it down there. Partner level, it should be at the bottom of the stream. Don't believe it, just watch. Okay. I'll play the game one day. Why do I keep missing my dashes? I think she needed to do that, but whatever.
I am ready to put on a show.
Down, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. What level am I? I'm partner plus level 1. Yep. See, it shows it right here. I'm partner plus level 1. Yeah, I only get 100 a month. Gifted subs don't count. If you want 70, yeah, I'm on 60-40. If you want 70-30 split, that's 300 points. Tier 2 subs give 2 points. Tier 3 subs give 6 points. Like, no one pushes for that shit because that's too hard to push for. Like, what do you mean gift subs don't count? That's stupid. So even if you did like a subathon, unless you get like a shitload of tier 1 subs, you're not getting 70-30 split on Twitch. You gotta be like a real big streamer. Like, I mean, like big as in like you gotta average like 1K. And even when you average 1K, you gotta have like people gifting. I mean, actually supporting you. Or not actually supporting, actually like subbing up.
As I expected.
What's up, Senshu? What's up, Shu? What's up, Shank? What are your forces to climb out of metal rank? Honestly, you just gotta play more. So I feel like people only get stuck on it by not playing more and like not like watching guides. If you're truly actually stuck, you need to watch like guides. I want to fight a Luna at 100. I mean, I'm at 100.
Somebody's always trying to.
Damn, she grabbed me and not Venom. So she had good aim right there. No, I wasn't even in the. No, that's cheese. I was on the. Nah, that should have missed, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy. Latency or nah, that's crazy, bro. That should have missed. Fuck no. Ordering GTA 6? Not yet. We're obviously gonna play GTA 6 day one, but I didn't order it yet. I want to play it on PC. I don't want to play it on console, but I don't think I might have a choice. But yeah, I'll probably like pre-order it like a day before it drops or some shit. In case I get like a sponsor and get it free hopefully or something, you know.
I am ready to put on a show.
That guy's unfightable.
Back in the game. Slice and dice. The hunt is on.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Hell yeah. Spotted one. Spotted one. Slice and dice. 1,000 gods.
Oh, you shitting me, bro. Oh, my team, bro. There's 6 people back there, or 5 million people. Let me get the supports, bro. Let me eat, bro. Let me eat, bro. I need this shit, bro. I need this shit, bro. Does any snowflake on Blade really help? Yeah, helps. Helps uptime. Yeah, it helps.
Current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including
BlazBlue Central Fiction concurrent player count. Holy shit, that shit spiked.
The right heroes can make all the difference.
That's funny.
End the darkness that spawned me.
That's hilarious. You can actually probably get on that game, get a match. It's probably not a Discord fighter for a couple of days. Surely they announced a new game at like Evo or something, right? There's no way they just randomly just dropping another character for that game. It's like how like DBFZ just randomly dropped the new character for fucking Sparking Zero. Well, not Sparking Zero. For fighters. Like what's? Do you mean just randomly decided to drop a character? So random. Was on Steam charts in GTA 6. Before GTA 6. Latest Brawl DPI. He's Brawl, yeah. He's really good in Brawl comps. Random with like what? Hulk and thing or something.
That's really
Helps a
more
lot.
Emma's territory than it is mine. Why?
What's up, Infinite? How you doing? They're prepping a new game? Yeah, they gotta be. ArcSys is definitely prepping a new DBFZ. Just that the issue is that they gotta find someone new to make it. I mean, they already clearly got someone new because look at the way that new Goku looks. They're trying to find someone that can replicate ArcSys style, but still keep it looking good.
From securing the mission area.
Because there's no way ArcSys I'm in Arxis. Bondi wants to let go of fighters. IP makes some money. I just hope it looks and plays as well as fighters. G. That's value. That's value. That's value. I'll trade a blade for a Cyclops kill any day. What? A Z tier for a what? A B or C tier? That's a good trade. Oh my god, this guy's whipping me, bro. Oh my god, please somebody get that guy down from there, bro. He's really the only one on their team doing something. God, bro, they be looking for you. Them Emmas, bro. I heard her go diamond for him. She chased me all the way over there. Damn. I heard her go diamond for him, but I was hoping she would grab somebody else, but she went all the way to me. Damn. That's kind of crazy, no? The Cyclops in C stands for C tier. The C in Cyclops stands for C tier? Sure, buddy. It's kind of Cyclops dive? Yeah, it's dive. Shield tanks and dive. But he's just so overtuned right now that, like, obviously, if you dive him, he will probably beat you.
Fantastic! 1,000 gods! I had you covered. Slice and dice. Optic fury! Blessed crew!
I'm hurt.
I've always
He's the only one on their team killing me. My last like 3 or 4 deaths have been him. So then I guess getting grabbed by ammo.
Back in the game. By the eye of Agamotto!
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, my team didn't come down, I guess. Oh, I died to Cyclops again.
Hell yeah. Taste cold steel.
Better stop that vehicle.
For mutant kind. Spotted one. As good as new.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Wow. That's like the 10th time in the past 3 days.
This time. The hunt is on.
Oh man.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Do I even check TikTok chat? You ask any other questions other than do I check TikTok chat?
Back in the game. Taste cold steel.
Oh, this is not good.
Better stop that vehicle. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
What? He didn't die. There was one. That's so sad. They're locked in. There was one.
Double KO. You got them all.
Stay out of my way.
They are low-key coming back on us though, I can't lie.
Back in the
I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a better time than them though, so I think we'll be fine. Am I getting healed enough? I'm getting healed a decent amount. Decent amount. Can wait for Tokon. It's just gonna be a safe one run.
To put on a show.
By the house of I had you covered.
Jeez, that character. What a character, I must say. Yeah, GTA 6 is actually $80, yeah. Yeah, surprised? How much hype people are glazing it? Like, they're gonna take advantage of that.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I just lost to 2 healers. Okay, we have a better time than them. It's not that bad. Not that bad. That Cyclops you eat it for free? Orange or banana? I hate both. I'm allergic to both.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the
There's that orange or bananas. I hate both of those. I hate both of them and I'm allergic to both, so like I'm not picking either. Helen Moore will counter that Klops. Helen Moore. Okay, I need to go kill that Cyclops.
My mind is sharp. My and villains. They all fall by my blade, just the same.
Pick a debuff. Well, I don't really care if I'm allergic to it because I don't like it. I mean, I can still eat it. It's not gonna fucking kill me. Like, I'm allergic to apples. I still eat apples. I like apples.
Evil spirits from many lands.
I said pick a debuff. It's not a debuff for me because I mean, it just makes my lip rash, but that's about it. Or itch or whatever, not rash. Other than that, it's not like I'm just a little bit allergic. I'm not highly allergic.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Only 60 seconds left.
I'm not sure I like the optics on this scenario.
Oh, look who's here.
Oh, my team can come out. Like, what is that mobility? He doesn't die. That's so sad. I think Blade would be better for this part. Oh my god, I insta-die, bro. This character does so much damage. Like, what are you doing in Cyclops, bro? He just fucking deletes you, bro. I main Klops? You made a fucking ZZZZZ tier. What is that?
Different version of me.
Holy fuck. I literally cannot exist or breathe, bro. I just get deleted. Thoughts on pairs? Pairs are fire. Holy fuck. What the fuck is this guy doing? Oh my god, it pulled me. He fucking died.
The current score is 3-2.
Oh man.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Hey, remember when you jumped off the map as Cap? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
My mind is sharper.
Round 4, go!
I'm just a sword for hire. This is all so much bigger than me.
Oh man, oh man, oh man.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
At last, the prodigal son has returned.
The prodigal son has returned.
While I was out of commission, Eric. I can handle things from here. Charles may have chosen you to uphold his legacy, Scott, but I was there when his dream began.
Mangoes overrated? What? I like mangoes.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
I like mangoes. What you mean?
2, 1.
Mangoes are nice.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
How's that Cyclops not ace? He is ace. Oh, they're Cyclops. I don't know. I mean, he's mainly killing people once they're already low. He low-key. What the fuck is this guy doing? Why is this guy playing off angles?
This place is worth a good look. A little help, please. Farewell. Only 60 seconds left.
I can't even like go to off angle or nothing.
Step aside.
Got my eye on someone. Welcome.
Down to 30 seconds.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, nice. Bad.
By the eye of Agamotto. Leave me, darkness.
What's up, Patch? Wait, did he let go of the fade too early? Should we have survived that, or am I tripping? It's been 1 year.
One
Damn.
year goes quick TF.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, that guy's dead.
I am ready to put on a show.
Holy fuck. Oh, I'm dead. Zam.
Score 3, 2, 4.
I didn't even have a better Cyclops or nothing. It's just that we didn't have 2 tanks. Unfortunate. That's unfortunate. The other tank went healer instead. Like I guess he decided we weren't getting enough healing. I don't know what the hell he was doing. Wait, Johnny and Spider-Man were big. Fuck. I didn't even notice that part. I didn't even notice that part. Wait, what? I didn't even peep that. I want some food, so I'm gonna go AFK real quick. Who live? Who live? Some steal some content. Who live? Here she comes. She's a man eater. Already see us live. Are they playing Rivals? What the fuck are they playing? What is this?
Big bro. Check it out, check it out.
What is 2 plus 2? What?
What is 2 plus 2? What the fuck are they on? It's called Escape Simulator 2. It was just on Rivals.
Administer manual first aid. Oh.
Manual first aid?
Yeah, you gotta look down and click it.
Let me get that.
2 plus 2.
Manu's still in a match.
You're getting question marks now.
Oh, nah, he's just chilling.
I get the point of it.
Anti-stream snipe technology.
Go with that.
Can we charge it up some more, please?
Okay, yeah, charge it up. Charge it up. Okay.
Oh,
That's
it's
clean.
in every single one
Ooh,
of our
wrong.
levels.
I'm telling you, it's like 6, 8 games in a row now.
I don't know how you guys are so fast with the charge. I gotta do better.
Alright, y'all can watch Panu. I will be right back. I'm hungry as fuck.
The worst thing.
I don't even know what I'm gonna eat, but I'm gonna find something.
Because everyone hates AI even though it's useful. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really just don't like Gen AI. Like, I insta-scroll if I see, like, the AI, you know, those, like, like, the TikToks where it's just, like, some brain rot shit. Like, a bunch of fruits, like, jumping around. Like, I insta-scroll that shit. Still getting target ban? Not this game.
Oh my god.
Let's win.
Let's get to it.
Alright, I just walked into the wall.
Like Minecraft?
I'm dying, yo, I'm dying to air. Look at my HP.
It's full health, by the way. Does your girlfriend also like anime?
She's watched
You gonna watch the show?
Like,
you gonna watch what I recommended to with her? You should watch it together. My friend watched it with his girlfriend and she loved it as well.
Yeah, is it like bloody? She just doesn't like.
No.
Well, she liked you know what she really liked? Akame got killed.
No, she likes anime. She likes good writing. She gonna love this. This will be a treat. Listen, there's a reason it's my favorite anime of all time. My second favorite anime is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's it.
I answered.
Number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, people have been telling me to watch JoJo's, but
You need to watch. It's just like, it's just essential to your life. If you want to grow in life, you have to watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
I've done a couple JoJo edits back in the Overwatch days. Some of the audios. You know what I do? Like, I mean, I've seen a lot of clips of JoJo's. I really like the sound design on that one.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. Jotaro's punches sound like fucking machine guns. And then
You know what? Oh, you know the one I like, the sound design? Fire Force. The audio on that one was crazy. I like that one.
Mohammed Abdul! Yes! I am!
What?
If you know, you know, you know.
I don't know. Sorry.
You just don't know, and that's okay, you know. No, show it! And he ate it. How do you not know that? You don't know that yes, I am. Watch the show. Yes, I am. Oh, come on. I'm not crazy. I'm not fucking crazy.
No, people are saying, okay. People are saying, okay, your mod just came in here and called you a dork. Okay.
Who fucking said it? Who dares?
I won't snitch. It's one of your mods.
Who did it? Who did it?
I'm not snitching.
John? Beeferly? Nuts?
Mods, delete
Why
the
am I not in
message.
here charging?
Delete the messages. Delete the messages.
You got all this time to go in there and call me a dork? You can't charge? How dare you?
You're not even mad they called you a dork. You're just mad they're not charging. You fucking freak.
Yo.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
God. Call me whatever you want, bro. You better be charging.
I'll do both at the same time. It's fine.
Who did it?
He said
I
get
don't see
back
any
to
of my
work.
mods in my chat right now charging. I'll tell you that much.
You can't see anybody charging, bro. Your shit's moving at like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I can read. What do you mean? I can read everything. Definitely.
What are you talking about? I don't care how many manhwas you finish. You're
I'm
not
having
reading
to,
that chat.
I'm
bro.
like, I'm gonna pass out, bro.
Whoa.
I feel like someone with no social interaction except YouTube chat, and it's like just all Twitch refugees, and it's like, wait, who did it? Yo, YouTube chat, tell me. I can read you guys. Who did it?
Don't snitch, bro. Don't snitch.
Someone find it. YouTube chat, snitch. You don't like Twitch chat, right? Tell me who did it.
Don't snitch. Don't snitch. Don't snitch.
Tell me who did it. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna half your charge wage. That's right. Definitely dots. You think it was dots? Usually, I thought
I'm not saying anything. I won't say any names.
So it was dots. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying any names.
So
You
it
see
was
that?
dots.
You see
Yeah,
that?
that's all the
I got you.
explanation.
I got you. You see that? See how I redirect the
Are we getting
attention?
Arby's
In
today?
advance
What?
rate. You see that?
Shit, he's gonna get
Now,
that
now I got
caught
the other guy in
so
trouble.
You guys want to raid Panu's chat? Why would we raid Panu's chat for that ending? Bro, what? What, Wingstop? Wingstop was fire.
Best in slot. Let's
Oh,
go.
wow.
Best.
Wingstop is fire. Tripping.
Character, best in slot. Can we kill their healer?
They're patty caking hard. You can kill anything in front of you.
I'll bubble you. You need to stop this patty cake nonsense. It's pathetic squabbling. Can't handle the wrath of Panu and Magneto.
That's their character.
And he's dead, GG. Oh wow, so it was dots. She just confirmed that she. Wow. Okay. I see how it is. I don't know. That's okay.
Wingstop is pretty good.
Sacrificed an innocent mod.
I don't know why people hate it. There's tons of
Just sacked
flavors.
An innocent mod for you.
And you get chicken sandwiches, bro. Like, it's pretty fire, no?
Wait, what? Are you dots?
I'm banning that word.
Your girlfriend.
There's tons of flavors.
What are you talking
There's chicken sandwiches. The fries are good. The Cajun fries
I
are
just
amazing.
helped you. What do you mean?
Tons of variety.
I mean, I could ban it from my
just
chat,
saved
or I
you.
can call my chat the Chargers. The Chargers.
Can't go wrong.
Is that a tough name?
I don't know how you would
Would
hate.
you guys
Hate
like to be called the Chargers?
Wingstop. Unless you just ordered a flavor you don't like.
I just saved your life.
Well, actually, when I was in Florida, I got
Dora likes it.
What I get? I got
Nobody else. Everybody else.
lemon pepper wings. They were salty as fuck. They were salty as fuck.
Yeah,
I don't know
you're in my
why
chat,
they were
so
so salty.
I have no responsibility.
They were
to
crazy
Kingsman's
salty.
mod.
I don't know why it was so salty, but whatever. No, we're watch partying Eva. I'm not going though.
Let's go.
Start on Friday. I haven't watched parties since 2023. Since I went to the last two ones.
I've got all, guys. I've got all.
None of my friends are going to Evo, so there's no reason for me to go.
3, 2.
And there's nothing for me to
Here
record
we go.
because everything's out already. Other than I guess Togon and
This
Avatar.
is what you call a basketball.
Everything's out already.
I gambled all my aura for that, by the way.
I'm not about to fly to Vegas.
I mean, it wasn't the best like aura set.
Just for
to start
record
with.
2 games.
Did
Like
you
what?
say This is what you call a basketball trick shot. I mean, the
Unless it was a
setup
net
wasn't
positive,
great
like
to
the videos will make the money back, but
What
it
kind
won't.
of shit was that, man?
Because, like, I mean, it's Togon. It's footage we've already seen before.
Yo, wrong chat, is there?
It's not like you're showing on like unreleased characters or nothing.
Hi, my name's Kingsman, and this is Dude Perfect type situation.
Wait,
Now in 2023, nothing was out yet. Well,
Wait, did Dodge actually get
and yet
demodded?
we grow tired.
was there a lot of shit I know? There's like, well, Street Fighter is out in
Thus, we
Tekken, but like,
continue to charge with no end in sight.
there was like DLC and shit. There's a bunch of reasons to go.
2.5 million, not
And also,
enough
like,
for
it was my
me.
first Evo.
Where does D greed end?
Bro, you guys are in a public chat.
Why did I go that year?
If first place is not enough,
I was recording a shitload of stuff. I don't remember what I was doing, but all I remember is that I had like,
and then what?
I had like 9 appointments
The entire process
to record a bunch of different games.
tomorrow. Please, my king, have mercy.
And I was doing stuff. Like I literally couldn't even sign up for any games. Like I was doing, I had so many appointments.
You're
This
overworking.
may be a hard battle of attrition, but
Most games are already out now, so if I go now, I'm only gonna have like what, 2 or 3 appointments.
AI take over.
Like the rest of the shit, I wouldn't care about. And like out of all those appointments, how many of those games am I gonna care about?
Sweat and tears.
What,
Go into
Avatar,
each and
Tokan?
every charge that is pumped into
About
my
it.
chat. And
I mean, like, I'm sure they're probably gonna have like Yasmin DLC and stuff, but we're probably not gonna be allowed to record
They
it.
fuel us as and bring us together. Because
Someone's
we
gonna
are
get
chargers.
carpal tunnel from this, bro.
Not some blue
Someone's gonna
cheese?
get arthritis.
I already have carpal.
I like regular cheese more than blue
Someone's
cheese,
gonna
but
get something.
I mean, I guess.
That is why we charge.
Can you
Evo's
see,
happening
like,
this week. It doesn't feel weird. Yeah, it
top
doesn't.
chargers?
Yes, I
It
can.
feels weird that Evo's happening this week.
But because we are beating
Avatar again. Oh, the movie doesn't get delayed.
people who are
What is it delayed? It's out already. Are there any new things that you would change in the Blade guide? Yeah. Well, not change. There's stuff I didn't add. I forgot to add, which I did say I was gonna forget to add. Didn't I write it?
Eddie, thanks for the rate of 77 billion people.
Didn't I write it? I wrote it down somewhere. I just don't know where I wrote it down at. Give me a second.
Don't be upset. I do that every
Oh, I forgot to talk about the fact that your E, your bloodline form, reloads your gun after like what, 3 seconds or something of being in it, and also your sword spin hits behind you, and also you can see people through walls if they're low HP with bloodline on. And I was gonna talk about how you can kind of like pull people with the gun shift, but like it's kind of niche. I don't know if that's even worth.
Yeah, wait, you're a Minecraft guy growing up?
I think that's about it. There was some other stuff, but I forgot.
I got you. I appreciate you. Not Skyblock. My friend Boo, he used to grind TNT run.
Am I eating?
Oh, I was a TNT runner, alright.
Protein pancakes.
You're tough on TNT
Well,
run?
there's 2 waffles in it too, though. Because for some reason someone left 2 waffles unfinished. So
Are they demanding?
I was like, okay, sure, I'll take it.
No demanding compensation. He just said, you've motivated my viewers. They said, you're paying for my surgery. Mr. Multi-millionaire. Oh, now that's a multi-millionaire step.
Yeah, the movie did get leaked. It got leaked.
Now all of a sudden,
That movie got that movie got like that. I don't even know what you even call that.
People come to my chat
Top 3 rivals maps.
when you say go to King's,
like,
you motherfucker.
Top 3 rivals maps.
The last person to ask,
Let me think. Let me think. Let me think.
Bro, we don't actually expect free shit.
I know which ones I hate, but like, I don't think I mind any map other than ones I hate. Like the fucking Clintar maps. I hate the Clintar maps because they're so penny. Like the defense side is so annoying because it's just penny. I hate Shin Shibuya as well.
This guy said,
Because the penny, like literally, I just hate the starts because of the penny shit. That's like I don't even mind maps like that. Other than the Clintar ones, the Clintar ones are ass.
do you know what his username is?
My favorite maps though are like I don't know. I don't think I have any favorite maps. I like Midtown. I like the Midtown map, the one with the whose map was that? Was that Phoenix's map? That was the one when what's his name got it? Was it Blade? I don't remember whose map that was. The one with Dracula, the Dracula's castle map. I like that map. I don't remember the map names in this game. It's funny because I play this game every day. I don't remember map names. What's up with you? My history of red. I've been having bad games. Holy shit, my history's fucked. Maps. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, Loki map everyone hated. The one that's in quick play? Yeah, what about it? Go just fine. I still haven't watched the Avatar movie. I know it's good though, which is good to know, but like, it's not coming to theaters. It was supposed to go to Paramount Plus or something, right?
17,000 charge left until I can officially kill the whole server.
It's still gonna go there, but they probably not gonna get the same amount of money we're gonna get getting it put it on there. But yeah, that shit went down. That's for sure. But maybe they could still drop it in movie theaters, but they gotta do like a director's cut. It's like unreleased scenes or something.
Dude, say the trick shot line again. Say that. That was tough.
Trick.
No move. Yeah, that shit's crazy. I ain't never seen something like that before. We almost killed him.
Even the best NBA players only shoot 50% from the field.
A one-shot combat. I missed.
Doubled again. It's like they want to do.
Dracula, let me touch your thing. Which one was the Midtown then? I mean, I can just go to the maps low key.
At least like once a game. And I can confirm because I also have this same.
Which map is it? Oh, Central Park. Map is not bad.
No, it's actually okay, what pisses me off is like when they do it multiple times. I get once or twice.
That museum map is eh. It's eh. I don't mind it, kinda. What is the map called? Celestial Husk is ass. Map is buns.
Are you a victim of double support-all-itis?
Museum is okay.
839-4629.
I haven't played on that map all day. I don't even know what it's called. It doesn't pop up in here.
Brought back all those asbestos ads I used to see when I was growing up.
What is the name of this dumb map?
Those are too young for that. The mesothelioma.
Not Central Park. Yeah, it's Midtown. Yeah, I like this map. Oh, it dropped with the Fantastic Four. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I like that map. Yeah, I think that's part of my favorite maps in the game. Holy shit, why is that dino so deep in the air? That motherfucker had air time. Did you see that? That shit was sick. Alright, let me finish eating. I put this food away.
This is bad. You're in debt now. You're in oil debt now.
Alright, we're back.
Someone said, bro, it was night when I first watched the stream, then I went to sleep, now it's morning, and you're still here. Jesus Christ. Hey, I'm still fucking charging, I don't give a shit. We're about to hit a 10-hour stream. Charge.
This
My chargers, listen, this is a very hard battle.
Alright, let's go.
I'm very proud of everyone.
Viva Loca. Living the Viva Loca. Yeah, dude, that's one song, not song name. Who tagged me? That's pretty funny. What's up, Jay? What's up, Dell? Oh shit, Wani's on. That's why you get
the street zone, just got my alpha in the back line.
Is he playing with people?
Like, that's crazy.
Oh shit, he's playing with them already.
I avoided his ass.
Oh, they're four stacking. Him, Sajam.
Yeah.
Slash.
Yeah, I wanted Sue to play Rocket.
And Emily, I think.
Fucking huge. I could have comboed them too.
Victory is in my sight.
That's a rank up, bro. It's just so stupid.
Now,
Get off
who
after this
am I
one.
gonna banish from this match?
Yeah, I gotta pick two. It's just gonna change the left game, bro.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, everyone. How you guys doing?
Good, good.
This Cloak and Dagger skin, that skin is fire.
I'm 2 games from Celestial, so I hope this goes well.
Yeah, I was about to go to C2, but we had a bot that had 23k.
Oh, this is not closing.
Fucking round.
Only gift him leg? Gift him leg? Cyclops? Yeah, we're abusing Cyclops today. Or not.
Yeah, he could have played Luna, we would have been fine.
Or not.
That White Fox ult did
You're
nothing.
just DPSing on White Fox. It's fucking stupid.
Or not. Oh shit, I had a sponsor I gotta do.
Well, let's not
Whoops.
let's not let the past affect
I should
us.
have done
for
that
this
when I
game.
was eating.
It's gonna go well.
The trailer you want me to look at?
Think about the future.
I like that energy.
Okay, that double ban is not good energy.
I
okay.
mean, I picked Suit because I knew that was gonna happen.
Someone play the
it's
green
okay.
bitch. Let's just win this game and move on.
Gameit's nerfed though. I don't know why people ban him. He's useless. So easy to
I'll
kill.
fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
What blade do I play?
My
I'll play Psylocke.
If any, would you guys rather I go Groot or like I support?
If we got a cloak, I'll go Psylocke. Actually, I'll play blade.
I'll fight to end
Maybe I do also. I don't know. Let me see if we're on offense or
yeah,
defense.
CTS, just play Mag and I'll play support, honestly. I can't Mag as reliably. Is Cloak okay? You guys like Cloak?
Cloak's good. Cloak's good. You can drop a bubble on us on tanks and that boost your ult.
Yeah, it's
I want
charge
offense.
I'll fight to end the darkness that's.
Yeah,
What
that's
else?
like all I've been playing. I've been playing a lot of
Double blind
Cloak.
is broken as hell. I love it.
Yeah, I used her blind so much. Like as soon as I started playing her, because I kind of set the flex, I realized the blind is like.
Someone play the green bitch.
The green bitch?
I don't think, unfortunately, the guy's playing Hella.
Oh, I'm not playing that character.
Hella player, why are you going name more? What the hell?
I'm not playing Hella. I'm like, who's the green bitch? What are you talking about? He's playing the more he wants a Hella. Oh, no, I'm not playing Hella.
The bubbles on us.
It's gonna be a sleep stream if I play Hella.
Tanks will take damage from you.
Anything
Just need to be ult first.
Y'all want a sleep stream?
Literally, yeah. Okay, I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh my god. Watch the left side. Left side breaking.
Damn, okay. That girl's taking no damage.
He's in here. He's invisible. I don't know where she went. He's outside again.
What about bubble?
In this one. In this one. In this one. Oh, I'm in the hole. I'm in the hole.
Emma wants this. Emma's one. Emma's one.
I'm on one again. The wall up.
Stella coming in. Stella. Bad guys. Bad guys. Play up. Play up.
Behind us. Behind us. Get it behind us. He's over here.
Emma's through.
Pick up the health back. He's 1 HP. Dead. Coming.
That's crazy. Back up.
Good shit.
Emma second.
Give me that one.
Emma.
Invis not jump. Invis not jump. I'm on
We're dead.
Seems Krakoa is in good
Bro, that was a crazy kill on Punisher. Well, he had to walk through the nest.
No, the Punisher just came flying in. Kill him again.
That guy did not die.
I'm bubbling you back. Until they
Wow.
go double tank and like walk through together. They're not walking solo tank with us. Oh, sorry, man. Where
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Guys, I'm on here.
I'll take a shield.
You're dead.
Not going out without a fight.
I really tried. I really tried.
Back
I have
up.
You just can also have out one.
Ball 2.
Damn, they got all your mines.
Punisher's on the right. I'm gonna move my nest back. Punisher's one shot on the right. Mushroom net over. Hey, rocket our Neos. Rocket our Neos.
Oh, I didn't see the Punisher.
Battlefield ready again.
Got no DPS.
Back from the grave. Bennett's got you good.
Just
They're down on support.
slapping.
They're down
You
on
watch the
support.
Bleach
DPS
in
one shots.
cinema? In cinema?
Shit.
The Bleach in movies? What?
Cheers, mate. Destroy these unks as soon as
They're
you see them.
There's a Bleach movie? What are you talking about?
Come back. Oh shit. That's my bad. Bucky dead. Come back. Let's do some farming. Let's mag us back. Hey, sign up for us.
So Rizish Martinez? Oh fuck. No, I'm talking about 1,000 Year Blood War. I'm not talking about like the other.
I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm dead. Yo, Emma's up here alone.
They're walking in the left side.
Emma, come back. She cannot.
Oh, you're kidding me,
He's
bro.
one.
Come back.
I gotta kick you. On first.
Do not have an ult for that.
Back from the grave.
Get ready to TP, Mag and TP, bro. Oh, we got a TP
I
already.
got it. I'm holding it. Hold on.
Just
Hold
wait.
on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm dropping it.
Okay, I'm back in 1 second. Where are they? I'm hitting the rocket. Hitting the rocket.
And there's no jump.
How did I die?
Nowhere yet.
What the fuck did I just look
Get
at?
on this portal.
That's when it
No, we didn't jump through. I'm sorry. It's bad.
You need to
That was a
stop
good
that
one.
vehicle in
That was
its
4.5.
What the fuck did I just look at?
Cheers, mate.
Ball charge here. I'm gonna ult the rocket early.
They don't look friendly.
This Punisher's annoying, bro.
Breathing gunshot.
What are these weird keyhole things anyway?
He's up there.
Got you good.
Don't mind me.
Rocket able. I'm gonna combo with you right here. I'm at 85.
Just walk behind him.
I'm at 90.
Oh, I got rushed.
96. Get ready, ult rocket. One dead.
Okay.
Punisher
I'm gonna
low.
respawn.
Dead.
Bloodstones don't go down. Got you good.
It's
I'm up
sitting
here in the
back
window.
one.
I'm up here in the window. Drop some balls.
Hit him,
Drop some
Moon Knight.
balls.
Shot to the soul.
Armed and dangerous.
Like Moon or something.
Disappear. Got you good.
Good shit, rocket. It's just 2-2 over here. Punisher, fuck.
What?
By the one shot with Punisher. Good kills, good kills.
INFRS and PTSD. There's no way y'all aren't doing this,
Who?
right? CTSB and CyanFRS. There's no way that just happens, guys.
Nah, you didn't solo me. He was trying to out the beacon.
Someone scratch my back.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay, they all
While
come
there
down.
are still monsters on the loose.
I'm ult again.
They've made it halfway. Stop
Judge, jury, executioner. This is
Yo, I hit him with my E. I hit him with my E right before.
Oh my god, can we like? Oh man, this is so annoying. So many ults. So many ults.
We win right here. We win right here. We win the round.
Well, I could get ult if you touch.
Rock it up, mid, rock it up. Over dead.
Oh my god, I came out of nowhere.
That's like, you didn't drop ult either. Wow, that's huge.
Oh
you
man.
Moon Knight, bro? For Iron Man? Hello?
You want some Moon Knight? You want a Moon Knight?
Like, look at their damage.
I gotta use this all in this switch characters.
What are you going Iron Man for?
It's now or never. Stop them.
What are you doing?
Oh, shut your bitch.
Oh, don't get mad at you. Don't get mad at your healer.
I'm gonna go fucking Widow if you say what you're doing one more time. Just fucking lock in and play the game.
Iron Man, chill the
Fuck
fuck
your
out.
brother, you're 11 and 11.
Oh,
How do you watch
no.
like 5 fights in a row walk into their team and
Fucking heals are dog
Iron Man,
shit.
Iron Man, you need to chill out, bro. I
Your
saw
fucking
you have
heals are dog
nobody
shit.
else on this team is 11
Your
11.
fucking heals are dog shit.
Ain't nobody else on this team
Your
11
fucking
11.
heals are genuinely dog shit.
We going to.
What are you doing?
Yeah, because you got killed.
I'm gonna go Widow and you bitch asses can lose the game. It's my ult. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Bro, chill the fuck out.
I'm gonna go. Alright, then shut the fuck up and play the game.
Have some emotional regulation.
What are you doing? Don't hit me with the what are you doing?
You got killed by a Bucky that even hit.
Okay, you're still continuing. You're still continuing, so you must want me to play Widow next round.
Why are people using Widow as a threat?
I'm gonna play Widow next round.
You're gonna hold us hostage like a fucking priest.
Suck my dick. I'm playing Widow next round.
Oh my
supported you this
god,
whole
bro,
Is it
this
gonna be any different than what you're doing right now?
Time to switch things up.
We literally have helped you this whole match. We've been nothing but good teammates. What are you doing to us? For what?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Genuine
Yo,
question.
what the
If you go
fuck,
Widow and
bro?
Throw, is it going to be any different from what you're already doing?
I'm not gonna have
What's
a
up,
fucking
Curry?
fridge in
You trying to
What are you
play?
doing? When your
Ambience,
fucking heals are
ambience,
dog
bro.
shit.
When the last time you
Listen
booted
to
up, let's play
yourself.
Curry.
Guys sitting next to the healers the whole fucking game and they want to talk shit.
Just fucking mute him,
Fuck
bro.
you.
Chill the fuck out, Ambience.
I did. I'm gonna play Widow for a minute though. We're gonna play
Dude,
Widow.
I'm not even hating on you. You just gotta chill yourself
5
out.
days ago.
I got you locked in.
Bro, hop on, let's go. You don't want to
Like,
join
she didn't
this?
mean that to dog on you. She was just like fucking tilted, you know?
And villains.
You gotta control your fucking emotions, bro.
I got 13 dubs.
You're a grown man.
30 seconds before
Grown ass man.
Get ready.
You say you're a grown ass man?
You're an assassin just like me.
Bro, say you're a grown ass man. I'm crying.
But now that life seems so long ago.
Some of the YouTubers will strike. Nah, you should be fine with Persona music.
Part of us never changes.
He said you're a grown ass man. Why you tweaking?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
You hopping on Curry or what? Let's play, dude.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Show me that Z tier. Let me get that Z tier Curry. Is he wrong? I'm crying. This shit has me in tears, dog. Oh god, I can't even peek for 2 seconds. Oh, I got pulled. I'm dead.
Martial law in effect. No unauthorized entry.
Now I might survive this.
Speaking of facts. Oh man.
It seems we have company.
Double KO. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
That's combo. I did it wrong. I'm gonna do this, but I did it wrong.
Probably.
What the fuck are all these
I know this
flyers?
season for sure, the fucking automated damage is something to do with
What? That guy got eviscerated.
It's structural. I have all.
They got on triple. Okay. Oh, I am going to die.
That's fucking good.
My vehicle moving again.
You tell me you put one on a hot broad piece. What the hell?
Took the one and drop ult for nothing. Just not gonna go around. Go on in after this.
Maximum pulse!
What?
You gonna heal me in the air?
My teammates are arguing while I'm just listening to fucking music. Oh, I didn't get her? Oh, got her.
No, we'll be fine. This kids are fucking terrible.
He's still going. He's still going. I want to say something so bad, but I don't want him to get back on Widow. I want to call him a fucking loser.
You and Iron Man and ran into their team.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck this. You are a fucking loser. I hope you know that.
Yeah.
You are a man child. I can't lie to you. Like, I didn't want to say shit, but I'm not gonna lie. You are a man child. I'm sorry,
you are like actually the biggest fucking loser.
Like, I cannot.
Yo.
Like, I don't know, bro. You are a grown ass man, bruh. I ain't seeing you there. You are not making it there. You are not making it there, boss man. I'm not gonna lie. This guy's a fucking loser, bro. Like, what the fuck?
You have me muted? Yo, Infernasu, can you ask him what his relationship with...
Ask him what?
Real quick, can you ask him what his relationship with his mother is like?
Is he complaining? I know he's a dickhead. He's just talking shit about our healers for no reason. Being a fucking crybaby. He has 16 deaths. He's being a fucking man baby. He's just blaming our healers. You know, they're not even doing bad. He's just dying at like his positioning his shit. Like, the whole team is on his ass saying, like, no, it's you. It's your problem. It's like, it's not the healers, because it really isn't the healers, but he's just being a fucking baby. He was toxic for no reason.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, you.
Yo, that motherfucker did nothing there.
Actually,
Nice.
insane, Magneto.
Yo,
That was great.
This is your big chance.
I'll patch you up.
I am ready to put on a show.
Enjoy the amplifier.
Oh, wow.
Disappear.
Out of my head when you're not on. Oh, again. Again. No, because he's a man child.
That's my
I don't know why he's complaining so much. Like he had like 12 deaths. Now he has 18 deaths, and he says it's all support's problem. Like what? You don't get 18 deaths and then you just blame the support, bro. Like try a different character, play safer, do something. Like I don't know. If you're not even gonna try and fix the problem, then like I don't know.
Yeah, this guy is so dog shit at first.
I don't like talking shit, but this guy deserves it. This guy's a dickhead. Bro's trying to flame my damn teammates, and they're not even doing good.
Taking every round too.
Yeah, this Bucky is on my ass. Hey, yeah, he threatened him with going Widow. Like, brother, walk in.
I didn't know you were in there, Code.
I'm out of touch.
Are you guys ready?
Trying to open instead of playing around about. Yeah, he's literally playing the open.
Judge, jury, execution.
That's not good.
Extermination! Armed and dangerous!
Bro, not the squirrels. He has 20 deaths.
So this guy has 20 deaths. Holy.
Bro, speed running.
That's great.
Bro is
Rip.
Bro is speed running.
What?
I think he got muted mid-game. I didn't.
Oh, he probably did. He probably did.
No, he did. If you press P, they got a
Oh.
pass through the speaker. Yeah, he got muted mid-game. I didn't even report him.
That's hilarious. He can't respond. He got muted mid-game. The game banned him.
His teammate was Penny and
He got voice chat banned mid-game. I'm crying, bro.
Yeah, he was talking at the beginning of the game, but Siki didn't say anything. I don't know.
What did Siki get muted for?
What's up,
I
Kenko?
don't
What are you
know.
doing?
He was talking a lot of shit.
Hey, you just shit talking just for no reason.
Siki wasn't. Ambient was.
Hey, he went back on Widow. Yo, he's salty as fuck.
Siki seems so
He's
chill.
so
Why was
salty.
Yo,
Dude,
why
I'm
would
saying,
Ambient?
like-
He's such a fucking loser.
He hop back on Widow, bro. He's voice chat banned. He
This
can't respond
guy,
to us.
like,
He's
what
so
the fuck,
mad.
man?
You know he's mad.
Like Siki and I thought were cool.
know he's
How you know
mad.
what you're doing? Sit there and talk like that. It's kind of cringe.
Like, I don't know. Why do you keep with this guy? This guy's a dickhead. What? That's toxic for no reason.
The battle starts in 5.
Wait, why do either?
Like, what the fuck, bro?
Like, what the fuck are they even doing together?
Glad we don't play team games. Like, what, like, who would team up with a guy like this? This guy's a dickhead. Yo, I know
Also, a
he's
question
pissed,
that
bro.
I don't imagine
What is that meme of
the
that
other
guy with the
three of you
mask?
guys know the answer to because
He's
you seem
angry as shit
fairly
behind the
nice.
mask, just
Why is it that when a man
The
gives a woman
smiling
the internet
mask.
and they want to talk shit, the first thing they do for is wait?
Like what?
That's not an answer. We don't have an answer. Bro. You have to be the person that would do that to me. You know, to truly know. But there
Like,
is no actual
personally-
answer. There's no real answer.
Personally, I'm just an adult. Like, I weigh 120 pounds. I'm just an adult. Ooh. So why is weight the first thing they all go for?
Who is she talking to? Shit on.
Is this me?
Yo, his throwing, he's even bad at throwing.
Yeah, I don't know how he's bad at that. That's ridiculous.
Side you're on.
How you bad at throwing? That's crazy.
You'll need a
He's like throwing, but he fake throwing. He's like fake throwing.
Can they even see chat? Is this like stupid as fuck of me?
He's like fake throwing.
You know, I've never been con banned. I think they can see chat and hear it.
They can't see
Yeah,
chat.
he can't talk.
I'm pretty sure
He's
they
literally
can.
just muted. The fake demon, yeah. He wants to win, but he just chat banned because he's a dickhead.
Could you see them?
Yeah.
Like, you could see chat.
Yeah, you can see chat.
This place feels so familiar.
In that game.
And yet so strange.
I'm having a blast. I don't know. I'm vibing. Listening to music. I'm chilling. This guy's in my ear, angry as shit.
Also, whoever asked earlier, no, me and CTSB are not duo, but that is funny.
Get ready.
Dude, I ran into you before, so.
Hey.
He's trying to still impacting the game as much as he's throwing.
Getting to higher Grandmaster. Like I went
rocket, bro. Like.
Bro's back on that weak
Diamond
ass
3
Iron Man.
like a week ago, like a week and a half ago. So.
He got 22 dubs. He back on that
The running
weak
joke
ass
is on
Iron
my,
Man.
my main is Cyan FRS, and then my two alt accounts are
crying.
Super BRZ and Toyota 86.
Toyota 86.
Yeah, they're all the same car.
Aquasi, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. I got this. Wow, I can't believe we gotta carry a toxic.
I wish you guys had seen what I
fucking
saw.
Iron Man.
The moment he started throwing was he went Iron Man the first time, and a Winter Soldier hit him with his E twice. And I was healing him the whole time. He didn't die because the Winter Soldier killed him. He died because his dumbass got E'd over a gap.
Whoa. Does Bucky do damage?
Now I might survive
What are you doing here?
Alright, 30 heals over there. Just can't see you.
I need to go find Rocket's beacon. Where the fuck did he put this thing?
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double KO.
GG's.
GG's.
Final score. 4.
Yeah, so
I couldn't find it. I think he didn't put it down. I deadass couldn't find it. I don't know where he put it. I was looking for the res beacon. So I know that thing's probably gonna make us lose. I think he just forgot to put it down. Either he forgot to put it down or he put it down so far that like I don't even know. It was like near the spawner. I've never seen someone bad at throwing. That's crazy, bro. That guy is... He got what he deserved, though. He got voice chat muted mid-game. That guy's a dickhead, bro. That's exactly what he gets. How you bad at throwing? How you bad at throwing? Like, what does that even mean, bro? Yeah, they're playing. They're, Diamond? Okay. Who that was? Buttercup. Did I put her name Buttercup? What is a Buttercup? What the fuck is a Buttercup? Slash. He's on 1 bar. Damn. Celine hates you. Put his name Buttercup. What is a Buttercup? And back to Gen 1. Yeah, what a trolling. What a trolling. A little bit, just a little bit.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
That's hilarious though. Oh man, that is so funny, bro. How you bad at throwing? How you bad at throwing? Song? Oh, that song was fuck, I always forget the name of it. Oh yeah, it was Jackson 5. I'll be there. Cyclops. No clops. What is this? Look out. Bet they know as soon as we walk in. Keep up. I'm a dangerous man. Put some money in my pocket. Oops, give me a second. Responding to a text. Yeah, we need some more blade buffs, low key.
Round 1, go!
Yeah, we need some more blade buffs. I'm not gonna lie. Huh?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
I don't know about that. What you mean? Hear that? I'm a dangerous man. Put some buffs in my pocket. Put some buffs in my pocket, bro.
But I'm sure as hell ain't
No, Blade gets buffed every other patch. He got buffed in season 6. He got buffed in season 4. He got buffed in season 8. He gets buffed every other season. I'm not even lying. It's every other season. So I'll be seeing you guys in season 10.
3, 2, 1.
He gets buffed every other season.
Securing the mission area.
Oh, look out. Did he just like zip line backwards, or am I tripping? Y'all saw that, right? He did like a backward zip. Oh wow. We kind of got cooked. The air.
The hunt is on.
Look out.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Better stop that vehicle. I like the cold.
As graceful and legal as always, T'Challa.
The hunt is on.
You gotta be kidding me. What? I rubber banded. Oh my god, I didn't know where I was. Oh my god, I rubber banded and it took my second dash.
I can't peel and block and
It took my second dash. And I just died for it. Like, son, this character is so like I don't even know how this character even get played in MRC. This character is so fucking buggy. It's like this rubber banding shit is so garbage, bro. That shit's gonna make people lose matches in MRC. Or MRI.
We're already doing bad.
Can we use the support ult, please? Okay, like I don't know.
You got that rhythm.
Like I'm just gonna die, I guess. Like I'm gonna just die then, I guess. Like I don't know.
I am ready to.
Like I don't know why we're not using these ults. Like I'm just gonna sit there dying. Like I don't know, man. Like I don't know, man. We took way too long to use those ults.
Yo,
Or
it's
one of
clear
them.
this free dive shit is not working.
It wasn't even about that. We took too long to support ult. Like what?
Look at what just happened to all of us.
Bro, we didn't use a support ult.
Even if we do support ult, they have fucking like Thor, Luna, Angela can pull the fucking invis away.
Okay. We can switch it up. We can switch it up though. We can switch it up. But like, why did we take so long? Like, what was that? Like I said, can we use a support ult? And then I waited like 6 seconds and I just fucking died. Right, he's healed me or something. You gotta use the ult. Like, I don't know. I mess. So big. How you doing? And they both double support ulted. Yeah.
Boom, one shot.
Don't give them another inch, or else.
Shit is silly, bro.
I hurt you.
I don't know, bro.
Current score is
Big bite.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not a hero.
Straight up, we're born again.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
He's in that season, or I guess show.
I'm not a hero.
Does it count as season 3? I don't know. I don't know what it counts as, because it's an entirely new title for the show. What was used when everyone was spread out? The VOD, I guess. Like I don't know. Like I literally calmed it. Like I said, can we use the ult? Can we use the ult? I'm about to die. Can we use the ult? Can we use the ult? And then just let me die. Like, we lost every single team fight. We didn't even get the ult or round at all.
Before you attack, get ready.
You know my weapons can still lock onto you, even when you're invisible.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same side, Frank.
Back for the Punisher.
For now. But in this business, that can change in a heartbeat.
I'll be sure to
Okay,
remember
there's no way we do triple here.
I'll be ready.
And so it's like Angela's not gonna work.
Even 2-1-3 is good, man. Like 2-1-3 is perfectly
Do we
fine.
at least get like a Magneto then? Like we don't have no front line.
Why, like, I shouldn't even have to solo tank this shit.
Do you play Mag? Can you play Mag for us? They have a Punisher. I don't even know what the fuck he said.
Yeah, I'm getting bullied by the Thor and the Angela.
What is my thought?
I had that guy one shot. Like, no, it's like no one using their guns. Like I don't know, or weapons or whatever the fuck y'all got. Okay, this is a fun match, and she left the game. Woo, yippee!
Back for another
Yippee!
I'm not.
I'm turning the music up.
You don't get to make me solo tank and then choose who I play.
Tenacity is a myth. It is a myth. Beginner tips for starting the game. Try Iron Fist and Blade. Iron Fist and Blade. That's pretty cool. Those are pretty good characters. You're not gonna have a good time, I'm not gonna lie to you. But they're not really good characters to start the game with, I'm not gonna lie.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, the grind going? I just had someone lead a game. Over here, and people still talk about Roblox. Too attached. Too attached. Attachment issues. That's why I'm asking for tips. I would recommend switching characters. I don't think those are good starter characters. What did I just join to? Somebody left the game. History is fucked. Actually, okay, it's not that bad, but. That was his first loss. He dies a lot. Every match I'm clicking, he has the most deaths. I mean, yeah, I understand he's BP, but like. He didn't die a lot there, but. Holy fuck, what was that losing streak? Yikes. Even in quick play, he was losing. Anybody wants to. Oh, I forgot to clip the reaction to Xenoverse yesterday.
Aqua Style Sock cheered.
Tank.
X100. Tank gaming next match.
I don't want to play tank though. I don't want to play tank. What's a good starter? A good starter character is for DPS Star-Lord, and he just so happens to be meta right now, which is pretty funny. This character is pretty disgusting right now.
Double kill. That's 3.
Bucky's a good starter too, yeah.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Sometimes I wish I could go back to the deep freeze for a few minutes.
Again. Is Dive dead this season? Kinda. It's hard as fuck. It's just way harder. I mean, Dive is already hard. It's just way harder now. It's spoke metal. It's not as hard as season 6. Nothing is as hard as season 6 Dive. That shit was miserable, bro. I still have that video on the second channel. Fuck is it at? Bro, season 6 Dive was so ass, bro.
My Odachi is sharp.
Where is
My
it?
mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Where the fuck is it? So much dumbass videos on this channel. Oh my god, these are such bad memories. These these matches are just like, what the fuck, bro? It's just such bad memories. Oh god. Just remembering some of these matches gets me so annoyed, bro. Oh my god, this guy was racist as fuck. Oh my god, I remember that match. That guy was so damn racist. Like, what is this, bro? Look at this Abrams. What is that thumbnail? What is what? Wait, I lost it. I lost it. Where is it? How did I lose it? No, bro.
Aquastyle Sock cheered. X100. Any anime you looking forward
Bro,
to this
what?
summer?
Hey, animes you're looking forward to this season. Mushoku Tensei. Season of Mushoku Tensei.
But only if we
Like,
show
what
our
the
foes
fuck?
respect.
How do I have to play this? The song quest isn't on.
You need not fear me, little yokai.
Oh my god, bro. I can't even find the video. It was from season 6.
You are both the water and the earth.
Yo, Monkey, thanks for the follow. Spider-Man, Black Panther with no pressure.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, Val, bro, Deadlock, like you just run into Looney Tunes ass people, bro. Cause why are you saying that?
This is just a normal Tuesday in our family.
The enemy has arrived.
I got mine's behind them.
Hope I make the cut! Right behind you.
Oh, Star-Lord came out of nowhere. That match has been ass. Bro, it's some of the worst matches I've ever played. I'm having like people that are sexist, people that are racist, people that are talking shit to their own teammates for no reason. I have an Iron Man that died like how many times? Like 20 plus times and blame supports. It was horrible. It was horrible teammates. And I'm fighting hella more almost every other game. Should I learn how to play Psylocke? If you're interested, go for it. Nerf Blade and buff Gambit? Oh, hell no.
Back to the ocean's depth. What a difference.
We're not even running heavy dive. Why'd they get on hella no more? It's just me. So weird.
Hey, Chad! Someone clip this!
Hearing nice dreams, little monsters.
Get that wiggle moving again!
Out of sight.
Oh my god, bro. I can't even play this character. They're running out no more. Also, Bloodstone it is.
Got you good!
Yeah, Magneto!
What is this?
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
This is a whole album. Wait, what the fuck did you request?
Spider mode.
Which song? They just linked me an album. Son, link me an album.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint.
Hold on now. Son, link me an album. Oh, that's evil. Damn. And 50 bullets, bro. Revert that buff, bro.
Nice.
Us against the world.
Nice, bro.
Bloodstones don't go down quite so easy, love. Love that kick.
Dropping.
Shot to the soul. Watch your step. Breathing gunshot. Watch your step. Thanks for the love, love.
It's my way.
I need
Now shot.
These squids need the desperation
Who the fuck is shooting me up there? It's fucking Star-Lord. Jesus Christ. Guy's focusing me so hard. Yo, there's that much people, but he's only shooting me. This shit's crazy. Yeah, he want me.
You call those monsters name or please? Release the Glortron! I'm at maximum force.
Go down. Everyone going. Burn down somebody. Go. Oh my god.
Oh, what the hell?
The current score is
You just solo me? Or am I tripping? Oh, no, he did.
time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who's ready to go hunting? Who's ready to go
Switch up the drip.
hunting?
You gotta switch up the drip, you know? Yeah, switch up the drip, chat.
If you're not careful,
Switch up the drip.
you start to become the monster yourself.
You gotta switch up the drip.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
It was my dad's. He died piloting it, and I took over.
Wait, what was the song? You didn't link me the song name. What was the name?
I just want to carry on his work.
So, you know, but I want to know. Oh, okay.
The battle starts.
I got it.
in 4, 3, 2.
Almost forgot.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry.
Song cheered. X100. Good night, chat.
Good night, dude. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for the bits. I appreciate it.
Much better. Dodge this, mate.
Clipped your wing, angel.
Cheers, mate.
Do I beat this girl? Fuck no, I don't. Ooh, let's go. Oops, shut the wall. Fuck, he got bubbled. This character shreds tanks. I forgot. The shotgun does fucking percent damage. I always forget it does. Shit can just shred tanks. God.
The sign of conscience. Huzzah! Shot to the soul. Ah, much better.
Hey, chat. Hey, chat. Clip this.
Let nothing here remain standing.
Anyone willing to help?
Cheers, mate. Shot to the soul. Don't get back up.
He got stuck in white. The little push, he got stuck. He tried to jump over, but he fucked it up. Can't wait for the Ego Shigo files to come out. Oh, I forgot I have this penny on my team. Yeah, this guy's a sweat. He's a penny one trick.
Never miss.
I didn't realize I had a penny.
Artillery, don't worry.
Only 60 seconds left.
The moon haunter.
Release! That's Thanks for the love, love.
Thanks for the love, love.
Double kill.
You're so lucky my aim is ass. You're so lucky my aim is ass. Like, actually. Actually, you're so lucky, bro.
They found my weak spot.
That Didi?
Whoever wanna win this? Cheers, mate.
Didi? Blade of Grandmaster Part 4. That'll be tomorrow.
Cheers, mate. The final 10 seconds.
I think that should be tomorrow. It's done, and I just didn't edit it yet.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
My way. For mutant.
Final score 3-2-0. Another epic victory.
Yeah, they couldn't do shit. Any annoying character to deal with. Yo, Pax, thanks for the 3. Do you stream Rebels a lot? Watch you more? I stream this game every day. I stream this game every single day. I stream daily. I stream daily. Daily. I stream daily. Yeah, I know he's on all. I fought him before. That shit is unfun to fight. I've literally fought him before. Yeah, he's on all. He only plays Penny. That shit is miserable fighting him. I don't know what skin to buy. It's nothing I want. Oh, this shit ends in 20 hours. Y'all better get this stuff if y'all want it. Probably just gonna save for the female Lady Loki summer skin. Stuff in here is kind of buns, you know. I ain't take my hair out. My hair's been in for like 3 weeks now. Another summer skin's coming. 3 or 4 weeks now. What was I gonna say? It should be like, I know the DD one's tomorrow. The rest of them are like start of next month or something. Let's check the roadmap. Hold on.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Yep, start of next month.
Now, who am I gonna banish?
Why is it so
from this
blurry?
match?
I don't know why it's so blurry, but or like not blurry, it's like low res. The White Fox one's on July, yeah, July 3rd. What's up, Little Savage? How you doing?
Oh, pick me!
Jubilee? We'll see. I don't know if it's gonna be Jubilee, but we're gonna see. I might see this video get demonetized. Oh. Oops. That song I was using turned copyright. Specialist is copyright now? What the fuck? Oh, I played Deadlock? Yeah, I used to play a lot of it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Specialist is copyright. I think they're recopyrighting all the Persona 4 songs since the new one's about to drop or some shit. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, no, these are actual copyrights. This Atlas Sound Team. These are real. Fuck. That's not good. Yeah, that shit copyright. Nah, these are definitely real ones, too.
You like that?
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
Cap is only S tier because people behind him know how to use Cap. Same thing with Magic. Same thing with Blade.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The fuck does that even mean? No. What?
Rumor has it you've been a one-man army again.
What does that even mean?
What's a shine?
That's a comment of all time.
Creatures of the night.
Okay.
Done my best to pocket you with bubbles.
I have no words for that.
I'll give you timers on it.
Bro
so-
said Cap is only S tier because people know how to use them. That.
The battle starts in 5.
So if anyone knows how to use any character in this game, they're S tier.
Well,
Cap is not S tier. Cap is S tier, bro. You guys are in denial. I don't know.
Securing the mission area.
These are delusional. We're in a hyper sustain game and he has a sustain ult
But for these guys, I'll make an exception.
as a tank. And it builds ult charge. You know the only other character that builds ult charge? Gambit. And guess what? He's permaban.
Good as new.
When I poke meta, you send a dive character as a meta. Dive character that's the counter to poke. One of the best divers in the game. Can I get a heal, yo? Jeez. Bro's playlist got nuked. Playlist? What playlist got nuked? Alright, playlist got nuked. What playlist? Go. I have a playlist that got nuked. What dives were nerfed badly? Black Cat and Daredevil. Black Cat and Daredevil got obliterated. The best divers literally got nerfed. What got nuked? I just said it. What do you mean? You want me to break down in specific each nerf for each of those two? Like, what? Yeah, someone said my playlist got nuked. My YouTube chat. I said, what playlist? He's not answering. I don't know what playlist he's talking about. Oh man, this is gonna take a while, I guess. I kind of don't want to rank up to eternity. He was as dead as fuck. After midnight at that rank. It's like you have to play during the day. For someone like me, like streams for a while and like
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
streams through the night, it's like, I don't know, pretty bad for me.
Victory is in my sight. I'll fight to end the darkness.
Pretty bad for me, I feel.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Thoughts on Cyclops? Busted, broken, best DPS in the game. He needs nerfs. Took a Cyclops and ban is it? Oh fuck, we have one. Lucky. Very, very lucky. Song request isn't on.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Up with a Hulk, pretty good. What's a Salak one shot? For one shot combo? It's left click, right click, left click.
Round one,
Let's go.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Slice and dice.
Slice and dice.
I know my weapons can still lock on to you even when you're invisible.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same side, Frank.
We are for now. But in this business, that can change in a heartbeat.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does, I'll be ready.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Blade don't. Oh, am I getting stream sniped? Oh, fuck me, bro. Yo, what is this cop? Yeah, I'm getting stream sniped. Look at the cop they walked out on. Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's a stream sniper dude, bro. What the fuck is this? Walk up. Do-do-do-do.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
As good as new.
He's playing Thing for me, by the way. Like when we all learn Thing does not counter Blade, bro. Holy fuck, bro. Who was shooting me? Was it Bucky shooting me as well? Aw, and she was getting healed too. Target ban? I mean, if they target ban, I would have just played meta.
I've got you covered.
Worth it. They supports are getting cooked, I can't lie. This is getting fondled. Like no PO at all. Like get off that weak ass thing, bruh. You don't know what you're doing on that. Oh, I can't see TikTok. Luna's so retuned. I mean, she's annoying as fuck. Her damage is high. She can keep the damage, but like that snowball needs to get fixed. The hitbox of the snowball needs to get reduced. That shit is way too easy to hit.
Double KO.
You had this coming. You know that, right?
You freeze for so long. Laura, what? Lar? Oh, isn't that the girl I played with earlier? Laru or whatever. What the fuck is hitting me? Onion ring.
Tremble before fast. Taste cold steel.
That guy's dead.
Back in the game.
Whoa.
I am ready to put on a show. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Taste cold steel. Protect Spider Zero as she journeys toward the shrine of the weed.
What the fuck is that guy doing? For girl.
I had you covered. This time, the hunt is on.
How the game's going? They're bad, but they're good now. I was close to.
1,000 gods!
I was close to C2 the other day, but ooh, losing streak. Get in the back right now, though.
I'm good to go. Taste cold steel.
Place and the master lever must be protected. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Back in the game. Foggy here as of now.
Us against the world.
Armed and dangerous.
That guy got deleted.
The war is finally over. Here's how you feel, Magneto! Slice and dice.
You are nothing.
It's my way.
So close. This is your big chance.
Judge.
Oh, she didn't make it. I didn't know she couldn't make it up there.
The hunt is on.
But no, she definitely can. She just fucked up.
As good as you.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I'll switch skins.
I fight
Do
to
Sleepy
end
Blade.
the darkness that spawned me.
It's 2 a.m. is bedtime. Sleepy bedtime. I mean, it's not one of those nights. It could be worse. I always take like win, lose instead of just straight losing. I haven't had a night where like we just lost every match in a long time.
No monsters getting
The streamer we just lose. I mean, because I don't really care if I lose. I'll keep queuing up. I'm gonna keep queuing up. I don't care if I lose. I'm gonna keep running that shit down. If it's not my fault, I'm gonna keep queuing.
That's what Tony used to say to me back in the day. Guess who's still an Avenger?
Might do reactions next stream. The videos I gotta react to. It's more content for the second channel.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Heads up, bad guys.
Whoa, this is a different kind of friendly neighborhood.
Thank you.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Loki.
Back in the game.
A little help, please. Stop that vehicle.
On the move.
Worse. Checking out Darius. Oh hell no. Never again. Where the fuck? Almost killed that guy. Son, can this guy like... That's an Iron Man? Oh, that girl died in her ult. Man, you just left your boy? Just left your boy to die.
You stop them in their tracks.
Here they are now.
Hawkeye diff?
Never miss.
You are nothing.
Can't 1v1 that character as Blade, you just fucking lose. It's so stupid, bro. Like, she just stuns you and he just fucking kills you.
Your powers are mine.
Only us against the world.
Maximum pulse. Us against the world.
That's good as hell. Hell yeah.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my god, I keep down to Phoenix. Niggas is crazy. Crazy over fucking tuned. Oh, already at 50%. That's a blade. That's a blade. You should be used to that bottom blade when I can't lie. Oh my god, bro. I hate this character, bro. Oh my god, bro. Fucking blade, bro. Why do I play this fucking character, bro? Like, holy shit. It's like the easiest character in the book to counter, bro. Like, they just bubble, and then I just can't. I can't do anything. It's like, I don't know. Why do I play this fucking character, bro? Oh, that Hawkeye was still in his ult. I was shooting somebody else. I jumped up and flopped.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Wants to take on the entire team by himself? Nah, bro. I was in my ult, bro.
Another fearsome foe. Better stop that vehicle.
Here they come.
Don't let them do this. What am I? They faded past me. Stop them.
I was born ready. Slice and dice. Maximum pulse. Yeah, Magneto.
I missed. I don't know how the fuck I missed. Hold on. Put my mouse.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Better watch your back.
I was born ready.
Vortex field.
Your powers are mine. Where you were.
Better stop that vehicle. Us against the world. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Open season.
This guy doesn't want to actually fight.
I could use this. Open season.
He not trying to actually fight, bro.
1,000 gods. I'm cutting in.
It's now or never. Stop them.
He not trying to actually fight, bro. Need the solo.
Use some help. As good as new.
He probably like, what the fuck? You gotta shoot the clones, Hawkeye. You're not gonna shoot the fucking clones?
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Only 60 seconds left.
Never miss.
Shields up.
Am I not inside my support ult?
Disappear.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Double kill.
Against the world.
Yeah, okay.
The current score is
So the counter your character. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. Channel been crazy helpful. Worst part about learning Blade right now is that there's games where I feel like really get him. The next game it feels like I just picked him up today. That's because this character's ass.
I fight to end the darkness that
That's because this character's ass.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Because this character is ass, bro. The gameplay, you know, push greedy when you push. Okay, I was just actually just playing around in the end there, obviously. Like I fucking soloed to the Spider-Man. Like I was actually just trolling. That was next to his spawn room.
Story of my life.
Don't do what I'm doing. I'm playing for the vibes, bro. Don't do what I'm doing. Like what?
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay
The ingredient in the bag. I was clip farming.
Did you see that?
Oh man. That was a free clip. What the hell? Yes, I'm ulting his ass. It's like when I did the double ult the other day. Somebody responded to the clip saying, "Why did you double ult? You didn't have to ult there. They're all dead." For the fucking clip, duh. That you're watching. Like what? For the clip that you're watching. Remember the one I double ulted yesterday? For the clip, bro. Holy shit. You like seeing cool shit? Whoa. Yeah, he's getting pocketed to a different dimension.
Down to 30 seconds.
Why is there a phoenix? Okay. There's a phoenix over there shooting me as well. Like what? Yeah, we might actually lose this.
The final 10 seconds. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I don't know why we have two Hawkeyes in this lobby. This is so cursed. Two fucking Hawkeyes. It's so rare to see. I touched, so oh, never mind.
They hit a checkpoint.
That's not good.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Right is right, and wrong is
But I don't know why you switched to Hawkeye anyway, just instead of staying on Punisher.
I'm right here. Remember?
Then you tried to diff the guy, but then I mean obviously he kept dying, so I don't fucking know. Holy shit. Oh, that guy's 19 dubs, damn. How am I the only one shooting Iron Man? Yeah, he doesn't die.
Woo! Never miss. Maximum pulse.
Classic. Classic. Health back button. Classic. This character is so busted, bro. Gets a whole full heal from her ult. I got the Iron Man for you guys, so. Oh, they're still losing. Nice. What? That's not on site. Whatever. Close enough.
The current score is 3-2-5.
Yeah, GG, we lost.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
They're targeting you? I mean, the entire team recognized me, so like, I'm just literally just playing for the vibes.
Gotta guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
may be from Earth, but every planet's under my protection now.
Why is Def doing a Scarlet Witch challenge?
30 seconds before you attack.
'Cause he raided me the other day and he said he played Scarlet Witch for 6 hours. I'm like, what?
Angela?
Why is he playing so much Scarlet
It
Witch?
feels like it's been ages since we teamed up.
I have been quite busy, Peter Quill.
Scarlet Witch is crazy.
Guardians fared just fine without me.
Yeah. I mean, we did, you know, okay, but sure would have been nice to have you back on board the Milano.
Battle starts.
For I don't know if I could play Scarlet Witch for several streams straight. I'd fall asleep.
2, 1.
What in the name of the accursed old God have I gotten into?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Damn, y'all are pocketing this guy like crazy. Might is us. Where the fuck did he go?
All eyes over here.
You actually just don't beat this character 1v1. It's actually so silly, bro. Just out DPS's everybody.
Oh, they do not look happy. Oh, they're on sight.
Where the fuck did you come from? Oh, wow. It's a telephone man.
No stopping the Star-Lord.
I suck.
Did you see that?
No, I can't see shit.
Here's how you shoot. Did you see that? Gotta get you to the master. Sweet moves, right?
Down to 30 seconds. The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, did you see that?
The final 10 seconds. A little help, please. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Wow. Yikes.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Wow. She's getting double pocketed. The two healers. Pocket of doom. There was two healers healing, not just one. If it was one, she would have died.
Shields up.
You okay?
Disappear.
And also, you gotta remember she self heals.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, gotcha.
Smooth criminal.
There. Don't turn back now.
Big Emma. Big Emma.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Flip that. That's a free TikTok. Look. It's a big game. We don't need bullets for that. They brought out triple just in case. Oh wow.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
They brought out triple just in case. That's crazy. Oh my god, win loss, win loss, win loss. Matches are coin flippy. Oh man, bro. We're on Blade. I don't know. Like 60 something. I don't know.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
All right.
Victory is
Let's
in
Cyclops
my
this match.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
You want to ban Luna? Damn. I'm banning Cap. Damn. I'm banning Cap.
Don't ban Cap. You have a thing. Please don't ban Cap.
I'm ban Spider-Man? Please. Fine, we want the ban Cap. We do have a thing. He's not wrong. What the fuck is this?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Heartstuck Plat, any advice? Heartstuck Plat, what character is he playing? Oh, Cyclops is banned, damn.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Do second sub, possibly?
They want a second support? Oh shit, we do need a second support.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling.
Oh, thank you, go.
Before we had powers.
No, we just need, just go to sub.
Unbreakable. 30 seconds before you attack.
Let's not make her think solo tank, please.
I proudly wear the
Right, you can just stay thing.
Yo, Kazuto, go back to Rocket.
There's always a spark of light in darkness. Not at all. But in most
Bro,
realities,
let this guy play
these are some of our
Rocket.
closest allies.
Rocket would be huge because we can ult combo.
Cloak and
Cloak, can you play Emma?
We are hope.
Unlike some X-Men.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Did you just get bored of Deadlock? Yeah. Well, I didn't get bored of it. It's just that I like this game more. And also, I don't like the fact that if I play Deadlock, I can't play whatever character I want. I have to RNG that shit. Like, I literally just want to play Mina. But I might not get Mina. It's like, bruh. Oh god. Please tell me that's not that Penny OTP. Oh fuck, yes it is. Fuck, this isn't gonna be a fun match.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh. She came out of nowhere. We're down so many? I don't know how we lost that, yeah.
All they did was make me angrier.
Look up. I need heals.
So cold.
Yeah, it's Ego Shigo. Oh my fucking god, bro. Why is he even in this elo? Yeah, it's a winnable wall tank player. Okay, we can't run thing here.
Dog, so that's not the problem. I just got right by the black cat.
That actually is a problem. We can't die. We have a winnable wall penny player. On an ult.
We played him before. We can beat him.
All right. Bet. I don't know how you're gonna use thing here, but let's see it.
Okay.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
What? Oh, no, how he's gonna use thing into that? But I mean, shit. Prove me wrong. This is the perfect song for this. This is really the perfect song for this. Let's fucking LARP, bro. Let's fucking LARP. What? Did it just void my crystal? Takes a second to reload. Oh, we all C9'd.
No, yo, what are we doing?
Nah, don't Emma me, bro. I know you see our support sitting in the back, bro. Standing still. Don't Emma me. Nah, don't Emma me, bro. Nah. Yeah, we was all there the whole time. What you talking about? We was all there the whole time, bro. What are you talking about? I have to walk up the stair at 100, no?
We were on point. He wasn't. We didn't need you to walk up there.
Okay. So what about our healers that was sitting in the back, heal by an offsite?
Again, they didn't walk up.
Oh, so they get a pass. Oh, got it.
Did I say that? Did I say that you should? If you knew they were there, obviously you knew they were there, right? If you just brought it up.
I turned around as soon as we C9. Like, what are you talking about? It's a group effort. But yeah, let's just blame the tank. All right.
All right, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, you blamed me earlier, my boy. What the fuck? Fuck that shit. You blamed me earlier for nothing.
I said I didn't blame you. I said I don't think thing is gonna work here into Penny. But you said it worked, so I said okay, bet. Prove me wrong.
Dog, I have 3 picks on this black cat, my boy. I don't think.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. But we're talking about something completely different anyway. Like we all C9, but yeah, let's just blame the Emma. If it makes you feel better, let's go.
Tell me how I C9 when I was killing all the games.
I was with you killing the tanks, duh. Like, what are you talking about? We all C9, but let's blame Emma though. It makes you feel better. If it makes you feel better, let's do that. If it makes you feel better, let's do that.
I want to keep those penny mines in the rock.
If it makes you feel better, let's do that. Like, why would I not walk up? I'm Penny. I'm Emma. I need to stay at 100. Like, I'm gonna walk up. Like, what's... Like, both the tanks walked off the side. Let's blame Emma. Because I was the last on it. Let's blame me. Okay. That works. Shit, I'll get off this tank right now, bro. What is hitting me? What? Oh. 10 years.
Some uninvited guests.
Yeah, they got me off rolling. Now they gonna blame me back. I will switch to DPS. So it's...
Our foes may be
The area's almost yours. You crossed my path.
Blade turned into a dummy thick white woman.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Nowhere yet. Going to
I'll take
overtime.
CP. We winning that? Hell no, we're not.
Control lost.
It's fine, just regroup. We got 99%. Hella, could you go Punisher me? If you go Punisher, we can bully the dino. It's a free pick.
Hella works in the dino. Doesn't have to switch though.
Okay, hold your horses. I'll deploy another beacon.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Hold on, I'll read that in a second. Damn. Jeepers, thanks for the gift. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Emma Frost never surrenders.
They've almost got it.
Hey team, enjoy the amplifier. This is real fire.
Yeah, I gotta put that way too high and hide it. Oh, you ran that way? Oh, you're ballsy.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
They use Dino ult with... They use Dino ult with fucking Penny ult. And just fucking ran us over.
To win them all.
Fuck. That's not good. Games are horrible now. Just win loss, two loss, win like bruh. Games are bad. Games are bad. Badge.
There were lots of iron fists before me, but I'll be the best. This fight was never your
Double KO.
Whoa, what was that like spike? Quick play? Nah.
Your fight is over.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Bro, what is this lag? It's so weird. That lag spike is horrible. I had to restart my game, maybe? I don't know.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh man. And my own teammates are banning my character.
Why are we banning Cyclops if we have
I'm
one?
not gonna lie, y'all some robots, bro. Learn to discuss shit and stop banning people's
Yeah,
characters.
why are we banning Cyclops? I'm sorry about that. We try to save it.
Wow.
Piss low activities, bro. Piss low activities.
Yo, can we ban Luna?
And my own team just banned my character.
Cyclops, I'm sorry about that ban, bro. We got a piss low cloak and dagger.
Wow. I get banned by a cloak and a magic. That's fucking crazy. I'm banning cloak. I'm banning cloak, bro. I hope that shit lands on cloak too, bro.
Yo, chill. Let's not do that. Can we ban Phoenix? Phoenix ban. All right, good start.
I hope that shit lands on cloak, bro. I hope that shit lands on cloak. I hope that shit lands on cloak, bro.
This is a free win.
So fucking lucky, bro. I should steal her character.
Pick your hero.
That shit mine. That shit mine. That shit mine.
We are hope and fear.
And I'm not healing her. And I'm not healing her. And I'm not healing her.
Why don't y'all swap then?
She's
That's
not getting healed.
Can y'all swap?
She's not getting healed, by the way. You crazy if you think I'm looking at her, by the way.
Yo, we need to, if we have 3 DPS, we gotta play.
She crazy if she thinks I'm gonna heal her.
Go straight to the back line.
I will let her ass
If you do
die.
that, like, if you just play with me up front, straight push, we win. Like, target healers.
She gonna be spamming the ping.
Especially you, man.
30 seconds before you attack.
She gonna be spamming the ping, the heal button.
If you see a prism down,
She gonna be spamming the ping for heals button.
Y'all don't even know what's up.
Oh, watch your ass flop over.
That what?
This shit better be funny, bro.
Y'all ain't ready for this.
If you ever need a king for your demon
They're gonna have a black cat, by the way, support.
Oh, damn.
He's acting like I'm a OTP. I don't care if you're OTP.
That guy doesn't like me for some reason.
I don't care if you're not OTP. You are not getting healed. I'm crying, bro. She crazy. She thinks she getting healed after banning my fucking character. Cause that shit about to be wild. I'm not looking at her.
Yeah, they're on black.
So cold.
Fuck you up. Fuck you up. Still have. In this very well.
And she dead.
Alright, we're down.
And she dead. Just like I'm gonna do like that one or two more times, and I'm gonna start healing her.
Where's our other support? Like, how did our Indians just die in solo?
I don't know. How did she die? I don't know. The world may never know. I wonder how she died. I wonder how she died. I wonder how she fucking died. Mine. I'll take that. No, we need something for the root walls, probably. No.
Yo, why are you poke man?
As usual, get back. This is a get back.
Yo,
This
don't
is
worry about
dickhead
DPS,
behavior.
we
It's not dickhead behavior. He banned my fucking character. What are you talking about? Motherfucker banned my character. What the hell? Like, why are people banning each other's characters? That shit is not gonna fly.
Y'all stay in here with me. I'm telling you.
That shit's not gonna fly, bro. What the fuck?
Yo, Deadpool, try to get out, bro.
They're down a healer. Y'all can just
Must
They can't walk. I killed the healer. They can't
Must
walk.
have been the wind. Is hilarious, bro. I wonder how she died.
Black Cat has way too much invulnerability, friends. That's actually stupid.
I'm need her to die a couple more times. Low key.
Someone's all the way back by our spawn.
What's up? Whoa. How'd I get one-shotted? Damn.
They used a lot there, actually.
Yeah, they used 3 ults. I'm right over them.
They used cloak. Yeah, they used cloak too.
I got close. I got close.
Nice, they only did 1 heal. Let's go.
Oh yeah, they're down close. Wall. Trip on them. Coming up. Go, in the center. Look at me.
Is there a Discord channel for clips? Yes, there is. Who said it should be a couple more times? Holy shit, bro. Motherfucker said this is pettiness. Of course it's pettiness. He banned my fucking character. What?
Yo, we're off on overtime.
Look at the point of what I'm doing is. This motherfucker's a lesson. Like, what? It's a team game. You ban your own teammates' characters.
No wall.
Whoa, what is that? I gotta restart my game after this. My game keeps like lagging or jittering or something. It's so weird. My camera keeps jerking up and down or something. It's so weird.
She's so easy to deal with now. Bro, I did the mic method on their cloak and dagger. She was standing still to type, and I just 2-tapped her in the fucking head, bro.
Nice. Our torch is too silent.
Winning too? She don't deserve to win. I'm not done with her. She need to die like one or 2 more times, bro.
Don't give it away. Gotta keep them doing it.
Oh man.
Their black cat was so mad too, because she was talking me down after I did that, bro.
So you can make anything invisible? Like anything?
Even my power has its limits, but for all intents and purposes, yes.
Cool. So if I happen to go to battle without games, I can just blame you then, right?
Give it a try, and everyone here.
Cloak, they took your legs and put a wait. What? Cloak, they took your legs and put a bullet in the back of your head. Leave my team alone. What is she talking about? What that guy talking about? He's talking to the enemy cloak, not me. He's talking to the enemy cloak. Holy fuck. Oh, wow. I got pinned and then I don't even know what the hell just happened to my old bar. Wow.
I'm back to shed some light. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Hope I make the shot! I'm bright like a star!
Where are you going? Come here.
Nobody can hurt us now. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Oh, that guy died.
Mission area is yours.
Fuck is calling my phone?
Yes. One down.
What?
They're on Spidey now.
There goes one! Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
Yeah.
Could have ulted it.
Yeah, I don't understand. How do you fight a black
It's fine.
cat?
They use 2D
Like,
PS
legit.
for fun.
Yeah.
Oh, they did used to. That's true.
No, like I never fought against black cat in all of season 7, so I don't understand.
The life force.
No, bro, she gets hella iframes, that's why, bro. You can bro, genuinely, if you just play with the team, she's utterly useless, bro.
Us against the world.
Spidey coming in very well. Come on.
Fuck is the support we're doing?
Hope I make the cut.
Everybody
What the fuck was that guy doing?
Or a dagger.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Deadpool, I love you. I can kick you on your mouth now. Oh my god.
Oh wow, that is wow.
Time to shine.
That wow.
Why'd you do it then?
That is a sentence. I just didn't expect them to say that, but okay.
They found my weakness. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Both their supports are half right now. Namor's one.
Bro, I pressed the wrong fucking button. God damn it.
It is one.
I keep pressing the wrong button.
That's what happens when you threaten my brother. My time to shine.
Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month.
Why am I alive still?
Yo, we have one healer. Chill out, chill out. Don't get overzealous.
What do you mean? I was alive on both their supports for like a minute there.
Spider-Man on point.
The area's almost yours.
I should let her ass die.
That's much better.
You have no force. You got me.
This is why I chose Rude anymore.
Deadpool, go straight on healers. Go straight on healers. We're down to healers. We gotta win the fight.
That switch is so slow. That switch animation, that shit's slow as hell.
And I still died because Black
Yo,
Cat.
who's telling you? Close?
No, Spidey got cloaked that time. I couldn't kill Spidey in time.
You pulled me off the map.
Play smart. Don't push. Don't push too hard. Just wait for the whole team. We're winning the fight. Don't fuck it up.
Yo, Black Cat's behind us, I think.
Just walk and I'll deal with it. Walk and I'll deal with it. Get the point. Fuck her. Get the point.
Oh, it's Spidey behind us. He's got ult too, I think.
Nobody can hurt us now.
Us against the world. Us against the world.
You is dead?
What was she cooking? What was he cooking? What was he cooking? What was he cooking?
GG's.
What was he cooking? Shit, Moxie. I forgot you did that in that tournament. That shit was crazy too. Going stupid. Sheesh, bro. What is this? Ignite's on? Pacific series?
I mean, Reject are happy with their band draft. I'm sure N1 Hex are also happy because they got away with a triple damage amp style of a strategist backline, right? Winsger, if he does have the CYA, could utilize that 40% damage amp to enable the entire team. Exile and Blazeskin will just consistently put out that damage amp
Day so far?
to the rest of N1 Hex.
Cursed.
We'll see if
These
Reject
matches are cursed,
able
but it's
to get the hold down.
at least
N1
they're
Hex
hilarious.
Come in here on the attacking side with
I've had
a
like
ton
all different types of teammates
that
today.
damage amplification and also
Like,
that front to
any
back
type
as
of
well,
team you can
because
think
they
of
have
today,
that
I've had
team
it,
up
bro.
of
Shit's
the
crazy.
Vitality with the Mantis and the group.
Oh god, it's Phoenix.
Yeah, and you've spoken about the power of that before, and now they have that in their own favor here. So very keen to see if it plays out. Gargoyle almost in a bit of trouble. Assassin's Charge coming through, forcing them in to the back rooms there.
Oh,
with
didn't
Yaki.
Star Fox
Now
drop
gonna be
today?
running it back to the mission
For,
vehicle
Switch
again,
2?
though, trying their best to isolate something in the back line from this. I
Might
like their
tap it.
focus on this.
Hold on.
Brownie as well, trying to shut down
Tempted
all
to
the
tap
KO
into
enablers
that.
there. NRX, the first one to fall, and looking for more to
Shall
sort
I
out.
tap
They're
into
already
it?
doing what they do best. Again, a reject, singling out
Look
those
at Max
prior
play it. He's playing
targets
right
here,
now.
and just disengaging so much of that attacking presence there.
At the very least, N1 Hex were able to get the convoy up to the halfway point.
Hmm.
But Reject quickly are able to shut it down. At
Yeah, I
least
think
here
it
in the
just
neutral
came out
before
today.
Any other ultimates are online. NRX is doing his best and trying to find some sort of
tempted to-
elimination, but with him getting
How much even is it? Looking it up. Fox Switch 2. I know the reviews are good, apparently. It's $50. It's a demo. Maybe I try out the demo first.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Do you play Ricey? I never played a Ricey yet. We're gonna play eventually though. We need to schedule a time. I do gotta play with him though. I just haven't scheduled it yet.
The darkness that spawned me.
I think the time is looking
Who
Excuse
am I
me.
gonna banish from this match?
We just haven't picked the time. Doesn't he go 11 in the morning though? She goes 11 in the morning. It's like impossible to play with that dude.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Good trailer for the One Piece remake. I didn't watch it, but I saw it got posted. That might be nervous. That might be nervous. What do you mean that might be nervous?
The hunt is on. Slice and dice.
Is that a player? Is that a Penny? Not Penny. Widow. The Penny. I don't know why I say Penny. I've been seeing so much Penny today. That's all I thought about. Oh, I don't want to use this skin. God damn it. I wanted to use the other one, the World Cutter one.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh, these games are awful.
3,
Excuse me. These games are awful today. They could be worse, but
Looks like there are worse things out tonight.
definitely not good. That's for sure.
Shield, not bad.
Oh, we do have a white cat. Fuck.
Say a white cat.
And she's a good one, though.
She said white cat. Yo, my game is lagging. Like, pretty hard, too. I don't know why my game is lagging so hard. Our frames are so low for some reason. I gotta restart my game after this match. My frames are like dipping below 100. I don't know why.
Better stop that vehicle.
Feels.
There's still a chance to stop them.
That's good enough.
they got Venom and Cap and Black Cat and Spider-Man. Oh, brother. Oh my gosh, it was so much damage. Did I miss my ult? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
I'm so sorry, but
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Wow. What is this lag? Why is my ping 134? What the fuck was that? Okay, I stalled for as long as I could. I think my backline got ulted though. Last time I watched was Shiki. Watching the anime since. Little Blade Media. Hey, who knows? You'll probably be in Tokon. How would you change Blade without making him annoying to deal with? There's the way to buff a character without making him annoying. Every character is annoying. Buff his ult or buff his gun.
He stopped them in their tracks. Follow them.
Son, can I get some help, bro? God, I fucking hate Captain America. This dude is so broken. Bro got a mini support ult, bro. Like, are you dead ass? Like, how? Like, they had one support. How do I die there? I'm not crazy, don't know. Like, how do I die there?
Somebody's always trying to ice your
Yo, we gotta walk up, bro. Yeah, we gotta walk up. Like, we're diving them, but then like you guys aren't walking up. But you don't have to play directly on the payload. We have it already. You guys are playing so far back, bro. Let me and Thor up here killing them, and you guys are just standing so far back.
I am ready to put on a show.
Slice and dice. Back in the game.
Only 60 seconds left. Something doesn't feel right. He stopped them in their tracks.
I have spotted an enemy. Hell yeah. Slice and dice.
Get Thor out, get Thor out.
This guy's just letting her die. He does not fuck with her at all. She does not fuck with her at all. That's crazy.
Thor's right on the girl. Thor's on the girl. She's on.
Dude, under who the fuck is here?
The final 10 seconds. He's
Who's on top?
Slice and dice.
Disappear! No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh man. Should have ran away, but I wanted to build my ult.
Emma's on site. Emma's on.
Slice and dice.
Who had Deadpool swears in this game?
The current score is 0-1.
Wait, some big
Time to
switches.
switch things up, including which
I'm just
side
killing
you're
your supports. They're not really getting peel. Though I guess Emma's peeling now, but
on. To win this one.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Season 3 just be losing. I mean, you may be doing good, but like if you're the one doing good, what are you gonna get done?
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Team-based game. Oh, I got the Evo schedule for Friday. I'm gonna go live at 1 a.m. Oh, I mean p.m. Fuck. I gotta go live at 1 p.m. if I want to watch Evo.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right. Yeah, Evo's this weekend.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
Should be a fun watch. I'm gonna watch party Evo this week. So I should play all the Marvel I can for now.
The battle starts in
Are you gonna play
5,
Xenoverse 3? Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
We're gonna play tons of Xenoverse 3. Tons of Tokon stuff. It's like at like 9 on Friday. 9 p.m. on Friday.
As good as new.
Should be easier on offense. Gambit. Yeah, I desperately need to restart my game. This shit feels so laggy. Got her. I don't want him to escape.
You're not in this killer. The black cat's there too, babe. The black cat's there too.
No portaling. Oh, that's pretty funny. Okay, that was pretty funny. He walked in trying to run away from me and then instantly dodged in the moral. Oh man, that was funny, bro.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Open season. The hunt is on.
Good fortune. Spider mode.
Yeah, she was alright.
The white fox is the black cat is coming.
By the eye of Agamotto!
You take 1,000 gods!
You're lucky I was here.
Come here, old man.
Double KO. I've got yours. Good fortune. That's 3.
I'm cutting in.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Yeah, all charge. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't sign up for the gambit team, bro.
Here they come.
Oh, yes. I like that. Oh, this is gonna be a bad one.
1,000 gods!
I could get used to this. I could get used to this. I could get used to this. Hold on. I'm dead. I stalled for as long as I could. Blah, blah, blah. W pressure, indeed. That's why I let him kill me. I didn't care if they killed me. I wanted to stall.
As good as new.
Oh, that's evil.
By the eye of Agamotto. Everybody
Wait, what was I about to say to him? I've never heard that voice, man. This girl, it just doesn't fucking die, bro. These iframes.
Final score.
So would you put Blade? I already put him. I put him B. I already put him on the tier list. It's B. If you're a champion, B. If you're not a champion, though, C. C or D. If you're not an actual champion, Blade, C or D. Well, worst class to play Punisher. Punisher? Mag? Just Mag? Worst for Punisher is Mag. Magnetus. 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 Oh shit, I gotta restart my game. Thank you for reminding me. That shit was so laggy, bro. Black Widow skin, let me get Air Lord. That Widow skin is like, shit, we need that. We need that. Let me pull it up right now, actually. That Widow skin is great. Why is my game not opening? Sunyon Ring. What is wrong with my game? That team pick for Tokon yet? Nah, not yet. Watch the trailer. Nah, I looked at it earlier. I was just gonna look at it again and laugh. That shit is embarrassing. That is an embarrassment of a trailer. It's so awkward the way it went. Like her kid has nothing, so she was in game for like 2 seconds. They did a kick and a tether. That's it. She even shooting the gun in the skin. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, dude. There you go. Moxie's online? Big Mox. Oh, at 7 hours. Nice. The Sewer 3 projected rank for level 15 beginner good. I wouldn't be able to tell you honestly. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Like I think I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. You just gotta play the game, man. Have you tried Loading Bay? I used Loading Bay for test server. It don't really like feel different to me. Heal pool. Who? Who? Yeah, we get off those. We get off those.
No one's coming back from this wave on my watch.
Full. Wow. Oh my god, you can't put a space for some dumb reason.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, what am I quoting on Starboard? Fuck! Fuck! Miso fan?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh, I'm gonna run ads real quick before the match starts. There we go.
Victory! A fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna ban
Long
for
stream?
this
Yep.
match?
Yep. Alright, yeah, okay, the ad should be running. Nice. Bro wants me to try heal pool. My front page said no, that was a 1 day thing. It's a 1 day thing. It's fun. We have a cat player. Oh man, cat bags cap. Lucky guy. Lucky guy. What's up, Don? Big CAZ says who? Who said that? Who decided that? That's not what I decided.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Feels weird not being at Evo. I'm telling you, it really does feel weird. I'm actually at home for the first time in like 2 years. Because usually I'm there. What is today? Thursday? Oh, I'd be flying out today. I usually no, I'd be flying out like in a few hours usually. Because I usually fly out and get there on Thursday and then do whatever the hell I want on Thursday. And like you pick up your badge. Where's Evo at? Nevada. It's wait, no. Well, no, it's not Nevada. It's fucking Las Vegas. Just about not invited. You don't have to get invited to go to Evo. You can just go to it. Well, Las Vegas is Nevada, but like you get my point. But it's in Las Vegas. I didn't go because I Like all my friends aren't going, and also I don't have a reason to go. Most games are out already. There's nothing to go record other than I guess Token and Avatar. But I'm not flying. I'm not paying thousands of dollars just to go record those 2 games. Fuck that.
Stop them from securing the mission area.
Fuck that. Yeah, usually I fly out on Thursday morning at like what? I usually would fly out at like 4 a.m. and I'd get there at like 6 or 7 a.m. and then I'd sleep for a little and wake up, go to badge pickup because you have to go to the venue on Thursday and pick up your badge. Oh, Miss Young, that's so weird. You gotta go pick up your badge, and then after that, whoa. You gotta pick up your badge, and then after that, you just do whatever you want on Thursday. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the actual tournament. Yo, these guys are crazy. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? The games are well. The games are cursed. Games are extremely cursed. They're fun though. So I'm gonna keep on going. How'd your games go? If you were playing Marvel. Stream was good. That's what's up. Oh fuck. That's the wrong button. That might be bad. That might be bad. Climb back to gym too. Nice. He had demoted from Celestial, so I'm getting it back right now. I think this is my promo game back, or next match. I don't remember. Whoa. Yeah, our comp is kind of buns, but whatever. One were worse. Yikes, that damage is unholy. She really ulted? I'm not going in there. It's gonna be a long game. No, probably.
By the arms.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Wait, did she just die through all? Yikes. Yeah, I think she died through all. That's pretty awkward. I mean, she was anti, but even past the anti, it's a lot of damage. They're all standing next to each other. I wish I had the Moon Knights in up for the first time ever.
You're not in this alone. Taste cold steel. Guess luck still got it, Cap.
They have no damage. They have like no damage on this comp, bro. Like they're running triple, but like their variant of triple is way worse than ours.
Use this.
We are undefeatable.
Whoa, where did the capo go?
One hell of a boost.
You can't just ignore me?
Armed and by the eye of...
Did he just solo that guy? Am I tripping or did he solo? Anyways, if you're going for this Yankee stream, I hope you guys have a good night. What the hell was that?
Judge, jury, executioner.
It's a weird match. I didn't forget about you. I didn't forget about you. Hope you guys have a good night. How do we nerf Blade? He's been dominating for several seasons. Oh hell no. Oh no. Oh yeah, Snoop, thanks for the follow.
Disappear!
Yo, she died so fast. Bro, what is happening in this match? Oh, what the? I got pulled. Yo, I'm dead.
By the eye of Agamotto.
These guys are crazy. What is this match?
I can start taking stuff.
This is Christmas came? No, not early? Just came? Yo, chill, Cap. Don't blow up on me, please, bro, please. No! Luna. Why they were so stacked? I don't know. That's why I said I wish I kind of had the Moon Knight team right now, because they're sitting on top of each other for some reason. These are playing really weird.
Thank you.
They're like playing super stacked together.
Back in the game.
Slice and dice.
Look, our next victims. I was born 1,000 gods!
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, shotgun. Is that what killed me? I think that was what killed me. It did a lot of damage, though, that's for sure.
Shields up. Disappear.
Oh no! He pushed into me. That's why I was like, wait, how did that get me? I know he went from the back line, not me, so he got pushed. Oh my god. That's so unlucky. Look at them, they're all so stacked on top of each other. These guys are weird. Why do they play like this? Moon Knight would fry these guys so hard. But I don't feel like playing Moon Knight right now. Some schedule's cooked. Oh, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! 1,000 gods!
Bro, he just ate my own like it was nothing. God damn it, I hate the fact that he CC'd me in that ult. He just ate it and sat in it like it was nothing. Nice. He ate Maxwell and your guy. Damn. Bro was getting patty caked of doom. I hate it. Like he's CC immune, so he could just do that. It's like fuck. Fuck.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Just fuck, man.
That spawned me.
It was just sat in it like it was nothing. From 1 HP to max, yeah. He's CC immune. Like I love ulting Punishers as Blade, but like it doesn't do anything. So it's just not a good idea to do. He's CC immune. Now Psylocke ulting a Punisher. Now that's satisfying.
Day and night. No monsters getting the best of me.
30 seconds.
That is Satisfying. Have a good stream. Good night, dude. I only got like what 1 hour left in me.
Your song flows.
About 8 hours. Was it 80? 8 hours.
Yeah. The playlist I put on when I'm not
I already worked out
sleeping
today, so.
really gets my blood pumping.
After this, I am probably gonna go edit or something. I don't know.
Starts in 5, 4, 3,
Maybe I might.
2, 1.
I might.
All you need to
I don't
do
know.
is capture the mission
I don't know what I'm gonna do
area.
after this.
Got it?
I'm gonna hop on 2x. Just combo one up practice. Do I got a PO box? Nah.
As good as new.
What are you trying to send me? What you trying to send me? What even are PO boxes? Are they cheap? I don't know.
You're not in this alone.
Oh my god, I survived. I will survive. Alright, White Fox, your time is up.
Next time, put up a fight.
How's everything going? Things going pretty well, I'd say. Match has been pretty bad today, but fixing it now. Trying to make sure we get off even at least. Bro, I just got my fucking cheeks twisted, bro. What was that? Did you see that? My cheeks twisted. Like, what is that? Hold on, that DPS Luna went crazy. Did you see that? $30 a month. Ooh, that's a lot. Y'all trying to send me a box of Meat Mountains? Oh, y'all are all getting banned. Oh, hell no. You guys would all get banned.
You're not in this alone.
Ooh, One Piece card packs. Can I get a Shanks card?
Jury, executioner.
They still call Miyako fraud or what?
I'm ready to put on a show.
People still call Miyako fraud?
This time.
Are they done with that?
Taste cold steel.
Yes? Damn. Yo, he's been getting called a fraud for like 2 decades. What the fuck? He painted his sword. Damn. I was looking for Blade gameplay. I saw him across the go. What's up, dude? I might do something real greedy. Oh my god, it works.
Keep up the momentum. Behind you.
Oh, I'm dead. I don't know where that damage came from, but whatever. Oh, size when we get value? Yep.
Takes a lot. I was born ready.
Mr. Fat Booty. What the hell? Why is that your name?
By the eye of a... Back in the game.
Your name is crazy.
Shields up. Disappear.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh my god, that does so much damage. Bro has a team up as a normal ability now. Jesus, I was blocking and it still killed me.
to put on a show.
That happened to her. Yo, can I hit something, please, so I can swim? It's so awkward when you swing. Oh, God. Again? Damn! Yo, this guy does not like me. Jeez. God damn, bro. He's just like, whipping me.
Final score.
That shit crazy, you know?
2-2.
He said Luna uninstalled the game. Damn. Oh, Z tier. Oh, Z tier spotted. One death? No. Z tier spotted. One death? Z tier spotted. One death? Oh, hold on. One death. 13th. He has one more final than me, and he has 5k less damage. Oh, that's a Z tier. Z tier spotted. Hold on. Z tier spotted. Y'all can't hide from me. Z tier spotted. Y'all can't hide from me. I see it. Oh man. Y'all cannot hide from me. What's up, Mr. Popo? How you doing? How's Blade? This season feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. It was alright. It was alright. GTA jumps off the map? What are you talking about? Whatever are you talking about? Remember you posted Bizarre Day? I thought it was fun. Until it wasn't. We all saw the short? I don't know what y'all are talking about, bro. What short? We not forgetting that? I posted a short yesterday of me getting choked out by Emma, but I don't know what other short you're talking about. Let me check how that show is doing, actually. The white lady jump scare. I can show you guys it. Here it is. She dead ass grabbed me like that. Step to the right. She came out of fucking nowhere, bro. Literally, she did me like this. Takes a step to the right. Do him like how the blade goes. Get the fuck. I have 7 HP. Away from me. That lady is crazy, bro. That lady is crazy, bro. Get that lady away from me, bro. She dead ass tried to choke me, bro. Now this one. Are the badges on your channel is global? I don't know. I have no clue. I think they're global.
BPS poking dagger.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Which hero do you think
okay.
I mean, I play DPS, but I can play tank if somebody else goes tank.
Yeah, I think it's time to switch accounts.
Hello?
This was streaming for last. You said hello?
I was C1 yesterday, dude.
That's unfortunate. What happened?
I say I'm playing DPS Poke and Dagger, and then people run my game down.
I mean, can you blame them? Like,
I don't blame him. I'm just sad, dude.
no,
They
don't
even
blame
try.
him. I'm just sad. Oh,
Everyone has a corrupt brainworm, so they don't think Cloak is a good hero.
I mean, that's kind of a compliment. They believe in you. I thought
he was
believe
joking.
your word.
I didn't think he would actually do
They
it.
trust what you say. No.
I mean, I am gonna play DPS Cloak and Dagger. I'm gonna win.
We did not win.
As long as we don't lock Widow and we don't.
We did not win. Not at all.
Some people lock Widow.
Not at all. We did not win. Not at all. They ran full dive. They ran a train on his ass. They fucking brought out Daredevil, Spider-Man, Venom. I don't even know who else. I think BP as well. Like, they brought out every dive character you could think of, and that dude was extinct.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Wait. Every single dive character you could think of came out that match. Yo, how is this Celestial, I think it was a
bro?
Champions
A
DD as
few
well.
moments later.
Any other suggestions? Play whatever character you think is cool. But if you want a suggestion, I would say
yourself.
Yo, did he just... He told the Cloak talk. Like, bro, okay. That rocket literally told him to just... like, wipe. Oh my fucking goodness, bro. This game is doomed, yo. And then people, I think on TikTok, people were in the comments saying that's a one above all Cloak player. If y'all played around him, y'all could have won if y'all had a third healer. The thing about that is that you're forcing people to get off their main role and go third healer. Just because this guy wants to be quirky and go triple whatever the fuck. I mean, go DPS Cloak. Like, you not see the problem with that?
My curse actually seems like a blessing.
Why do we have to build a team on a DPS Cloak? Like, son. I don't care if he's a one above all player playing on ult doing a challenge, bro. Like, son. Like, bro, what? I don't care what rank he is. What's... Motherfuckers throwing our games. Like, imagine getting off of work, a 9-hour shift, a whole 9 to 5. You boot up the game for some ranked, and you see some shit like that. That's how you make. That's how you get people like that Rocket. That's holding off himself. Like, what? This is a boring match. Holy shit, it's a gun match. I have a Punisher, so I can't really just use my sword. Yeah, that's not looking like a Blade game, I fear. Oh god, I've been shooting my gun the whole match. And I got... Whoa, that match just tore my head off. Wait. Why is she getting so many headshots? Holy shit. Mantis is going stupid.
Judge, jury, executioner! Back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't ult. Like, what the fuck?
Next time.
No, don't ult that.
It's like, bro.
This should have been Luna to ult, so we can move up where Luna ult. Oh my god, it's the same invis from earlier, bro. Holy shit. The one that I let die because she banned myself off.
One shot.
I don't even know, bro. This team is cooked. This gotta be one of Satellite's worst maps, you know? Okay, I literally cannot go invisible.
I need time to heal. Only 60 seconds left.
Oh my goodness.
We are undefeatable.
might be cooked up here. Wow. This man stole my head off. Wow.
No winner yet. Going
Wow.
to overtime.
What a shot. Wait, they're winning that. What? Oh, they're poodling. Oof. This is gonna be bad. What? My camera just... Okay. That was weird. My game just advantage. Why does my game do that? I don't get it. Calmest rivals lost? I mean...
Which side you're on.
What the fuck am I supposed to do?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Who's ready?
I'll fight it.
Who's ready to go?
So how do we win this team?
I'll fight to end the dark.
Who's
Just
ready to go?
I want support. You already had your part on DPS. Let me try DPS.
Oh, word.
Is he talking to me? Oh, we're surrendering.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
This game is over. This game is so fucking over.
I mean, Elsa, I don't know if you're living under a rock, but like,
It helps me
trying to
see
win.
the darkness and face it.
Son, this game is over. What are you talking about?
I mean, it's over if you don't want to try. Low key, when
I don't think I would have walked out the spawn on a healer if I wasn't trying.
The battle starts in 5.
Like what?
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Enemy look. I prefer teams of 4, but I can make this work.
Much better.
How am I? Invisible? That's much better. Enemies help.
Got eyes on an enemy. Much better. Almost got that.
I am crazy. Just in time. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
All eyes on these coordinates.
What was that Punisher doing over there? What was he cooking? This map is so defense-sided. I hate it. I'm starting to hate this map.
I need a bit more power.
DD time. Wait, no, I mean, this is a defense-sided game. So, we respect.
It's back up, back up.
Yeah, Sarlor's in the back.
My time to shout.
Way to get your dark force.
W. I worked for that one.
All eyes on these.
Never mind.
We are undefeated.
Damn.
These beasts must belong to Namor. I feel like myself again.
Only 60 seconds left. My time to shine.
Wow, you guys are getting flanked. Wow, you guys just let that girl walk in. That's game. What?
Down to 30 seconds.
I mean, it's a good try, but like, I don't even know what we were doing, like, on attack.
I don't know why we force like characters that don't even work on DPS meta. You know, it's fine.
Oh, he wants meta. Oh. That's what he wants. He wants meta. He said we lost because we didn't play meta. Yes, meta is the solution to everything. He said we lost because we didn't play meta. Oh. 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 The hell in the more. Fuck that team up, bro. That team needs to get removed, bro. How is that still in the game? Oh. Okay, last match. I think. Should be. We would have hit 8 hours, but we'll see. We're at 7:37. Yeah, it should be the last match, I think. Still GM? No, I deranked the stream. I Celestia earlier. The games the stream have been horrible.
And from that Vanguard line alone, are able to flex into different...
Chopper. Coach named Chopper. Their info. This is pretty cool. You can see this. What's that, another 5 matches? Yeah, no. Hell nah. Hell nah. Not for free. Okay, who do we end today with, chat? We do Psylocke,
Do you think you want to be today?
Elsa, Cyclops for the free win.
My order is sharp.
Who we play for the last match of the day?
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Oh, pick me!
Now,
Oh,
who's gonna vanish from this match?
You guys are so unserious. Elsa, I'll do Elsa. I'm gonna run some ads real quick before the match starts. Who said magic?
Yeah, can we ban Invis off this?
Bro said ban Invis. Whoa. My humble C tier. Magic is a home. Is home man exactly.
The right heroes could make all the
Groot.
difference.
Who's ready to
Woody.
go hunt? Who's ready to go?
Who's this guy?
ready
This
to, who's ready
I
to
like this one a
go
lot.
hunting?
The Great Rocket noticing. Bro, Rocket. Fuck Rocket, bro. That guy gets ult so damn fast. Remember that match earlier when I was playing Elsa? No, Elsa. No, I was playing Emma. And that rocket got all within like 30 seconds of the match starting. And then we lost the team fight. That shit was ridiculous. That rocket, my supports were at 60% and he was at 100. That shit was silly.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I was actually like speechless. Like, they need to just get rid of triple healer, bro. Because, like, balancing the game with triple healer in it is just, it's like, because they're trying to balance around triple healer and balance around, like, the normal game. Because I consider triple healer a completely different game. Because if you're playing that, that's just hyper sustain. So that's why they buff Rockets. Rockets really good in the triple healer. But, like, now he's at a point where, like, what about the regular comps now? Now he's just Thanos and regular comps, though. Not even just triple healer. What about people that aren't even running triple healer? We're getting fucked over even harder. This motherfucker gets ult so damn fast now. I feel like you can run Rocket in. Oh my goodness, just killing me. Oh, it's Star-Lord. Since Rocket gets ult so fast now, you can like run him in like triple healer comps. Where you would like need an off healer. I don't even think you would need an off healer since it gets ult so fast. Yes, cool. Oh, I don't know. You trying to infect my chat again? God, bro. Yeesh, it's gonna be one of those matches, I suppose. You gotta lock in. We gotta lock in.
You just got you good.
Gotta lock in.
There's still a chance to stop them.
There's no magic. Not a bad one. Nice honest character. And I'm dead again.
Now might be a good time to stop them. Need some help. Got you good.
Let me get down DPS.
The hell? His name is Call Me Pookie Ass after DPS.
A nice deep
His name is Call Me Pookie. What the hell? What the hell?
good spirit. Don't worry. Love that kick. Shot to the soul.
Jeez, bro.
Love that kick. Very funny way. Thanks for the love. Cheers, mate. Bloody dick. Just upgraded to a turret.
The god of thunder!
Love that kick. Fight their control. A boom of light. Better stop that vehicle. Love that kick.
How did she get out of it? Oh, I didn't reach her. I thought she was in it. That's why I put her back so fast. I mean, I couldn't see because I was blinded, so.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I don't know what he was cooking, but. Oh, man.
Double KO. There's still a chance to stop them. Better than ever.
Oh, you're good. They got me good. I could use a hand and maybe a foot.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Very funny, Wade. Brilliant, mate. What a pair we are.
Look, can you take me off the solo, please?
What?
Some help would do
What?
nicely.
Can you take me off the solo?
The silo. What?
Save your ult for solo.
Star-Lord.
Yeah, he said save your ult for Star-Lord.
not how that works.
Almost killed that guy.
They got me good. I can use a hand and maybe a foot.
Almost killed that guy from back there.
Cheers, mate. Very funny,
Oops. Oh, I got some. Okay, that guy just shredded me. Got shot by Star Wars on him. This colorway. Yes, this one.
You don't like it? Program my sword to heal. Now get this
From the
slice.
grave, better than got you good. I'm ready, but I'm ready.
I am Phoenix!
Looks like get this slice.
No, Infernasu, you're the GOAT, bro. What the fuck?
You're the fucking GOAT, bro.
You canceled that shit, bro. Holy crap.
W.
Yo, by the way, I love your content, dude. Keep it.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
I used to watch you as a kid, bro.
Yeah, I used to watch your ABA videos, bro.
Oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. I'm joking.
Oh, yeah, love that, bro. Love that. Love that.
I'm just messing with you.
Nah, bro. Dude, Roblox isn't the better now, man. It's unfortunate.
I feel like that.
I agree.
Watch your step.
Down to 30 seconds.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Beautiful, baby.
Us against the world.
Fear Magneto!
Got you good.
The final 10 seconds.
Come here. I'm running Angela just to touch us.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. I am Phoenix. I am ready to play.
Dangerous!
Very funny, Wade. Cheers, mate. You get away with it. You get away with it. You get away.
I'm missing him.
Got you good. Thanks for the love, love.
You got them all.
Great work, team. Great.
The current score is
You still play Star-Lord? No, I hate that character.
1.
I hate that character now.
Time to switch things up.
I hate that
You're doing
character now.
that Blade challenge, though.
Not on this account.
You'll need a top-notch team to win.
No, this account I'm not. There's been
Oh, yeah, this is
having
an account, yeah.
shitty games all day. Shitty games all day.
Oh, red tip. Yeah, same here, man.
It happens.
Dude, I went from C2 99 out of 100 to now C3 negative, dude. It kind of hurt.
I mean, I went from C1 to almost diamond one day, but
oh shit,
diamond.
That was a long
That's
time
kind
ago.
of insane.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. I
It
see
happens.
it.
I was about to say, dude, I was 99 out of 1.
Yeah, I love the sound effects on this gun.
I'll do this myself.
Sound effects on this are sick.
Bloody usual.
GM, damn, that's crazy. That happens.
30 seconds before you attack.
You going crazy on Star-Lord? Update. Oh, it's for the Black Widow skin. So I like better. I don't like Star-Lord anymore because they just keep buffing the fuck out of him. He's just brain dead now. He's just brain dead now. And the character is already pretty easy, but like now it takes like damn near no skill because they just keep buffing him. Skills question's just not there. So I like Star-Lord.
Starts in 5, 4,
They sound like it's hard.
3, 2,
Like it's very hard to play ass on Star-Lord. Plus just getting like counterpicked, I guess.
Go get that vehicle to its destination.
just die. Infernasu is dead. Huh. That's way too close. Could have been a big ult if I fucking wasn't a bot. Oh, I'm brain dead. I could have been all. Yo, deal. What's up, dude? I don't know why I ulted like that. That's terrible. It's crazy how fluid this character feels compared to Blade. That actually makes me so frustrated. Because what went wrong, man? Like, you see what I just did to that guy? I wish I could do that on Blade. With his fucking shotgun. I fucking wish. I wish I could do that on Blade, bro. Who will actually play Mr. Fantastic? Mr. fucking F, bro. Mr. F. That's Mr. F, bro. Let him cook. Oh, God. Just walk off the map. I'm not crazy, right? She just walked off the map.
I'm only running Angela here because I can get people off the map if someone wants to go second tank like me. That'd be great.
Okay, I guess. I don't know why he's right there, but alright. It was quirky.
Judge! Executioner!
God, this guy is so annoying.
I got you.
Oh, a lot of Q buttons. Play ban. Elsa? Someone said they want me to play Elsa. Oh, that's a stream sniper Doom. Woo!
Cheers, mate.
That's a stream sniper Doom, no?
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again.
Some health would do nicely. Through the Leprechaun can't be far now. Keep up the pace. You really should have. Thanks for the love.
Down to 30 seconds. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Bloody dickle.
Double kill.
GG's, guys.
GG's.
So, Infernasu, good to go, by the way, bro. Keep it up.
Thank you. GG's.
Love you, Infernasu.
GG's, GG.
Another epic victory. Big win.
All right, chat. That's gonna do it for this stream. That is 8 hours. 8 hours. That is 8 hours. Did you pre-order GTA 6? Nope. Nope. Not yet. I'll probably pre-order it like a couple days before it drops. See if I can get it for free or something. Hopefully I get like a sponsor. I don't know, bro. Pray for me, dude. Was Miku? GG's, dude. GG's. Yeah, games today were pretty Pretty Whatever, though. Run it back tomorrow. Run it back tomorrow. We run it back tomorrow. Run it back tomorrow. We're gonna get you. Gotta get like you and Elsa? Nah, my Elsa was buns the other day. Exclamation point charge is hilarious. Oh man. Anyways, chat. Big shout to y'all for stopping by and tuning in. I appreciate everybody that tuned in. This is the last one. I was about to end. I just closed my game. I just closed my game. I appreciate the raid though. Appreciate everyone that stopped by. If you're coming from a Divine stream, I was literally about to end my stream. Unfortunately, I still do have to end because I have to go edit. But I appreciate it. You got to do one more. My game is closed. I already closed it. Oh, hope you guys had a good stream. One more. It's too late, bro. It's too late. That's my 8 hours. I hit quota, bro. Womp. One more. I can't do that. My hands are tired, bro. I appreciate you guys, though. I am so sorry. But don't worry. We'll be back tomorrow with some more. Another 8-hour stream tomorrow. I stream every day, bro. I stream every day. 7 to 8 hours minimum. Sometimes 6, but it depends. Oh, man, bro. Oh, yeah. I appreciate you stopping by today. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with some more. Sheesh, bro. Sheesh. Who can I send you guys to? Do I raid the VOD channel again? I don't know. I did put some new VODs. Oh wait, Raylene is still alive. It's her birthday. Maybe I send you guys there. Is she about to end? What time tomorrow? I go live usually after 5 p.m. every day. Let me see. Yeah, she's still alive. I can send you guys to Raylene. She is playing Overwatch though, but it's her birthday, so say happy birthday. So yeah, big shout out to her. She raided me the other day, so I would like to raid her back. She doesn't usually stream this long. Sometimes, well, sometimes she does. Sometimes she streams this long, sometimes she doesn't. But she raided me the other day, and yeah, I usually end before everyone I could ever raid back. So I gotta take the opportunity when I can to raid people back. But yeah. Appreciate you guys for watching. Thank you guys that stopped by. Tomorrow's stream we'll probably do reactions and then more Marvel, and then probably play a fighting game or something. I don't know. We'll see. Also, I need to. Didn't Deltarune update? I need to do chapter 4. Was it 3? I gotta do something. I don't remember what I didn't do. 3 and 4, I think, because 5 just dropped. I gotta do chapter 3 and Deltarune 3 and 4, so I gotta do that soon. But I'll probably do it during a subathon if I had to guess. Anyways, join up the raid. Appreciate you guys. Good night. Hope you guys have a good night. And yeah, say happy birthday to her. There is no raid message. Just, I don't know. Though Jeff asked. I don't know. All right, see you in chat.